Chapter 451. In a dark corner. As soon as he left the sight of the paladins, Soren staggered, and there was a trace of blood at the corner of his mouth. The injuries on his body were actually very serious. Fighting the god of vampires alone, even with the power of the Holy Avenger, he was inevitably injured. During the battle he could forcibly suppress the injury, but now that the battle was over, he didn't need to hold on. Regardless of the conduct of these paladins, whether they owed Soren a favor or not, there was one thing that could not be changed, that was Soren belonged to the evil camp. So Soren had to hold on in front of the paladins no matter what, and by the way, he forced himself to take care of the young man he met in the City of Wealth. The current Holy Avenger was only a radical faction among the paladins. Some kind of transformation had not been completely completed, and there was still no shortage of stubborn conservatives among them. Only when the Avatar crisis began, and the Earth was devastated, the Holy Avenger completely abandoned some of the dogmas and regarded order as a belief above good and evil, because the damage caused by chaos was too terrible. Now, Soren just wanted to find a place to sit down and have a good rest, and drink a few bottles of healing potions to quench his thirst. Come on. Soren slowly moved forward. The wound on his chest had not yet healed, making it slightly inconvenient for him to breathe. Soren walked towards the place where the psionic warlock was hiding and whispered, "In order to help you get the Holy Avenger, I'm going all out this time. I hope you won't let me down." Everything just now was to pave the way for him. Otherwise, a young man who had just joined the Holy Avenger would not be qualified to touch the artifact. A short rest. After Soren's injury recovered by 80%, he left the Underdark with the unconscious psionic warlock. He was ready to return to the Outer Islands. This trip was very rewarding. Not only did he get what he wanted, but he also killed the demigod vampire. And Soren was now really in the realm of the gods, although there was still something missing. Right now, what he needed the most was to familiarize himself with this power. There were many things in the god realm that he still needed to explore on his own. Otherwise, the improvement he could gain would be quite limited. Even after the Queen of Spiders killed a god, the god of ooze, it took her many years to completely fuse with it. Soren did not think that he was stronger than the Queen of Spiders. Soren had gained a lot from this battle. He now had a clearer understanding of how strong a god spirit's incarnation of a saint was. The demigod vampire was only a minor divine power, and it had been less than a year since he became a god. To deal with him, Soren had to use all his trump cards. Without the power of the Holy Avenger, there was no way to win. Minor divine power, weak divine power, intermediate divine power, great divine power. With a rough calculation, Soren could judge how powerful the other gods and saints would be. There were still too many things he needed to accumulate. He even had a simple calculation in his mind, which allowed him to predict the power of each level of deity. Minor divinity plus minor shard of divinity equals minor divine power. Without counting his other abilities, as well as the power brought by the clergy, followers, and the realm, it could be assumed that minor divine power had a divine power base of 1. Then the value of the minor divinity was 10 points, and the value of the lesser divinity was 30 points. If he was not wrong, the value of the minor shard of divinity was 10 points, and the value of the lesser shard of divinity should be 30 points. 3 times the difference in divinity. 3 times the difference in shard of divinity. In the end, it led to more than 3 times the difference in divinity. If it was conservatively estimated, the combat power of a lesser god might be more than 6 times that of a minor god. This was only the difference brought by divinity, shard of divinity, and divine power. There was no way to calculate further because there was a gap of more than 3 times in the most basic part. The comprehensive combat power was simply not on the same level. As for how terrifying great divine power was, Soren's final calculation was a little scary, so he thought about it and decided not to think too much about it. No wonder the Queen of Spiders took so many years to upgrade from great divine power to great divine power. Soren calculated his final calculation and found that no wonder the gods of great divine power were qualified to open their own divine system. Judging from the final calculation, the gods of great divine power could easily create a group of gods of their own divine system. It was no wonder that even though the god of light had created several low-level divine powers, he himself was still a god with great divine powers. The Outer Islands, Mordor City. On the side of the council hall was a forbidden area, and no one was allowed to get close. Even the pirate leaders under Soren's command had to report in advance if they wanted to get close to this place, and then they could pass the inspection of the steel golem. This was Gloria's laboratory. There were many secrets hidden in it, but the most important was everything about the shadow plane. Success. Gloria, who was in front of the alchemy table, suddenly stood up excitedly. She was holding a medal with a strange silver-white streamer in her white palm. There was a diamond-shaped purple gem in the center, faintly emitting a magic wave. Gloria gently tidied up her wizard robe, turned around, and came to an open area. She said to a clay golem next to her that was obviously different. ET1. Begin the 5th test of the Silver Blade of Gith Experimental Model 3. Prepare to record all the test conditions. Store the relevant information in the soul crystal. The clay golem on the side nodded, and a special magic light appeared in its eyes. It looked like some kind of modified detection spell. This clay golem looked very different, because it looked a little slender, and there seemed to be no combat equipment on its body. Its appearance was closer to the human form. It seemed to have higher wisdom in terms of demeanor and other aspects. There was something familiar on its body. It was a very inconspicuous soul wave. There seemed to be only one kind of existence in the puppet golem that had soul waves. That was Thaling. This clay golem was Gloria's test product. It was the original form of Thaling that she made with precious soul crystals. A creature level of only about 5, an intelligent golem used for research. Its combat power was estimated to be no better than an ordinary pirate, but it had a lot of spell-like abilities, most of which were modified detection spells. In terms of potential, ET1's growth potential exceeded all the puppet golems. Start recording. ET1 turned its gem eyes and a magic light fell on the silver-white metal ball in Gloria's palm. Gloria nodded gently, and with a serious expression, she clenched the gem on the silver-white metal ball in her palm and said slowly, Elemental Energy Conversion Test. Replace psionic power to transform the form of the silver blade of Gith. The test begins. A faint magic light emerged, and the silver-white metal ball in Gloria's palm suddenly began to change, and in the blink of an eye, it turned into the shape of a beheading sword. The place where the gem was inlaid became the hilt of the sword, and in front of it was the silver-white blade with a strange flowing light. The first form switch is complete. The conversion rate is 100%. The form switch interval is 0.1 seconds. There is no energy barrier or rejection phenomenon. A strange light appeared in ET1's eyes, and it seemed to record something into its own soul crystal. Gloria showed a smile at the corner of her mouth and said slowly, Continue the second stage of the test. Synchronize the energy changes of the experimental model. The silver-white two-handed sword with a strange flowing light quickly turned into a metal ball again. Then, under Gloria's operation, it turned into a one-handed sword, a scimitar, a shield, a blade barrier, and a silver-white spear. The test is complete. The first form switch is all passed. The conversion rate is 100%. The form switch interval is 0.1 seconds. There is no energy barrier or rejection phenomenon. ET1 continued to record the success of the test. Gloria breathed a sigh of relief when she heard the words, turned around and said slowly, Proceed to the second stage of the test. Begin to test the second form switch. It also started with a silver-white metal ball. In Gloria's palm, it first turned into a one-handed sword, and then it did not return to the silver-white metal ball form, but directly changed into the shape of a scimitar. At this moment, a strange energy fluctuation appeared, and the strange silver-white flowing light distorted, as if there was some kind of interference. Warning! Warning! An unknown energy rejection phenomenon has occurred. The elemental energy interference is serious. The second form switch has failed. The silver sword of Gith shows signs of damage. Do you want to interrupt the experiment? Gloria let out a sigh and said faintly, We still failed. Interrupt the test. Restart the second form switch research. What went wrong? Why is there no problem with the first form switch, but the second form switch always goes wrong? Is it because there is no psionic power to control it? Gloria could not help but fall into deep thought. The weapon in her palm had turned back into a silver-white metal ball. She murmured in a low voice. The research has hit a bottleneck here. If even the metal form switch can't be cracked, it is impossible to proceed to the next step of the magic power rune research, right? I don't know if there are any new results on Mother's side. Bang! At this moment, the door of the laboratory was suddenly knocked open. Gloria, whose thoughts were interrupted, could not help but frown. Then she saw the small and exquisite Lulu rushing in, a little breathless and stammering. No. Not good. Vivian suddenly fainted. Chapter 452. Vivian fainted again. Although she didn't understand the reason, Gloria wasn't too worried this time. Because Vivian's breathing was very stable, and there was nothing wrong with her body. To some extent, she even felt that Vivian's strength was increasing. This time, the fluctuation of divine power was more violent than the last time. She didn't know what happened, but Vivian's strength was automatically increasing again and again. But it must have something to do with Soren. Gloria had some guesses in her heart, but she wasn't completely sure. Don't disturb her. Gloria raised her hand and cast a warning spell, then turned around and left the room with little Lulu. She said slowly, "You stay here for a while. Don't let anyone get close to her and disturb her. After a while, Vivian will wake up on her own." Lulu raised her little head and looked like she understood, but she still nodded quickly and said, "Meow." Lulu understands. Stay here and don't let anyone disturb Vivian's rest. Gloria smiled when she heard this. She raised her hand and stroked the cat girl's little head and said softly, "It's good that you understand, good girl." Asterisk ta ta ta. Asterisk a burst of hurried footsteps came from outside, and then a young woman dressed as a maid came in. "What's the matter?" Gloria frowned again. The young maid came to Gloria's ear, whispered a few words quickly, and then respectfully stepped aside. Gloria's face showed a trace of doubt after hearing this. She murmured, "A priest of the goddess of agriculture? Why are they here? Forget it. I'll go greet them myself." Outer Islands, Port Mordor. A slightly different warship was docked in this increasingly prosperous port. This warship had a special rice insignia, which meant that it belonged to the Church of the Goddess of Agriculture, a neutral faction of the Goddess of Agriculture. There were guardian knights of the church on the warship. It was absolutely impossible to come to a dangerous place like the Outer Islands without guards. The leader of the group was a middle-aged priest with a refined appearance. He was dressed plainly, but he looked like he had lived a comfortable life. "Is this the place?" The middle-aged priest looked at the bustling port in front of him and said with a slightly surprised expression, "I didn't expect there to be such a bustling place in the Outer Islands." Soon, Gloria's figure appeared surrounded by a group of guards, and the middle-aged priest on the warship walked down with a smile. This group of people attracted a lot of attention. Not knowing when, the priest of the goddess of agriculture appeared near the port. He frowned and looked at the church insignia in the distance and murmured, "Why is the priest of the goddess of agriculture here? This place doesn't seem to have anything to do with her domain of faith." There were many people who noticed their arrival, but most of them were just watching. After all, the goddess of agriculture had a strong background. Although she was a god who had risen in the last 1,000 years, the relationship behind her was enough to make many divine churches feel afraid. "Welcome, Your Excellency." Gloria glanced at the insignia of the middle-aged priest on the opposite side, and was surprised to find that he was an archbishop. Such a character was also important in the Church of God. She was afraid that he was about to enter the realm of legends. The port was not a place to talk. Gloria, as the hostess of the city of Mordor, naturally needed to greet and arrange them. Soon, this group of people was arranged in the city of Mordor, and the eyes of all parties were also spying on the intentions of the Church of the Goddess of Agriculture. Council Hall. After changing to a relatively quiet environment, the middle-aged priest immediately went straight to the point. "Your Excellency Gloria, I'm sorry. I came here hoping to cooperate with you on something. I don't know if it's convenient for Your Excellency Soren to meet me now? Cooperation? Gloria raised her hand and gently lifted her long hair. She still didn't quite understand how Mordor could cooperate with the Church of the Goddess of Agriculture, but she still smiled politely and said, I don't know what cooperation it is. Soren is not in Mordor City recently, but I can handle everything here. As the hostess of Mordor City, Gloria naturally had a very high right to speak. When Soren was not here, she was the secret decision-maker. Yes. The middle-aged priest nodded and waved to a follower behind him. Immediately, a young man came over with a box. He picked up the box and placed it in front of Gloria. He opened it gently and said, The church is very interested in this thing, so we hope to cooperate with Your Excellency Soren. I believe our sincerity will definitely satisfy you. It turned out to be this kind of thing. Gloria just glanced at it and understood what was inside. A kind of granular crystal with a pungent smell. One of the things that Soren asked her to help with in the past seemed to be fertilizer used to help crops grow. The production had started a few months ago, but how could she pay too much attention to such a trivial matter? She just didn't expect that this thing, which was completely insignificant to her, could attract the Archbishop of the Church of Agriculture and let him come to her door in person to seek cooperation. At this moment, Gloria really couldn't see through her man. She didn't know if Soren had expected this, or he just did it by accident. So it's this. Gloria's mouth curled up, and her attitude was very casual. She said tentatively, It seems that we haven't spread this thing out yet. I don't know how Your Excellency knows about it. She acted like this thing was a secret. Gloria's performance told this group of people in front of her that this thing was not a casual thing, but a secret of Mordor City. Since it was a secret, of course it was very important. Important things were naturally expensive, and there were a lot of things implied in just one sentence. Haha. The middle-aged priest smiled faintly and said slowly, Anything related to agriculture can't be hidden from the eyes of the goddess. Please believe that we are here with absolute sincerity. Mutually beneficial things are a help to us. Isn't it? Gloria glanced at him and said softly, That's true. But I don't know what Your Excellency's cooperation is about. Finally, they came to the main topic. The middle-aged priest smiled and said in a deep voice, After our tests, this thing can meet the growth needs of crops, make barren land fertile, and the harvest of crops can be significantly improved. The goddess of agriculture is a kind and loving God, so the church intends to promote this thing so that all believers can feel the joy of harvest. We plan to purchase this fertilizer in large quantities, and then promote it to more believers. The alchemy of the fertilizer was not high. Any high-grade wizard could instantly see that the most important thing was the guano stone, which was a natural mineral near Mordor City. Soren decided to study this because the guano stone was the best natural fertilizer, and it could be used directly with simple processing. This place had existed as an undeveloped land for quite a long time, and the indigenous people would certainly not notice that the accumulated guano was actually a treasure. So at present, the entire mine was in a preliminary state of development, and the reserves on this island were not even developed. The Church of Agriculture was obviously aware of this. This low-end alchemy refining process had no value at all. The real value was the guano stone mineral on the island where Mordor City was located. The value of the crops was not high. The corresponding value of the fertilizer could not be too high. It was not that high-end alchemy could not refine high-quality fertilizer, but the cost and price were too high. It completely exceeded the harvest profit of the crops. Therefore, Soren found that the things extracted from the guano stone, which was a natural high-quality fertilizer, were very valuable because its cost was quite low. It only needed to be used as a mineral for preliminary processing. This relatively low cost could be popularized, and then promoted to many places as an alchemy fertilizer. The harvest of crops, the increase of grain production. This was of great significance to the Church of Agriculture, especially their believers were farmers. If it was successful, the influence of the church would be multiplied. This was also an important reason why an archbishop came to the outer islands in person. Chapter 453. The night was colder than ever. The cold wind that blew out of Minnesota Canyon carried a sound that made people shudder. Milan took a pot of mashed herbs and slowly walked into the front of the temple. She heard the groans of the wounded and Serena's comforting voice. The air was filled with the smell of blood, and there were some bloody bandages scattered on the ground, as well as some kind of disinfectant smell. Some wounded people were lying in the corner of the temple. The town's garrison captain, Mokade, was sitting under the stone pillar of the temple with a long sword in one hand. There was a bloody wound on his left arm. This was left by the gnolls. There had always been a group of terrible gnolls near the Minnesota Canyon. They believed in the demon lord king of gnolls, Yeenagu, on the 422nd floor of the abyss. These gnolls were quite difficult to deal with. Since the half-elves migrated here, they had never stopped fighting with the gnolls. That's right. This was a half-elven town. Many people looked similar to humans, but in fact they were all half-elves. It was just that the elven blood was relatively thin. At present, most of the residents in the town only had less than a quarter of elven blood. Damn the gnolls! A town guard let out a painful growl. Because of anger, his wound opened again. The doctor who was responsible for taking care of him immediately told him not to move. Otherwise, the wound would not stop bleeding. Milan, who was only 16 years old this year, walked forward with her head down. Because she was a half-elf, she looked very petite, only the height of a 12 or 13-year-old human girl. However, she was born very agile. Many people in this town were good at fighting. Milan. A low male voice sounded. The tall guard stopped wiping his weapon and walked to the little girl and said, "Go inside and have a look. See if your father succeeded." The little girl nodded obediently, put down the medicine pot, and walked toward the back of the temple. The back of the temple was dead silent. This place worshipped the god of half-elves and rogues, Kester. He was the successor of the god of thieves, Max. Since the Shadow Realm fell into the hands of the Lord of Shadows, the god of half-elves and rogues, Kester had to rely on his own race to bring the weak realm of half-elves into the scope of his clergy. From then on, the half-elves began to spread his faith widely, and his priests became an important force within the half-elves. There was a prayer room behind the temple. Milan carefully approached the door and gently pushed it open. A middle-aged man in a priest's robe was kneeling inside. In front of him was an exquisite altar, in which stood the statue of the god of half-elves and rogues. "My lord Kester, you are the guide of rogues, the protector of half-elves. Your humble believer, Bernye Kasadik, prays for your response. I beg you to bestow divine spells to help my people. The Jackalans are wreaking havoc in our homeland. They believed in the demon lord of the bottomless abyss, king of gnolls, Yeenagu. My people have suffered heavy losses. Many brave warriors have fallen under the claws and teeth of the Jackalans. My great lord, your humble believer begs you to give us help. Your believers need your divine spells to save and protect them. My lord Kester, your humble servant prays for your response. If you have heard my voice, I will tell you the truth. I beg you to guide us." Many of his clansmen had already fallen. "We have asked for help from the church in Autumnfall, but we have not received any response. We lack food, weapons, and warriors. If you do not respond to your servant's prayer, I am afraid that everything here will be destroyed by the war." The prayer turned into a cry. The middle-aged man knelt in front of the statue as if he had lost his faith and his soul. "Father." Milan's eyes were slightly red. She walked quickly to help the middle-aged man who was on the verge of collapse. Drops of tears could not stop falling. Her father had been kneeling for 3 days. He had not eaten or drunk for 3 days, and kept praying for the god's response, but he had not received any response. There was no divine spell, no response, and even the glory of the temple was gradually dissipating. The attacks of the Jackalans had become more and more fierce. Uncle Baston had died in battle, Brother Bioilo had died in battle, and Uncle Kaladu had died in battle. Her father, who was once powerful and had saved many lives, had now completely become an ordinary person. He could no longer use any divine spells, treat the wounded, or protect the town. Her father was in pain. Milan knew how much he loved the town he had built with his own hands. She knew that her father was willing to give everything for it, including his own life. But now everything would be destroyed by the war. The frenzied attacks of the Jackalans had caused them heavy losses. The orcs from the other side of the mountain were also ready to move. The huge footprints of the ogres appeared on the edge. They had lost the protection of the gods and the divine spells of the priests. Their losses in the battle began to multiply. Relying only on the treatment of herbs, more and more warriors would eventually fall. Her father was in pain. He prayed to the gods over and over again, but there was still no response. Milan. The middle-aged man turned and glanced at his lovely daughter. His eyes were bloodshot. He raised his hand and stroked the half-elf girl's silky long hair. Then he staggered to his feet. Clang. Her father pulled out his long sword. He walked step by step to the corner and put on a half-body armor made of steel. He had not worn armor for a long time. Milan slowly walked over and carefully helped her father put on the armor. She understood what her father wanted to do. As a once powerful priest, he could only rely on this to fight now that he had lost all his divine spells. Tomorrow you will leave with them and go to Autumnfall. That is our capital. There will be people there who will accept you and protect you. I will cover the retreat with the others. Her father's voice was resolute. His tone of facing death made her shed big drops of tears. Autumnfall, Broken Bone Hill. A group of fully armed half-elven warriors were stationed here. They lit a bonfire and sat around with sad expressions on their faces. Hold on, Barkaloo. You have to hold on. Don't die. Soon Priest Fina will save you. You have to hold on. The warriors suppressed their painful cries. A faint smell of blood filled the air. A wounded man was lying on the ground. His chest and ribs were sunken. His breathing was very weak. It was difficult to save such a serious injury with potions alone. On the other side of the bonfire, a half-elf woman with long blonde hair knelt on the ground. She held a lifelike statue in her palm and prayed devoutly, "My Lord Kester, you are the guide of the rogues, the protector of the half-elves. Your humble servant prays for your response. The warrior who fought to protect your faith is dying. He had single-handedly killed 6 gnolls. He has defeated the ogres, the orcs and the vampires. He fought bravely in order to protect your glory. Now he is about to die. Your humble servant Fina prays for you to give him magic to save him. If you can hear my prayer, please give me guidance." Tears fell drop by drop. The painful groans in her ears were getting weaker and weaker. The heaving chest gradually stopped, and the breath disappeared little by little. The young half-elf girl's eyes were full of tears. She stood up blankly and looked up at the starry sky. There was no light. Her faith was collapsing. She came to the warrior who died in battle like a zombie. She knelt down and raised her hand to caress his cold face. Tears fell drop by drop. At this moment she sobbed, "Brother, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry." Surface world, Spider Forest. Ah! Solon's figure suddenly sat up. At this moment he was sweating all over. His chest rose and fell violently, and his heavy breathing reverberated, making him look like a bellows. What's going on? Soren's expression was very strange. He pressed his hands on his temples and murmured, "Why is this happening? Why do I have such a dream? Why is everything in the dream so real?" Chapter 454. Dreams. 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 Dreams that felt so real. It even made Soren wonder if all this was a dream. He rarely dreamed. In Soren's memory, the number of times he dreamed could be counted on one hand. But he didn't know why. As long as he closed his eyes now, he would soon have a dream one after another. And these dreams all had similar beginnings. People prayed to the god of half-elves and rogues in their dreams, and he would dream about things that happened about an hour after the prayer began. Things that felt so real. Such dreams were not long. Soren's dreams were one after another, each from a different person, and they lasted only about an hour. Sometimes he didn't even sleep at all, and just closed his eyes to take a nap, but he would soon be dragged into all kinds of strange dreams. He was going crazy. Although he didn't know what the reason was, Soren knew that it must have something to do with the god of half-elves and rogues, and the divine power he absorbed. There was no time to find out. Soren's current state was very bad. His whole person seemed to be in a daze, and he couldn't tell whether he was in a dream or in reality. His mind was a little confused. It was like a storage device that suddenly stored too much information, and then all the space was piled up. Soren felt that his brain was about to crash. Electric current. Strange electric current, jumping data, countless zeros and ones. Soren even felt like he was back in Amber City when he was lying in bed for half a month. The only difference was that he was now much stronger than before, and this degree of pain was still within his tolerance range. His body could still withstand this crazy feeling, so he hadn't completely collapsed yet. But the feeling of countless streams of data, a series of dreams, the voices of countless people, and so on, piled up together as if his brain was about to explode, was still there. Soren really felt that his brain was about to explode. Since leaving the Underdark, his mental state had plummeted, and sometimes even his mind would be temporarily blank, because he suddenly heard the voices of countless people. This incomparably chaotic voice pierced directly into his brain. Hundreds and thousands of words were all connected together. It should have been a chaotic sound, but he could hear every single one of them very clearly. The end result was that the brain became more and more unbearable and painful. Soren even suspected that he had become something like a terminal processor. His brain was like a supercomputer in his previous life, constantly receiving large amounts of information. All of this information was transmitted to Soren's brain, causing his mind and body to bear a huge burden. The body of a mortal. Soren was in a lot of pain. He was only awake for a few hours a day. His mind was in a daze. Most of the time, he was like a god, using some kind of high and mighty perspective to pass through one after another incomparably realistic dreams. He couldn't break free from these dreams. This was because as long as the call of prayer rang out, his brain would begin to receive countless information. He was in great pain. It was extremely painful. It was more painful than any other battle. This kind of pain didn't come from the body but from the mind. His head was very painful, very swollen, very dizzy, and very uncomfortable. He couldn't use any clear words to describe it because he felt that he couldn't even organize words. His brain was always filled with electric current, countless weak electric current jumping, and countless data appearing. This kind of pain that directly affected the brain was simply driving him crazy. He wanted to go back to the outer islands. But in fact, he was awake less and less every day. He was like a madman. He wandered in the wilderness with an unconscious woman. Occasionally, there would be some reckless monsters that came to provoke them, but in the end, they all became ghosts under his sword. He wandered in the black wilderness east of the spider forest, and in just a week, many people heard about him. The residents of the nearby towns saw a wandering figure. It rained. The cold rain fell from the sky, and in the blink of an eye, it was almost May. With the arrival of summer, the rainstorms became more frequent. It was said that there was a river change in the south, which directly flooded many places, causing many people to become homeless. This was the main road to the Valoran Duchy, passing through the border of the spider forest, then entering the black wilderness, and finally from the Howling Wind Canyon to the boundary of the Valoran Duchy. A large group of fully armed people was moving forward. In front of the group was a heavy knight riding a tall horse, and on both sides were well-equipped infantry guards. At a glance, one could tell that the owner of the group was a noble. The rain seemed to be getting heavier. It was obvious that this group of people was in a hurry because they didn't intend to find a place to take shelter from the rain. There was a slight disturbance in front. Then the whole group came to a stop. Then a burly knight rode forward and shouted, "What's wrong? Why did you suddenly stop?" There was someone in front. In the middle of the group, a wide and exquisite carriage lifted the curtain. And then a young noble lady poked her head out and said, "Sir Eden? What happened?" The knight who rode forward glanced and replied, "Nothing. There are two travelers in front. I'll make them make way now." Thud. The sturdy metal boots landed on the ground. The burly Sir Eden put his hand on the hilt of his sword, and motioned others to make way. His expression was very vigilant because this place was close to the spider forest and the black wilderness. It was easy to encounter some dangerous existences. There were two people in front of him, a woman and a man. The woman held the man's hand and stood in the rain. She was wearing a large cloak, and her face couldn't be seen clearly. But the man behind her could be seen clearly. With just a glance, Sir Eden judged that he was a difficult character to deal with because there was a sense of oppression on his body. The only thing that puzzled him a little was the man's eyes were blank, and it could even be said that he was a little dull. He looked like a mentally retarded person. He just stood there stupidly and let the woman in front of him hold his hand. Sir Eden was just about to order the two people in front of him to make way. But suddenly he seemed to have seen something. He couldn't help but tremble, and his tone slowed down a lot. He said in a deep voice, "I don't know what this witch wants to do here." "Witch?" He saw the wizard's robe under the cloak. "We don't mean any harm." A gentle female voice sounded, and in an instant, Sir Eden let go of his hostility because he felt that the two people in front of him didn't seem to be hostile. The woman held the man's hand and walked forward. The man followed silently and blankly. "We just want to ask you to give us a ride. We will leave once we reach our destination." In the carriage, a beautiful noble young lady stared at the two people in front of her with widened eyes. Sir Eden, who was responsible for protecting her, didn't allow any outsiders to get close to her, let alone sit in her carriage. But now, not only did two outsiders come to her, but they also sat in her carriage directly. She opened her mouth and wanted to say something, but the woman in front of her only said softly, "Relax." Then she really relaxed. If it's just on the way, it shouldn't be a problem, right? She felt inexplicably relieved. The entire group moved forward quickly as though the small episode just now didn't happen. It was still raining outside. The tall woman took off her cloak and covered her face with a veil. After the young man beside her sat down, she took out a clean cloth and gently wiped the man's cheeks, wiping the rainwater off his body. The young man sat on the spot motionlessly. His expression was dull and his eyes were dull. He looked like a puppet, allowing the woman in front of him to do whatever she wanted. The young lady couldn't help but feel a little curious. She widened her eyes and observed the two people in front of her. After a while, she suddenly asked, "Is he your servant?" The veiled woman didn't turn around and replied, "No." The young lady tilted her head and sized up the man and woman in front of her. She continued to ask, "Then, is he your companion?" The veiled woman didn't speak and only shook her head gently. The young lady looked disappointed. She carefully observed the two people in front of her. The veiled woman's movements were very meticulous. At this moment, she was gently helping the man tidy up his clothes. The young lady asked excitedly, "Then is he your husband?" The veiled woman let out a chuckle and shook her head again. The young lady finally couldn't guess. She hung her head dejectedly and said, "Then, I can't guess." The veiled woman stood up. She was tall and looked at the young lady in front of her. She slowly said, "He is my master." "My God. And why God?" Chapter 455. The rain gradually stopped. As the evening came, the group finally chose to camp. They had been traveling in the rain for a whole day. If they continued like this, the people and horses would not be able to hold on. There was a hubbub of voices outside. Because it had just rained, it was not easy to make a bonfire. Many soldiers could only soak dry food in water and swallow it. However, it was impossible to do without a bonfire at night. Everyone was soaked and exposed to the cold wind for a night. They would be affected by it tomorrow. These soldiers did not have many extraordinary physiques. Sir Eden sent someone to find some dry firewood, and he ordered another person to prepare a small stove and send it to the carriage. The team had a charcoal stove, a delicate and small copper stove, which could be used to cook something directly with charcoal, but only enough for one or two people. The inside of the carriage was like another space. Everything outside would not disturb here. It seemed that there was some invisible force. The others became very quiet when they approached the carriage. Time passed little by little. The sky gradually darkened. A bonfire was lit outside, and the soldiers cooked a large pot of meat soup. Sir Eden casually ate some dry food, then drank a large bowl of thick soup. Then he began to arrange the sentries for the night watch. He was a veteran who retired from the battlefield. The title of Sir was given by his master. After his master passed away, he became loyal to the eldest daughter of the family. In the Valoran Duchy, there was no saying that only men could inherit the title. The eldest daughter and the second daughter also had a certain inheritance right. After arranging the sentries for the night watch, Sir Eden wanted to see the carriage. But as soon as he walked near the carriage, he felt that it was better not to disturb them at this time, so he turned back to the bonfire. It was very quiet in the carriage. Of course, this was just because the people outside couldn't hear it. In fact, since night fell, the young man in front of Caitlin's face became distorted. He seemed to be suffering great pain. He held his head with both hands and made a terrible roar. She felt scared. Then she blacked out and didn't know anything. Sizzle. The strong wooden board of the carriage was easily crushed by the young man like tofu. If the masked woman next to him didn't help to calm him down, the carriage would have been torn to pieces in the blink of an eye. Master. The masked woman pressed her hand on the young man's forehead and said softly, "Relax. Relax. Relax. Let my soul be one with you. I will help you share the pain." My master. You have to open your mind. You have to open your mind. Otherwise, your mortal body wouldn't be able to withstand the enormous amount of information from the gods. You'll go crazy. You'll really go crazy. Let me enter your heart. Otherwise, I won't be able to help you cut off these faith connections. That was the connection of faith that belonged to the previous god. His power is interfering with you. You must learn to reject these beliefs. You are the supreme god. You are the supreme god, and not a tool that was kidnapped by faith. Let me help you cut off all the faith connections. Then you can rebuild your kingdom. Otherwise, the will of the previous god will replace you. He will use your body as the host for his resurrection. Abandon these beliefs. The one they serve is not you. What you need is a new faith, a new kingdom. My master, let me help you sever everything. These old beliefs should be buried together with the dead gods. An invisible psionic force field spread out. The masked woman held the young man's hands, and then put her forehead on his. In an instant, her face became pale, and the young man's distorted face gradually relaxed. Pain. The masked woman was suddenly soaked, and sweat slid down her pale cheeks. In just a moment, she seemed to hear countless voices and see countless pictures. A huge amount of information hit her brain. Even if she used to be a psionic warlock with a profession level of more than 30, at this moment, she felt completely overwhelmed. Too much. There were too many. The call of mortals, the prayers of believers, terrible dreams, everything poured into her mind like a torrent. Autumnfall. This once prosperous city had now become a bit dilapidated. The decline of Whiterun began to affect here. And another thing that happened recently hit Autumnfall even harder. The priests lost their connection with the gods. The restless enemies began to harass them frequently. Without the power of the priests, the soldiers suffered heavy losses. What was more terrible was that the news seemed to be impossible to hide. More and more people felt panic, and the enemy's attacks became more frequent. Bad news was sent back here one by one. A large number of refugees gathered outside the city. Without the protection of the gods and the divine spells of the priests, within a radius of hundreds of kilometers around Autumnfall, the half-elf towns and villages were attacked. Gnolls, orcs, ogres, these monsters that they had chased away all those years ago suddenly returned here, as if they wanted to take back this fertile land. Archbishop. Not good. There was a rush of footsteps, and then a young trainee priest quickly came near the square. He whispered a few words in the ear of a middle-aged priest, and then the middle-aged priest's face changed greatly, and he quickly rushed to the location of the temple of the god of half-elves and rogues. This was his largest temple in the material plane, and the center of his faith in the mortal world. As the successor of the god of thieves, the god of half-elves and rogues lost too much power in the struggle of the gods. Because he failed to master the realm of shadow, the rogue's faith began to be given to the Lord of Shadows, the goddess of fortune, and the Lady of Night. He, who only inherited a weak clergy, had no choice but to spread the realm of faith to his own race. That was the half-elves, who were sandwiched between humans and elves, had always been in an awkward position. So his first clergy was half-elves and then rogues. Half-elves were his main source of faith. He once relied on the half-elf's faith to promote to lesser divine power. Unfortunately, because of the failure of the struggle in the realm of rogues, he was beaten back to lesser divine power by the Lord of Shadows. Now he fell into the mortal world as the first batch of gods, and eventually died in the hands of the demigod vampire. The glory of the temple was very dim. As the largest temple of the gods in the material plane, all the changes here meant a lot of things. The glory of divinity was declining. From the moment the god of half-elves and rogues fell into the mortal world, the glory of this temple had dimmed a lot. But fortunately, the decline gradually stopped. Although the power of the temple weakened a lot, it still retained part of it, which made many believers feel a glimmer of hope. But not long ago, another amazing thing happened. That was, the statue of the god of half-elves and rogues in the temple suddenly became dim and completely lost its power, just like an ordinary statue. This process lasted for a whole day. By the next day, these statues seemed to have regained their power, and a glimmer of divinity appeared again, although it was very weak. But at least there was still hope. But now what happened in front of them made all the believers pale. In the eyes of the middle-aged priest, the statue of the god of half-elves and rogues standing in the center of the temple gradually lost all its divine brilliance. There was still residual power in the temple, but there was no trace of divine power in the statue. Cracks appeared, and in their dull eyes, the statue erected in the center of the temple suddenly collapsed. Buzz. It was like the power of a certain source had been destroyed. With this temple as the center, all the statues that served the god of half-elves and rogues became dim, and some even had cracks on them. Finally, in all the temples that served him, the divine power radiance on the idols disappeared one after another, turning them into completely ordinary objects. He had fallen. The god had fallen. This time, it was a complete fall, and there was nothing left. His divine name had passed away. Chapter 456. Soren's mind was in a mess during this period of time. Not only was his brain constantly receiving the faith from the god of half-elves and rogues, but more importantly, every time the believers prayed, the name of the god made Soren feel that a will was interfering with him. This was a very powerful will, more powerful than the will of the dread Lord, because this was a complete will of the gods. Although the god of half-elves and rogues had died, he was not completely dead because he still had many believers in the material plane. The believers were praying, but they were not calling Soren's name, but the name of the dead god. At this time, Soren, as the successor and carrier of the clergy, although he received these beliefs, he was rejecting them. This power was conflicting in his body, and the remaining will of the gods was making a final struggle. Every time the prayer appeared, the will became stronger, and Soren needed to consume more power to fight against it. In the end, Soren almost completely lost his perception of the outside world. His spirit, his will, and his mind were all fighting against the pervasive faith and prayers, and the will of the gods that was crazily counterattacking with the prayers. This was a struggle between gods. If there was no interference from others, Soren might be as crazy as other gods for a long time. Note, just like the crazy period of the Dark Sun. In the end, the winner of the collision of wills would decide everything. Note, the struggle between Arthas and the Lich King. Soren did not believe that he would lose. In fact, his will would not lose. What really affected him the most was the faith of the clergy, because this power contained too much information. There was a very taboo spell in the past. It was called Casus's investiture of the gods. This was a 12-circle spell and the most powerful spell in history. The great arcanist Casus used the power of this spell to overthrow the first-generation goddess of magic, then seized her divine power and temporarily turned himself into a god. But then something unexpected happened. Casus, who was probably one of the most powerful arcanists in history, self-destructed because he couldn't withstand the huge amount of divine information from the goddess of magic. This ultimately led to the end of the Age of Thorium. The collapse of the weave directly destroyed a glorious era. No matter how much the mortals boasted that the arcanists were comparable to the gods, there was one thing that could not be changed. The gods could only be comparable to them, but could not be surpassed. Casus was probably the most brilliant arcanist in history, but he also died the most aggrieved death. the domain of the gods. It was also at this time that the exploration began. Pant. He panted heavily. Soren's entire body was drenched in sweat, but his eyes were gradually clearing up. The pain was fading. The zeros and ones in front of his eyes were gradually returning to normal. The electric current in Soren's brain had weakened a lot. After the extreme pain, he seemed to have entered a new realm, and he felt a strange and indescribable spiritual power. If there was a metaphor to explain everything at this time, that was Soren, who received the clergy of half-elves and rogues, was like a computer. After various strengthening and self-exercise, his brain's computing power had been quite amazing. But this amazing operating power, after contacting the Faith Network, that provided services for many gods on the Weave, Soren's brain was gradually close to collapse. It was like a computer that was about to burn its CPU. But in this case, because of the prayers of the believers, the will of the god of half-elves and rogues launched a dying counterattack. One could imagine how much pressure Soren was under at that time. The Weave was only part of a huge network. Above the 9 layers of the Weave, which was the domain of legendary spells, there was a more powerful Faith Network that served the gods. The 12th circle spell, Causis's Investiture, that defeated the first generation of the goddess of magic, came into contact with this domain. But as the great arcanist self-destructed because he couldn't withstand the divine information of the goddess of magic, the second generation of the goddess of magic directly blocked the magic network above 9 layers, and directly turned it into a faith-receiving network, and then made it convenient for many gods. In short, the Faith Network was made into a fast channel to give divine spells. Soren's state was very similar to that of the great arcanist. That great arcanist was directly blown up by the huge amount of information and divine power of the Weave, and Soren was exposed to a large amount of information belonging to the god of half-elves and rogues on the Faith Network of the gods, and was in a state close to mental confusion and madness. Insufficient computing power. The level of divinity couldn't withstand the connection brought by a large number of faith prayers, and Soren's spirit couldn't withstand the call of thousands of believers. More importantly, it wasn't him who was called. Causis, who was probably the most powerful great arcanist, directly blew up, but Soren was still able to withstand it, because the Avatar crisis was coming. Whether it was the Weave at the bottom or the Faith Network at the top, they would all decline with the Avatar crisis. At that time, the gods would only be able to connect with very devout believers, and not like now just by shouting their names. The gods had such an ability. Holy name, God's domain. When his holy name is said in his temple, altar, statue, etc., or by his believers, any object related to him, any person who says his holy name, can enter the range of the god's perception within an hour. This was the reason why Soren was in pain. It was also the reason why many people wouldn't easily call the god's holy name. Soren was like a primitive computer. Without enough external programs, divinity, he was directly connected to the huge network of the interstellar era. Then in a flash, the crazy amount of information almost drove him crazy. As a person who had just come into contact with the super network, Soren didn't even understand how to cut off the network, and his will was greatly challenged. And at this time, the psionic warlock appeared. She directly pulled out Soren's network cable, and then cut off all the faith connections. Soren temporarily broke away from the gods' Faith Network. He was not in contact with the domain above the 9th layer of the Weave, which gave him a chance to breathe, and his spirit was gradually recovering. Without the connection of faith, the will of the god of rogues and half-elves rapidly weakened, and was wiped out by Soren in the blink of an eye. Then everything happened in Autumnfall. All the statues of the god of rogues and half-elves lost their power, and some even cracked and collapsed directly. He was dead. Soren completely took over his clergy, but he did not take over his believers for the time being. The reason was simple. The holy name. The believers were still chanting the holy name of the original god of half-elves and rogues. Now what Soren needed to do was to respond to their prayers and respond to their calls with a new holy name. A holy name that only belonged to himself. The statues had become mortal, but the temple that served the god of rogues and half-elves still retained divine power. If a believer was smart, he would notice this. Because if even the clergy disappeared, then there should be no power in the temple. Oh, what's wrong with me? Am I too tired? Did I suddenly fall asleep? The noble girl shook her head and got up from the carriage. She looked up in front of her and saw a man and a woman sitting in front of her. Her expression seemed to be a little surprised, and then she seemed to gradually remember something. She wondered, did I sleep for a long time? Why do I seem to have forgotten something? Yes, you slept for a while. The masked woman smiled and nodded. The noble girl rubbed her forehead and muttered, really? It seems that I really fell asleep. She glanced at the two people in front of her. Everything was not much different from what she remembered. It seemed that nothing had happened. The only difference was that the man's eyes seemed to be much brighter. She glanced at him and had an inexplicable illusion of wanting to worship him. The girl shook her head and put this strange feeling aside. When she looked down at the carriage, she could not help but tremble. Copper furnace. On the copper furnace that Sir Eden brought in, there were 5 clear fingerprints on it. P.S. To write today's chapter, it took a long time to sort out the information, so it's a little late, sorry. There's another chapter today. Chapter 457. A day passed quickly. When they arrived at the Howling Wind Canyon, the masked woman finally left with the young man. When the two of them left the group, the noble girl immediately lifted the blanket impatiently and saw that the hard floor of the carriage had long been marked with finger marks. She compared the finger marks on the carriage, then took out a dagger from her waist and directly stabbed the dark floor. This was ebony wood from the north. She used all her strength to stab it, but the depth was not as deep as the finger marks. The girl picked up the copper stove, looked at the clear finger marks on it, and murmured, "What kind of monster is that man? Is he a barbarian?" The departure of the two people did not cause any waves. It was as if it was natural for them to come here, and it was natural for them to leave. No one doubted it, and no one was puzzled. Only the noble girl in front of him was curious about something, but she did not have too many unusual emotions. She was not afraid, just curious. Patter. Heavy footsteps sounded, and Sir Eden's voice came from outside the carriage, saying in a deep voice, "My master, we're almost at Verdun. I heard that a noblewoman recently came from the Frost Kingdom. She is very active in the noble circle in the south. She is a descendant of Queen Isabella like you. This lady has amazing financial resources. If you want to inherit the title, you need more allies. Maybe you should take the time to meet her." The girl put down the copper stove in her hand, tidied up her dress and slowly said, "Okay, I understand." Shipwreck Bay. The business of the White Shark Tavern was as hot as ever. Even though the watered wine here was criticized, many people came here not to drink. This was one of the largest dens in Shipwreck Bay. As for what kind of business they were doing, you could tell by looking at a group of ferocious guys sitting here. This was the secret stronghold of the pirates. Bang! The door of the tavern was violently pushed open, and the wind and rain outside suddenly blew in. The ferocious pirates sitting near the door immediately frowned, their gazes unfriendly as they sized up the two people who came in. There was a young man wearing a large cloak and a tall woman with a veil covering her face. After sizing up the man, the pirates shifted their gazes to the masked woman. Her large cloak couldn't conceal her tall and slender figure. The curves of her ample bosom and perky buttocks could still be seen. Thus, someone couldn't help but let out a frivolous whistle. The two of them ignored the pirates. The young man went straight to the bar counter. He slightly frowned as he looked around. Then he said in a deep voice, "Tell OLC Dog to come see me." OLC Dog? The fierce-looking bar owner was wiping his wine glasses when he heard this. He was stunned for a moment before he realized that this was his leader's nickname. However, not many people dared to call him that anymore. Who was this young man in front of him? He actually dared to call his leader OLC Dog. Everyone in Shipwreck Bay addressed him as Lord Dog. Was he not afraid of being skinned alive? The bar owner looked at Soren from head to toe. Soren looked very young, like an adventurer who had just come out of the woods. Thus, the bar owner's expression suddenly became somewhat unfriendly. Noticing his expression, a few of his thugs quietly surrounded him. "Looks like there's a show to watch." The pirates in the bar suddenly had a look of schadenfreude on their faces. Humph. Soren couldn't help but frown. He noticed that the woman behind him let out a playful chuckle. Immediately, his expression became somewhat unsightly. He turned around and glanced at the thugs beside him. In a flash, his gaze was as sharp as a knife. Then he saw a group of thugs retreating with pale faces. One of them was so scared that he even sat on the ground. "Tell Dog to come see me." Soren couldn't help but increase his tone. An invisible pressure instantly enveloped the entire bar. Everyone who was gloating couldn't help but feel as if their throats were being strangled. They abruptly found it difficult to breathe. Clatter! The cup in the bar owner's hand fell to the ground. His face instantly became extremely pale without a trace of blood. He seemed to have thought of something. His whole body trembled as he said, "Yes. Yes. Your Excellency. I'll go now." There was a dead silence in the bar. The bar owner panicked and sent someone to inform the team leader. He trembled as he came in front of Soren. His whole body was covered in cold sweat as he tried to explain something. "Arrange a quiet room." Soren wasn't interested in haggling with this kind of small fry. He glanced around and slowly said, "I want a fast ship tomorrow. Immediately get someone to prepare it. Gather the other team leaders nearby. I have something to arrange." Soren's figure went up to the attic. After he completely left, the other people in the bar seemed to have regained their ability to breathe. One by one, they gasped for breath. Among them, those who spoke unkind words at the beginning had a deathly pale face. "Your Excellency." They seemed to know who that young man was. Then they were almost scared to death. In the room, Soren didn't pay attention to the frightened pirates. He waved his hand and signaled them to get out. Soren directly spread out a large map, and then pointed at a few places on it. The masked woman looked very interested, but she was very quiet. She just looked quietly and didn't say anything. "How much strength do you have left?" Soren frowned as he looked at the map and casually asked. The masked woman thought for a moment and then said, "I'm barely in the realm of legends. The Queen of Spiders' arcane field is very strong. It directly affects my soul." Soren nodded gently and said in a deep voice, "Can you use a large-scale telepathy suggestion?" The masked woman chuckled and nodded, "No problem." Hurried footsteps could be heard. When they reached the door, the person outside stopped and calmed down a little before cautiously knocking on the door. Soren looked up and said, "Come in." Dog came in. Behind him were 3 pirate leaders that Soren was familiar with. Now they were all well-dressed, and Dog was even fatter. It seemed that these people were living very comfortably in Shipwreck Bay. Soren glanced at them, and Dog's forehead immediately broke out in cold sweat. At this time, Soren was not interested in beating them. He just reached out and pointed at the map and said, "Immediately send someone to inquire about the news near Autumnfall. No matter what means you use, I need to know any recent news related to the half-elves immediately." Dog wiped the cold sweat off his forehead and nodded heavily. "Rest assured, Your Excellency. I'll arrange people to do it right away. The news will be sent back soon." Soren slightly nodded, then looked at the others and said in a deep voice, "Gather the pirate leaders in the nearby waters and send the news back to the outer islands. 3 months later, I want to hold a military parade in Port Mordor." "Military parade?" Dog and the others showed a trace of doubt on their faces. Then they reacted with a shocked and excited expression and immediately nodded. "Rest assured, Your Excellency. I'll send someone to inform the other pirate leaders now." A military parade. This kind of show of force, it seems that only the mainland kingdoms would do this, right? Is Your Excellency planning to? At the thought of this, Dog and the others in front of him couldn't help but look excited because Sir Soren finally decided to take this step. Tap, tap, tap. Soren's finger gently tapped on the map. He pondered for a moment and continued. "Let Casa dock the Dragonhead warship at Port Tylon and pass the news to Arendelle. Let the giants lead the pirate fleet back. Since the Princess Royal has returned, the Vrykul pirates are not a problem. Just leave a Chamber of Commerce guard there. Also call back the fleet on the west coast. Let Scarface pay attention to the movements of the southern islands. Send the 3rd and 5th fleets to the Eastern Sea route. Soren's finger traced the location of Whiterun, then along the river until it reached the estuary of the Southeast Sea. He said in a deep voice, "Send someone to inform the Eastern pirates. We may need to pass through their territory after a while." Orders were issued one after another. Although it was not clear what Soren's plan was, the pirate leaders below felt that His Excellency was about to make a big move, gathering the power of the 3 seas. What is Your Excellency planning to do? Chapter 458. Port Tylon, Sea Temple. The figure of the Naga Siren priest slowly emerged from the blue sea. No one knew if she had encountered any good things during this period of time, but the divine brilliance in her eyes was becoming more and more obvious. Although the goddess of ocean was a cruel and evil god, she was also a very generous god, because there were only a few worthy existences in the entire ocean god system. This was also the reason why the goddess of ocean had always been at a disadvantage in the battle with the Lord of Storm. No matter how strong the main god was, it was impossible for him to do everything by himself, especially the matter of the material plane. If the main god of a divine system personally went into action, then the impact of the matter would become serious. Soren is back? The Naga Siren priest sneered and said slowly, "This guy really doesn't get up early without benefits. Send someone to tell him that the Dragon Bone warship is almost completed. Let him do what he promised me. That bitch priest Kim. She wants to compete with us for everything just because she has money in her hands. It's time to let her suffer for once." The temple guard in the dark took the order. The Naga Siren priest gently raised her hand, and a blue water ball appeared in front of her. The ball made of seawater was like a crystal ball. She looked at it silently for a while, and a cruel smile appeared at the corner of her mouth. "It won't be long before it's time to deal with you traitors." The figure of the Naga Siren priest walked towards the secret room of the temple and said slowly, "Do you really think that a fallen trash is qualified to compete with the sea goddess?" Soren's figure set foot on the land of Port Tylon. There was already a group of pirate leaders waiting for his return near the port. Soren just glanced at them and said, "Organize all the recent things and show them to me. Send someone to ask the Sea Temple if the things I want are ready. Let someone mobilize the materials of Snake Island. Ship 1/3 of the materials to Raging Sand Island within a week. I'll need them later." Soren had a lot to deal with. As the pirate king who controlled the vast sea, he had thousands of pirates under his command. In the end, not only pirates, but also merchants, sailors, and guards became his subordinates. The psionic warlock seemed to be a little surprised by Soren's power. Although Soren mentioned his identity on the way, he did not say that the force he controlled was comparable to a kingdom. What she saw along the way was that no matter what Soren needed, there would be abundant manpower and material resources immediately. As long as she was not an idiot, she could feel the terrible mobilization power contained in it. To be able to mobilize an armed fleet so casually, even the king would not have such an easy time. Soren was busy with his own affairs, while the psionic warlock was observing the world. She was not familiar with the material plane. She spent most of her life in the astral plane. Her darkest and most painful period wasn't on the surface, but in the mind flayer's nest in the dark zone. Since then, she had returned to the material plane's plane. Soren only stayed in Port Tylon for a day, and then he returned to the outer islands. Port Mordor. Soren's return was not a big deal. In fact, many people did not know that he had returned. At this time, Port Mordor had been 2 or 3 times larger than before, and many wharves and warehouses had been built nearby. There were many caravans coming and going. Some went to the Amazon rainforest and used this place as a transit point. There were also those who were not afraid of death, and were ready to trade with the indigenous people. It was said that some time ago, a large tribe of indigenous people fought with the Amazons. It was said that even the Storm Lord was involved, but there was still no winner. The indigenous people and the Amazons had been fighting for thousands of years. Unless the temple intervened directly, it was estimated that they would fight for another 1,000 years. Moreover, in Soren's memory, there was a powerful god behind the indigenous people, although he rarely set foot in this world. Father of the dinosaurs, Utau, a very ancient god. He was once known as the master of the rainforest and the old rival of the storm lord, but later he seemed to be silent. The specific reason was unknown. There were written records that he seemed to have created a god, a monster that adventurers jokingly called Godzilla. This god had not appeared for a long time. Only his faith was still spreading in the more remote and barren areas of the outer islands. Occasionally, one could see Droll who believed in him. The Temple of Wealth moved quickly. Port Mordor was about to build a prototype of a port city, and the largest share of it was undoubtedly the Temple of Wealth. The faith of the Lady of Wealth was widely spread among merchants, sailors, and guards. Relatively speaking, only pirates could accept the faith of the sea goddess. After all, the sea goddess was more frightening, and merchants were obviously more willing to accept the teachings of the Lady of Wealth. Soren didn't care about the competition in this place, because he himself had little interest in these two areas. Soren knew what pirates were like. In his plan, pirates themselves were a knife. Moreover, he did not want to be controlled by others. If he included pirates in his own opportunities, he would be restricted by the sea goddess. This was not worth it at all. On the way to the city of Mordor, Soren played with a ring in his hand, which was engraved with the emblem of a vampire bat. This ring was called the Ancestral Ring. It was a very good artifact. Unfortunately, he could not bring it up. The reason was very simple. This artifact ring had racial restrictions. It could only be used by vampires. Even if Soren wore it with the help of the omnipotent hands, he would be cursed by the ring. Bloodthirst. Soren did not want to inexplicably want to suck human blood, so he could only put it aside first. Item type: Ancestral Ring +1 item grade. Grade 1 artifact. Item description: this is a ring containing divine power. It was given some kind of power by the god of vampires. Anyone who wears it can gain supreme power among vampires, and at the same time, greatly improve their own strength. This ring has the power to control other vampires. It can directly control some vampires who are weaker than oneself. There is a special curse on this ring. Any non-vampire life will be affected by wearing it. Requirements: racial restriction. Vampire. Equipment effect 1. All test immunity +2. Equipment effect 2. Ancestral True Blood. Increases the rank of vampires. The bloodline worn will gradually purify over time and eventually reach the level of the vampire ancestor, but this process may take thousands of years. This effect is not effective on ancient vampires. Equipment effect 3. Dominate humans. This ring has powerful magic. It can cast the spell of Dominate humans once a day. Equipment effect 4. Dominate vampires. This ring has powerful tempering. It can cast the spell of Dominate vampires once a day. Equipment effect 5. Dominate vampires. This ring is given some kind of power by the god of vampires. The person who wears this ring can command vampires. This was the artifact ring left by the son of vampire. To some extent, it should be a very useless thing. Its actual combat effect was probably not as good as the +5 Lich ring, but it also had some special abilities. For example, Ancestral True Blood, and Dominate Vampires. This should be similar to the power of the vampire priesthood, but it was added to the ring. Maybe it was because the ring was injected with divine power. The city of Mordor had appeared in front of them. Soren turned around and looked at the psionic warlock behind him, and said slowly, "Is greater restoration and remove curse really useless? There are priests of the Lady of Wealth, and the sea goddess here. Maybe it can be of some use." The psionic warlock glanced at the city in front of her and shook her head gently. "It's useless. Mortals can't interfere with the realm of the gods. Unless you can get one of the two goddesses to remove the curse for me, the power of mortals is useless." The Quetzalcoatlus roared. A shadow flew across the sky, and the Quetzalcoatlus, which had grown 2 or 3 times larger, appeared. It constantly hovered above Soren's head and roared excitedly. Because the Master of Mordor is back. P.S. Begging for next month's votes. Chapter 459. The Quetzalcoatlus hovered above Soren's head, but it did not fall. The movement here had alarmed other people in the city of Mordor. Some people seem to have realized the return of Soren. It seems that Vivian has trained it well. A smile appeared on Soren's mouth, and then there was a little worry on his face, and he murmured, Vivian didn't come. It seems that she should be the same as the previous few times, right? He didn't know why. In the divine power obtained from killing the demigod vampire, Soren did not perceive the will of the Dread Lord, nor the will of the demigod vampire. The former may be that the demigod vampire erased the influence of the Dread Lord after he became a god, and the latter may be that the demigod vampire was not completely dead, or he had not completely disappeared. The existence of gods was different from mortals. Becoming a god meant gambling one's soul. After the death of mortals, the soul would go to other worlds to be reincarnated, but after the death of gods, the soul would completely dissipate. Under normal circumstances, Soren should have directly absorbed the soul power of the demigod vampire, but a part of it was taken away by the Helpheimer at the last moment. Helpheimer's Requiem. This strange legendary poet and the devil in the Bator Inferno were unclear. He probably knew more about the soul than Soren. However, now was not the time to think about so many things. Soren planned to go and see how Vivian was doing. The city of Mordor was already in front of him. Soren looked at the further expansion of the planned city in front of him, turned to the psionic warlock behind him and said, "What do you think of this place?" The psionic warlock chuckled and said slowly, "My master. You remind me of a person. A legendary figure from a long time ago. He was also a legendary pirate. But his legend has been buried by history." Soren showed a look of interest on his face and said, "Dai. Who is it? Tell me. Maybe I've heard of it." Dai. The psionic warlock rarely mentioned her name. She looked at the port of Mordor in the distance and slowly said, "Bodine. He's a legendary pirate who appeared in history. He's very similar to Master, but he's still a pirate, while Master has gradually stepped into the eternal kingdom of the gods. He built Baldur's Gate, a place that has long since disappeared in the annals of history. There should be no more legends about him in this world. Even though his name may have been more widely known than the gods, he was eventually buried by history. This place reminds me of Baldur's Gate. Motto. Although the city of Mordor has many similarities with it, one difference is that this place will stand for a long time because of its owner. Bodien? Soren had never heard of this name before. Time was merciless. Other than the gods, even the legendary figures would gradually be erased from history. As the psionic warlock said, there were no legends about Bodien in this world. However, Soren had heard of the name of Baldur's Gate. It seemed to be a very ancient city. Its name had some connection with the god of massacre, but it was too long ago to know. Soren looked at her and asked, "Where did you know this?" The psionic warlock looked up at the sky and slowly said, "The astral plane. The travelers of the astral plane have been observing the changes of this world. Maybe thousands of years have changed the world, but for the residents of the astral plane, it's just a small team in the long river of history. The travelers of the astral plane will record the history of many planes, and the time span may be thousands of years. Travelers of the astral plane." Soren smiled and did not continue to ask, because Gloria's figure had appeared at the city gate. "You're finally back." Gloria was wearing a black wizard's robe. She wore a pair of black lace gloves on her fair fingers, and a large, dreamy diamond ring inlaid on her finger. Her long silver hair shone brightly under the sun, and even the loose wizard's robe could not hide her exquisite and perfect curves. A hint of joy appeared on her face when she saw Soren, but when she saw the veil behind Soren's back, and her intuition told her that she was a beautiful psionic warlock, Gloria's expression suddenly changed slightly. Then, as if nothing had happened, she gracefully walked up to Soren and naturally reached out to hold Soren's arm. It was unknown whether she did it on purpose or not, but she gently pinched his arm and said elegantly, "Is this our guest?" "Us. Our guest." The strange jealousy and special tone made Soren smile, and the psionic warlock in front of him could not help but let out a frivolous laugh. Then, she gently came in front of Gloria and looked at her beautiful face. Her figure slowly knelt down on one knee, but her knee didn't touch the ground. It was just a kneeling posture. The psionic warlock took Gloria's right hand. Gloria was at a loss. The psionic warlock kissed her fingertips and said in a slightly magnetic voice, "My beautiful mistress. My master's follower, Butterfly, a psionic warlock from the astral plane. It's nice to meet you. Perhaps I can serve you." It was unknown whether it was intentional or not, but when the psionic warlock got up, her full breasts were exposed in front of Gloria, which made her feel a little overwhelmed. "My lord," the psionic warlock's voice sounded in Soren's mind. She said with a frivolous tone, "My mistress is really beautiful. And really cute." Soren's mouth twitched. He took Gloria, who was holding his arm, and left, and replied directly with telepathy, "Don't mess around." A frivolous laugh sounded in his mind. The psionic warlock replied with a smile, "This way, the mistress won't have any jealousy, right? My master? It seems that our secret is not suitable to be told too many people now." A group of people entered the city of Mordor. A few months later, the city of Mordor had changed a lot from what Soren remembered. The roads were much wider than before, and the drainage ditches on both sides had been completed. A sculpture was erected in the central square. It was Soren's heroic figure. Most of the neat brick houses had been completed. The construction of the garrison's camp and school grounds had been completed. The city gate had been rebuilt and expanded once. The reclaimed land outside was now a green wheat field. Perhaps it was not as prosperous as the port of Mordor, but the port of Mordor's prosperity had a sense of hustle and bustle, while this city had a sense of heaviness. This was what Soren needed. The prosperity of the port was just fireworks in the air. This was his real foundation. Council Hall. Soren asked someone to arrange a room for the psionic warlock, and then walked toward Vivian's room. There were no accidents. The little girl once again entered the same state as before. She fell into a deep sleep. Lulu. Following Soren was the fallen witch. When she saw Soren, her eyes lit up. She seemed to have found something that even Gloria did not. She had been looking at Soren with a meaningful look, but she did not speak. She just followed behind quietly. Occasionally, she would inadvertently look at her daughter with some kind of slightly guilty or other emotions. Sitting in front of Vivian's door was a little cat girl. She did not know how long she had not slept. Her beautiful big eyes had become dark circles. She looked like she wanted to doze off, but she forced herself to stay awake. When she heard Soren's voice, she instantly jumped up and said in a daze, "Meow. Lulu is here. Lulu has been guarding Master. Lulu is not lazy." Soren leaned over and touched her little head, and said with a little heartache, "Lulu, be good. Go and rest first. We are here." The little cat girl shook her head gently and said timidly, "No. Vivian has been sleeping for a long time. Lulu is a little worried. Lulu will guard her until she wakes up. Meow. P.S. Today's first update. There are 2 more. Chapter 460. The room was very quiet. Vivian was lying peacefully on the soft velvet bed. Her small hands were folded in front of her chest, like a sleeping princess in a fairy tale. When he saw Vivian's peaceful sleeping posture, Soren's eyes suddenly softened. In the end, even his whole aura became gentle. The other people in the room were all sensitive. Gloria looked at Soren, who was sitting by the bed and stroking Vivian's silky long hair. Her eyes suddenly became a little complicated. She couldn't tell what kind of emotion she had. Even if they were so close, in Soren's heart, the most important thing was probably Vivian in front of him. The fallen witch reached out and held her daughter's palm, but didn't speak. Gloria turned and looked at her mother. Her expression gradually calmed down. She shook her head faintly, as if to tell her that she didn't care. It was always easy for women to desire more, but she never thought of competing with a little girl. Maybe she was just sighing. How long has she been sleeping? Soren stood up. His face had become a lot more dignified. He reached out and pressed his hand on Vivian's white forehead. He closed his eyes and sensed something. He whispered, "Did her divine power go berserk this time?" Gloria didn't understand what Soren had discovered, but she still said softly, "It's been 7 days. This time there was no abnormality. She has been sleeping quietly. There was no sign of her divine power going berserk." Soren frowned and whispered, Is that so? As if she had also discovered something, a faint magic light appeared in Fallen Witch's eyes. Then she couldn't help but take a step forward and murmured, "The demonic aura on her is getting more and more obvious." Fallen Witch. As a witch who made a deal with the succubus witch, Mechanut, she was no longer a pure human, so she could feel more than Gloria. As a demigod and the son of slaughter, Sauron himself was inextricably linked to the abyss demons. Therefore, after Sauron discovered something, she paid a little attention and discovered the abnormality. The demonic aura on Vivien's body was more obvious. Even if there was no sign of her divine power going berserk this time, it didn't mean that it was a good thing. Soren was silent. His divine perception seemed to have made him aware of something, so his expression was dignified and a trace of worry appeared on his face. The Fallen Witch came to Vivien's side. She wanted to reach out and touch Vivien's forehead. After she got Soren's permission, the Fallen Witch leaned over and put her forehead on Vivien's forehead, and then her whole body. She couldn't help but tremble. Ding ding ding. The Fallen Witch took 3 steps back with a pale face. When she saw that everyone's eyes were on her, she murmured in a low voice, "The bottomless abyss." The stronger Vivien's power is, the closer she is to the bottomless abyss. The thing that Soren was most worried about finally happened. The stronger the divine power of fear that Vivien inherited, the stronger the attraction of the bottomless abyss. The transfer of the power of the demigod vampire greatly strengthened her, as the host of the resurrection of the Dread Lord. If the situation continued to deteriorate, Vivien might be directly summoned to the bottomless abyss. Some of the most powerful of the infamous Sons of Slaughter were directly summoned to the bottomless abyss. Vivien's power was bringing her closer to the bottomless abyss. This kind of proximity didn't create a substantial spatial distance, so Gloria couldn't feel it at all. But Soren, as a son of slaughter and a demigod, could feel it. The Fallen Witch, who also traded with the succubus queen, could also feel it, because they all had the aura of the abyss. Soren fell into deep thought. He reached out and stroked Vivien's soft long hair, turned to look at the others and slowly said, "Let's go out first. I'll think of a way to deal with this." The bottomless abyss. This was a very scary place for mortals. But for Soren, this was just one of the most dangerous places he had ever been to. The change in Vivien made him realize this. Although he had solved the demigod vampire and eliminated the biggest problem in the material plane, he also concentrated a large amount of the divine power of fear on Vivien. This meant that the time he finally faced the Dread Lord had been brought forward. The task of the Sons of Fear was to kill each other. The demigod vampire replaced the Witch of Fear, Lillian, who was supposed to awaken in Amber City. He slaughtered a large number of Sons of Fear. Although there might be some survivors, the divine power of fear gathered was quite large. Reinhardt's ascension as a vampire was equivalent to changing the original resurrection progress. However, when he was killed by Soren as an important threat, the resurrection progress of the Dread Lord was corrected again. The divine power returned to Vivien's body as the real host. Soren didn't know how much time he had left, but he had a very strong hunch that his schedule to go to the bottomless abyss had been greatly advanced. The only variable at present was the time he was going to the bottomless abyss was before or after the Avatar Crisis was launched. If it was before the Avatar Crisis, then the difficulty of fighting the Dread Lord would increase exponentially. But if it was after the Avatar Crisis was launched, then Soren's chances of defeating him would be at least 60%. Vivien's power couldn't be stronger anymore. As a child, all her power was rootless duckweed. This was also what the Dreadlord wanted, because it was precisely this way that he could easily take back these powers. Otherwise, how could he take away the power that the Son of Fear had obtained? "You guys go out first." Soren sat by the bed and looked at the sleeping Vivien gently. He turned to look at the others and whispered, "I want to stay here alone with her for a while." Gloria and Fallen Witch looked at each other and turned to leave the room. Soren sat at the foot of the bed and looked at Vivien's little face. He reached out and stroked the little girl's cheek, then leaned over and kissed her forehead, murmuring, "Don't worry. Big Brother will always stand by your side. No matter what difficulties there are, I will face them with you." The corner of the little girl's mouth revealed a faint smile. He didn't know if she could hear Soren's words, but she should have perceived the existence of Soren. Time ticked by. Soren sat by the bed and looked at the little girl in front of him quietly. From time to time, he reached out and stroked her silky long hair. His eyes gradually returned to calmness. When he got up and left the room, Soren's eyes returned to the cold and ruthless look of the past. He took one last look at the sleeping Vivian, and a strong murderous intent reappeared in his body. He whispered, "The Dread Lord. No matter who it is, anyone who threatens Vivian will die." 3 days passed quickly. Soren's return was finally known to the others. The priests of the Temple of Wealth and the Sea Church came to visit him. He also met the agent of the Church of Agriculture. Soren himself didn't expect that the fertilizer in his plan would attract the priests of the goddess of agriculture. But since there was such an opportunity, of course, he had to make good use of it. He wasn't sure how much he could change the future now, but if he could change it a little, maybe there would be a miracle in the world. Soren had a lot of things to deal with. There were some new discoveries in the Shadow Plane, but it was still a bit difficult to break through the defense line of the Wizard Tower. Soren was worried about being attacked by the Mana Crystal Pulse Cannon. He had to cut off the power of the Wizard Tower to safely enter it. The information from the vicinity of Autumnfall had been sent over. The half-elves were not having a good time recently. At the same time, they were attacked by creatures such as orcs, gnolls, and ogres. For the half-elves' current plight, the other races nearby were indifferent. Because in this turbulent period, many gods fell into a deep sleep one after another. They didn't want to waste their power in other places. Soren took the information and thought for a long time. In the end, he temporarily put it aside and prepared to talk about it in a few days. The strength of the half-elves would not be exhausted so quickly. He was a person of lawful evil. He knew very well that it was better to provide help in times of need. He was waiting for the opportunity to obtain the greatest benefits. Perhaps this was the advantage of being evil. Chapter 461. Port Tylon, Sea Temple. The figure of the Naga Siren priest sat at the back of the temple. For some reason, she wore a gorgeous priest robe today. Her whole person seemed to be preparing for something important, and her expression was quite serious. However, when she finished listening to the report of some twisted sea creature in front of her, her face gradually turned ugly. She frowned and looked at the blue sea in front of her. She murmured, "What is Soren going to do? Mobilizing a fleet at this time? Did he make any big moves recently? Is he going to retaliate against the Principality of Rossard? Or is there a bigger plan?" Damn it! The Naga Siren priest knocked on the ground with her scepter and said, "How many navies did he mobilize?" Army. She did not know when she called Soren's subordinates from pirates to navies. The twisted shadow was hidden in the sea below the sea temple. Its specific appearance could not be seen, but it could be felt that it was some kind of mutated sea creature. Its breath was very strong. It looked like a hybrid of some sea creature and sea monster. It had the strength beyond a high-grade profession, but was not yet in the realm of legends. This creature had appeared in the sea temple more than once. Its whole body was hidden in the sea, and it said in a low Naga language. Hundreds of warships were mobilized near Port Tylon. The dragon-headed warship was also docked near Port Tylon. Snake Island mobilized about 50 medium-sized warships. Recently, a batch of materials was transported out from here. The number of fleets in Shipwreck Bay is huge. If we don't count the small clippers, there are about 300 warships. If we count the small pirate ships, I'm afraid there are more than 600 of them. There are more warships coming back. Arendelle of the Frost Kingdom, the patrol fleet of the southern island countries, and the surrendered pirates on the west coast. These are just some of them. Soren has controlled and annexed many chambers of commerce during this period of time. There are also many merchant ships and guard warships that he can secretly mobilize. A conservative estimate is that he can mobilize thousands of medium-sized ships. The Naga Siren priest took a deep breath. She fell into silence. After a long time she murmured, "Has he become so powerful? This guy. How can his strength grow so fast?" The distorted figure in the sea also fell silent. After a moment he said, "Your Excellency High Priest." Ever since the rise of Soren, he had never failed. This gives him an unimaginable appeal among the pirates, not to mention that his methods are quite brilliant. Now, from the south coast all the way to Arendelle, any chamber of commerce that wants to travel safely on the sea has to look at his face. Pirates used to earn their income from plundering, but now many pirates have taken on the responsibility of guarding frigates. Although this is based on exploiting the other chambers of commerce. Don't you think this is like the taxes in the kingdom? Soren divided the seas into his own territories, and then used the pirates to control these seas. Finally, he used his powerful force to force others to pay taxes. Before he was strong enough, Soren's actions were supposed to be extorting protection money, but when he was strong enough, everything became a legitimate tax. He provided protection for the Chamber of Commerce, and then collected taxes to support the pirates. This was the embryonic form of an army. The Naga Siren priest's face became more and more dignified. She murmured, "If this continues, his influence will only grow." The shadow in the sea also fell silent and said slowly, "Your Excellency High Priest, I'm afraid that Soren is no longer someone we can control. Since the annexation of other pirates on the south coast, his strength has been growing rapidly. Arendelle's naval battle allowed him to successfully defeat the kingdom's regular army. His fleet has expanded rapidly, and many pirate groups that were watching have turned to his subordinates. And he attacked the southern island countries under the command of the Pirate King, and won the final victory. After that battle, Soren almost won over all the pirates on the south coast. Even many caravans from Shipwreck Bay to Port Tylon have turned to him. If he hadn't mobilized his fleet this time, I'm afraid we wouldn't have known how strong he was." The Naga Siren priest could not help but sigh. Yes, if it wasn't for the scale of Soren's fleet this time, many people would still be in the dark and not know how powerful his armed forces were. Pirates, Chamber of Commerce guards. The pirates under Soren's control were only the power on the surface. As he used violence or annexation or forced other chambers of commerce to submit, the guards under the control of the Chamber of Commerce also fell into his hands. Sea trade was not land trade. More than half of the people on a merchant ship could be counted as combat power. The sailors had received combat training, and the guards of the Chamber of Commerce had many elites. Although Soren had divided a part of the benefits, the slave trade, ocean trade, and the eastern route were almost all in his own hands. Snake Island, Port Tylon, Shipwreck Bay, Raging Sand Island, West Coast, Arendelle, the southern island countries. Motto. Since defeating and annexing the Pirate King Ashrod, Soren's armed forces had been expanding rapidly. Otherwise, it would have been impossible to support Arendelle's expedition and the war against the southern island countries. "Bring me the map." The Naga Siren priest suddenly stood up and said to the temple guard outside, "Bring me the sea map." Heavy footsteps sounded. The guard of the sea temple quickly brought a map. The Naga Siren priest quickly spread it out in front of her, then frowned and observed carefully. She stretched out her finger and pointed at the city of Modo in the outer islands, then drew a line directly connecting to Port Tylon. Then there were 3 lines connecting Snake Island, Raging Sand Island, and Shipwreck Bay. Then the Naga Siren priest's face turned pale. Her finger connected from Raging Sand Island to the eastern route, and then from Shipwreck Bay to the west coast Arendelle, the southern island countries. The First Fleet. The Third Fleet. The Fifth Fleet. The Dragon warship is in Port Tylon. The pirate leaders under Soren, Giant, Scarface, and Knight are in Shipwreck Bay. Here, there are still his hidden forces in the City of Wealth. Raging Sand Island. The Pirate King Ashrod's fleet. This is the sea of the Principality of Rossard. The pirate's 6th fleet is here. Soren, this guy. He has arranged such a strong naval force here. Now even the fleets near Arendelle and the southern island countries have been mobilized back. Damn it. What the hell does this bastard want? The Naga Siren priest hammered the wall heavily and turned to stare at the map in front of her. She felt Soren's plan. It was definitely a big move, but she could not figure out what Soren wanted. Such an armed force. Even if it was a landing battle, it would be enough to attack a land kingdom, right? Thousands of brave and ferocious pirate army. A huge fleet that could directly block all the coastlines of any kingdom. His relationship with the Northern Witch Council was ambiguous, and now he had Arendelle in the Frost Kingdom. When the Naga Siren priest spread out the map and once again examined the power possessed by Soren, her heart could not help but have a trace of fear, a trace of trembling, and a trace of indescribable shock. As Soren's opponent and ally, the Naga Siren priest knew very well how weak Soren was at the beginning. He was completely under her control, but now that man had become a terrible existence that she needed to look up to. She witnessed all this with her own eyes, but as a competitor. Tick. The wet seawater slid down, and a sticky tentacle stretched out from the seawater. Then, it gently pointed at 2 places on the map, and said in a deep voice, "Your Excellency High Priest. Sauron's pet is here, and the ghost warship, Dead Man's Voice, is hidden here." Gotcha. The Naga Siren priest was shocked. P.S. Today's second update. The volume of The War of the Gods is finished here. Tomorrow, I will start writing the next volume of The War of the Gods. If you have a monthly vote, please vote for it. Rewards can also encourage Futa's creative enthusiasm. Well, reach out for the monthly vote. Chapter 462. It was a quiet day. Soren sat in the hall and looked at the information sent in front of him. The situation in the continent was getting more and more chaotic, and the war in the southern countries showed signs of spreading further. The oppression and exploitation of the nobles for a long time had accumulated enough hatred. As long as someone wanted to stir things up a little, it would explode like fireworks. As for who was secretly stirring things up, even with Soren's intelligence-gathering ability, he could not be sure. However, he could roughly guess that there were demons active, as well as some believers of evil gods. It was ironic. Many gods' churches were on the side of the nobles to maintain order. Even the churches of good gods seemed to have to lend a helping hand to the corrupted nobles. Because once the order was destroyed, there would be greater chaos. Autumnfall should be able to hold on for a while. Soren put down the scroll in his hand, tapped his index finger gently on the table, and murmured, "The half-elves' foundation is still there. Even if they lose their priests and gods, there are still Droll and the wizards. The elves refuse their help, and the human kingdom seems to be in pain because of the ancient red dragon in Whiterun. It is said that there are gnolls from the abyss. I don't know if they can hold on until the time I need." Yeenagu the Gnoll King. Has this guy's claws reached the material plane? Is he planning to collect the Flail of Time? Ha! This guy is looking for trouble. Soren's mouth showed a mocking smile. He picked up a pen and quickly drew a huge and ferocious gnoll figure. It was holding a huge 3-headed flail, and wearing fine gold armor. Yeenagu, the Gnoll King, was one of the lords of the abyss that Soren was familiar with. The reason why he was familiar with him was that he had many gnolls and ghouls under his command. To some extent, he was the final boss for adventurers who entered the abyss. The other lords of the abyss were difficult to deal with, but he had many minions under his command. After all, the gnolls and ghouls were not difficult to deal with. Even with the difficulty of the abyss, it was still within the acceptable range of others. Soren stayed in the 422nd layer of the abyss for a while. Maybe we should send some people to stand by first. Soren glanced at the portrait in front of him, as if he remembered something. Then he threw the paper aside and murmured, "Yeenagu's men are not strong, but they are still very scary in the material plane. It seems that we have to prepare some backup plans." Patter. Soren stood up and walked outside. In the blink of an eye, half a month had passed. During this time, Soren had set up many things, and at the same time, he had also been collecting information. There were not many things worth mentioning. The first was that someone had seen traces of the goddess of cat and dance. This minor divine power, goddess seemed to have fallen to the mortal world. Soren had once met her believer. She was the pitiful goddess who was almost ruined by the Lady of the Night. She had once fallen to the most evil and taboo realm, and her alignment had shifted to chaotic evil. Second, it seemed that the god of travel and exploration had also come down. This was a minor divine power, god, but his traces were still uncertain. Third, it was the Lady of the Silver Moon that Soren was quite concerned about. Her believers had been moving frequently recently, and the information collected had repeatedly collected the movements of the Lady of the Silver Moon. Soren was not worried about the others, but the Lady of the Silver Moon made him a little worried, because it was this lady who had killed the Witch of Fear, Lillian. The city of Mordor was always in order, and everyone was busy doing their own things. Soren got up and walked to the port of Mordor. He had recently made some breakthroughs in some special abilities, and he still needed to explore them by himself. Demigod. Some people thought that demigod was the advancement of legendary, but in fact demigod was another kind of life form, a fusion of mortals and laws. Legendary was already the limit of mortals. If the gods were deprived of all their realms, then they would only be powerful legends. A profession level 20 was legendary, and a profession level 40 was also legendary, but the difference in strength was relatively large, and there was no difference in the nature of life form. But demigod was different. Demigod was another kind of life form, and also the starting point of another path. From the beginning of becoming a demigod, Soren was like a mortal who had just advanced into a profession, embarking on another long and more difficult path. Soren awakened a new ability. In other words, he had already accumulated this ability, and it was only when he became a demigod that it automatically awakened. Domain Pirate. When Soren first got the information about this domain, he was actually a little surprised. But soon he calmed down because this information appeared one after another, and the premise directly allowed him to master the first domain ability, Pirate. Soren always thought that his first domain ability would be Shadow Domain. Domain. This was the most basic part of the gods and the foundation of all clergy. Although the demigod vampire's clergy was vampire, the domains he touched included hunting, fear, child of the night, and so on. This was the domain, the embryonic form of all clergy, and the first extension of the power of the gods. Legendary was the starting point of the gods, so legendary rogues were likely to master Shadow Domain. This was actually the foundation of becoming a god, but this foundation was basically sealed because there was a Shadow Lord above it. As long as this god did not fall, there was basically no way to improve Shadow Domain. It could only be transformed into a legendary skill that could shuttle between the shadow plane and the material plane, strengthen one's own shadow ability, and add more life-saving skills. Pirate Domain. A domain that Soren himself was a little strange, and he was not even sure how useful it was. This did not seem to be a fighting domain, nor a domain of a profession, because pirates were just an industry, and there were all kinds of professions in it. Gods had many domains to extend their reach. A powerful and ancient god would even have as many as dozens of domain extensions, making it convenient for him to directly seize the clergy of other gods at the right time. The most typical example was the Queen of Spiders, Lolth. Without the power of a domain, it was difficult to fit a new clergy. Just like Soren could not integrate the power of the vampire clergy at all, because he was not a vampire. Similarly, if he did not have half-elf blood, Soren would not have been able to get the information of the half-elf clergy. The racial clergy actually had quite a lot of restrictions. However, except for the racial clergy, it was much easier to integrate other clergy. Many gods relied on the power of the domain as a springboard to touch other clergy abilities. Pirate Domain. A domain that Soren did not know whether it was useful or not, because he did not intend to become a god with the pirate clergy. This clergy was completely controlled by the sea goddess. The sea was her domain, and pirates without the sea were simply a joke. And the potential of the pirate clergy was smaller than the racial clergy. Soren could not expect to develop pirates on a large scale, right? Who would produce? Who would create? Who would work? The pirate industry had no potential. Although Soren borrowed the power of pirates, he never thought of using it as his core clergy. However, the understanding of the pirate domain still gave Soren a lot of improvement, because when he mastered the first domain power, he finally became a real demigod. This was the starting point of the saint form. It was also the first extension of his ability after he stepped into the divine realm, and at the same time, it gave him the opportunity to master other abilities. For example, the one that appeared now. The data in Soren's mind had some unexpected changes, but there was no doubt that its existence was closer to the ability of a god's template. or it had begun to integrate with the power of the divinity. Now, Soren had a new direction to choose from. Language proficiency demigod domain. Automatic and constant language proficiency effect, can understand any language, and can communicate with any intelligent creatures. Consume 30,000 slaughter EXP, or 3 divine power points to master. Language proficiency demigod domain. Automatic and constant language proficiency effect, can read and understand any language, and can use any language to communicate, write and record with other creatures. Consume 30,000 slaughter EXP, or 3 divine power points to master. Interplanar communication, demigod domain. Can cross space and planes to communicate with specific creatures, including summoning, praying, and worshipping one of your creatures. Gods use this ability to connect with their followers, and demigods can also rely on this creature to develop their own followers. This ability can directly cross most of the planes. Consume 100,000 slaughter EXP, or 10 divine power points to master. Interplanar teleportation, demigod domain. Demigods have the ability to cross planes. This is a power that is integrated with the law of the universe. Even a warrior with no arcane ability can use interplanar teleportation. Consume 100,000 slaughter EXP, or 10 divine power points to master. Note, this ability is a prerequisite for the divine realm, such as plane teleportation, plane travel, and plane travel. These were the advanced abilities that Soren had awakened because of the demigod domain, but mastering these abilities required slaughter EXP and divine power points. The slaughter EXP was still acceptable, but Soren did not have any divine power points at all. He had not even become a god yet? Where would he get the divine power points to master these abilities? Finally, there was another ability that was even more insane, but it was not brought by the domain, but by the divine spark. Form change divine spark ability. Gods can freely change their own form, or the form of others. The effect is equivalent to greater polymorph. In theory, gods can transform into any creature they have seen and understood, and at the same time obtain some of these creatures' abilities. Or they can change a creature into the form they want, such as a frog, a rabbit, or a chicken. The casting level of this ability is determined by the power of the god. Consume 100,000 slaughter EXP, or 100 divine power points to master. What the hell was this? When Soren saw this ability, the first thing that popped into his mind was 72 transformations. Chapter 463. Pirate Domain. Soren stood on the lighthouse and looked at the prosperous port in front of him. He could not help but fall into deep thought. Navigation required guidance. The lighthouse was an important facility in a port. This 210-meter-high lighthouse was completed with the help of the Witch Council. Ordinary construction techniques were very troublesome. Only the witches could easily build such a tall building. Because of the existence of this lighthouse, the nearby routes became much safer. Even from a distance, one could see the guiding light in the darkness. The whistling sea breeze came out. Soren stood here, and could easily overlook the entire port. He looked at the Sea Temple and the Temple of Wealth, which were built on the left and right sides respectively, and murmured, "Pirate Domain." Piracy as an industry belongs to the plunder domain. But the real plunder domain should be full of aggression and full of other kinds. For example, the king of gnolls, Yinagu, is the god of the plunder domain. The gnolls' nature is not to produce, so they rely on plundering others to survive. Pirates are also a group of people who don't produce. Without the rules I set, they can only rely on plundering other caravans to survive. The limitations are still too big. Pirates are essentially no different from mountain bandits, and so on. It's just that because they are active in the sea, the number of pirates is much higher than other plundering industries. The potential is too small. It's almost impossible to rely on the pirate domain to touch the plunder domain. It seems that it can only exist as an extension of the domain ability. Soren's hair fluttered in the wind. After sorting out his thoughts, he also had a clearer plan for the future. Pirate domain. You have an unprecedented reputation among pirates. This domain ability can give you an extra bonus in anything related to pirates. You will easily gain the admiration, worship, and following of other pirates. When you defeat a group of pirates, you can more easily make them surrender. In battle, you can activate the pirate domain. Any pirate within the domain will gain a bonus in courage. The effect is equivalent to the level 6 spell Greater Bravery. This ability is a domain ability and has domain precedence. Note: Divinity of Fear and Legend level strengthen part of the effect of the pirate domain. This was the ability of the pirate domain. Every domain had a special ability. The shadow domain allowed one to travel through the shadow plane at will. Greater Bravery level 6 spell. This is an enhanced version of bravery. It can greatly boost the courage of others. After using Greater Bravery, the target will temporarily gain +4 morale and be immune to all fear effects. In addition, the target will temporarily gain extra HP equal to your casting level. The maximum HP you can gain is 20 points. Courage. It could make people stronger. Some people who were supposed to be dead had managed to accomplish some great feats because of the belief in their hearts. This was similar to the temporary HP bonus effect of Greater Bravery. There were many such examples in the real world. Many people who were seriously injured and should have died, but because of their faith and courage, they fought for time with the Grim Reaper. The power of faith was so powerful. Soren's pirate territory was strengthened by the Divinity of Fear and Legend level. The specific effect was uncertain, but the immunity to fear was most likely a bonus effect of the Divinity of Fear. The bonus of Legend level should be reflected in the morale bonus. Soren was a level 10 wizard. Within the pirate domain, all the pirates under his command would gain an additional 10 HP, which was close to the HP of a profession. Obviously, the ability of this domain was not to increase one's combat power. Soren came down from the lighthouse and looked at the few pirates who had just been dragged out of the tavern and taken away by the security patrol because of drunkenness. He could not help but murmur, "Why do I always feel that I might be on the path of piracy until the end?" The pirates were too big a part of his forces. Soren felt that he needed to develop some other forces, or train the pirates into a real army. His thoughts were clear, and his thoughts were clear. Soren did not hesitate to choose language proficiency, character proficiency, and interplanar communication to strengthen his demigod abilities. Teleportation could be done from the wizard level. Interplanar travel was a daily routine for high-grade wizards, and Soren's wizard level was about to reach that threshold. As for the form change ability, it was impossible to think about it in a short period of time. Soren did not have any divine power at the moment. He relied on slaughter EXP, which consumed a lot of energy, so he could only choose the most important one. Language proficiency and character proficiency played an important role in any plane. Soren could not always rely on telepathy, and telepathy consumed a lot of spirit. Then there was interplanar communication, which was the most important ability. Whether Soren could take the initiative to control the communication with the half-elves depended on this demigod ability. In theory, Soren was now in the transition period from demigod to false god, and he already had the ability to develop communication between believers. Now, what Soren needed was to wait for a true believer to contact him, and then use the interplanar communication ability to tell him his true name. Soren. Perhaps he could not give divine spells, but as long as he could communicate, it would be a start. Autumnfall. The war made this beautiful city full of holes. The city was crowded with refugees from all over the world. The crazy attack of the half-orcs and gnolls affected many places. Many residents of towns and villages were forced to flee to Autumnfall because only the city could provide them with shelter at this time. Those simple fences could not stop the gnolls at all. Even the towering walls of Autumnfall were seriously damaged in the siege. Among the enemies, there were traces of the gnolls from the abyss. The primitive and violent giant catapults of the half-orcs were powerful. They were supported by the lords of the abyss. Some of the siege weapons were obviously more powerful than expected. This was not a trick that the half-orcs could play. The temple of the god of half-elves and rogues. Even though this god had completely fallen, and even the statue had lost its glory and collapsed, his priests did not all leave because of this. because they had lost their faith, life still needed to go on. The attack of the half-orcs and gnolls increased the pressure on the city's defense. Although the priests could not use divine spells, the combat skills they had trained in the past were still there. They were not weak spellcasters. They were wearing full-body armor and wielding warhammers and casting spells. The priests also began to participate in the battle, fighting in the front line like a warrior. They were priests with faith. They would not fall so easily. The faith of the god was lost, but the faith of protecting the city and protecting the old and the weak was still there. Loud shouts came from the temple. A large number of refugees gathered in the temple, but most of them were the old and the weak. All the adult men had been recruited as militia. This temple, which used to be sacred and glorious, had now become a refugee shelter. There were children crying everywhere. Mothers comforted their children while crying. They had more or less lost their loved ones in the war. They were short of food. The half-orcs launched an attack before the crops were ripe. A young and beautiful mother had no milk to feed her child because of hunger. Listening to the sound of her child crying, she could not help but burst into tears. Even though she had squeezed her gradually dry milk, she still could not squeeze out even a drop of milk to satisfy the hungry and crying child in her arms. She had not eaten for several days. There was a trace of sympathy in the eyes of others, but they could not do anything because they could only share the clear rice porridge. The crying of the child made the young mother's heart ache. She trembled with her hands, and took out a dagger from her waist. A cold light emerged. The young mother stared at the child in her arms and cut her finger with the dagger. Bright red blood flowed out. She placed her finger into the baby's mouth. Hunger made the young child desperately suck on her finger. The mother gently used her other hand to wipe away the blood at the corner of the baby's mouth. A smile finally appeared on her pale and beautiful face. Chapter 464. Her father was dead. In order to cover their retreat, her father decided to personally lead the militia to stay behind. More than 100 people stayed behind, and less than 10 people finally broke through and returned. Her father died in a glorious battle. A militia who broke out of the encirclement told Milan that even though her father was seriously injured, he did not retreat half a step. Countless jack-o'-lanterns had died at his hands. Yes, even without his magic, her father was still so powerful. But he still died in the end. Milan's heart was full of sadness, but she did not cry, even if she was just a little girl who had just become sensible. She knew very well that the moment her father decided to stay, he already had the awareness to face death in his heart. Otherwise, he would not have entrusted her to Uncle Bam, and let him take her to Autumnfall to ask for help from the bishop who had guided her father's path. Her hometown had been turned into ruins. Milan knew very well how much effort his father had put into that place. He had built the town single-handedly. It had taken him 20 years to grow from a small village to a prosperous town. But now everything had been destroyed by the war, and her father finally chose to fight to the last moment to protect it. Their home was destroyed. They became homeless refugees. Even if Autumnfall took them in, they could only temporarily settle in the abandoned temple. This temple, which had served the god that his father had believed in all his life, was abandoned in such a short period of time. There were no priests praying, and no believers serving. People seemed to have quickly forgotten the existence of this god, and had to face a more difficult fate. The situation in Autumnfall was not good. Although Milan did not understand many things, she knew that there was not much food in the city. In order to satisfy the soldiers in the battle, the old, the weak, women and children had been eating porridge for 3 days. Milan still had some food. It was given by the former bishop. He came here at noon yesterday and looked at Milan kneeling in the prayer room of the temple. The senior priest who had served the god of half-elves and rogues for half of his life sighed. He told Milan that the god had fallen, and no matter how she prayed, it was useless. The old man looked at the statue that had lost its brilliance with his eyes full of vicissitudes. After leaving some food, he turned and left. Although he was unable to use divine spells, his combat skills were still far superior to many soldiers. The tragedy of the siege had forced the priests to wear armor and participate in the battle. Hunger made Milan feel weak all over. This morning, she had secretly given what little food she had left to a young mother who was nursing a baby. She saw with her own eyes that the mother used a dagger to cut open her finger, and then used her blood to feed her child. This scene was very shocking. It reminded Milan of her mother who had passed away a long time ago, so she secretly gave her the last bit of food she had. The prayer room was very quiet. Milan felt that her legs were numb. She didn't know why she was kneeling here. Perhaps she was experiencing her father's feelings at that time. The town was besieged by jack-o'-lanterns. His father had also knelt in the prayer room for an entire day and night, praying for a response from the gods, hoping that he could regain the divine power to save his home. The bishop told her that God had fallen. Milan knew this because all the statues had lost their brilliance. She was a very talented little girl who had inherited her father's innate perception. If none of this had happened, perhaps it wouldn't have been long before she would have become a trainee priest, and then slowly inherit her father's position, and become a bishop in charge of a temple. But that would probably take many years. Because she was a little playful, her father always spoiled her and rarely forced her to pray with him. Milan was very sad. As a young girl, she was now surrounded by loneliness and fear. Uncle Pam was called to participate in the battle. When she saw him the day before yesterday, his arm was injured. She didn't know if he was alive or dead today. No one comforted her. At this time, no one had the energy to care about a little girl. Everyone in the temple had fear in their eyes. They didn't know what would happen tomorrow, and they didn't know what would happen in the future. Milan felt very powerless. She was just a very ordinary little girl. In the face of such a war, she couldn't do anything at all. So she could only pray to God for help. The bishop told her that the god of half-elves and rogues had completely fallen. As a god, he had died and could no longer hear the prayers of his believers. But the little girl didn't give up. She was not a priest of the god of half-elves and rogues. She was just a little girl with the talent of a priest, but hadn't officially decided to believe. Therefore, she decided to pray to all the gods. No matter who it was, as long as they could save them, she was willing to give her faith, life, and soul to this god. She would fight to protect his glory for the rest of her life, and never change her mind until death. Her faith was so strong. So much so that even after 3 days of not receiving any response, she still continued to persevere. She prayed for the help of the gods, prayed for the great gods to help these poor people. She was willing to give her all for him, become his most loyal servant and follower, and fight to spread his glory all her life. Unfortunately, there was still no response. In this period of the coming of the Avatar crisis, no god would pay attention to such an inconspicuous little girl. Their energy was all used to deal with the unknown future. Moreover, in the absence of any holy emblems, statues, or altars, the gods had to pay their own divine power to listen to her call. And in this temple that was almost abandoned, all her prayers and calls could only be transmitted to one place. That was the existence of the half-elves and rogues clergy. Tiredness, hunger, sadness. Milan didn't know why she was still persisting. What was she still persisting in? She just knelt on the ground numbly. Her petite body knelt down humbly, constantly praying to all the gods who might respond to her prayers, praying for even a glimmer of hope. Patter. A drop of crystal tears fell down her delicate and tender face. The little girl who had been strong and didn't cry after hearing the news of her father's death finally couldn't help but burst into tears. The prayer room was strangely quiet. She could even hear the sound of her tears falling on the ground. But just when she was almost desperate, a powerful will suddenly appeared in her mind. Then, some kind of great power directly transcended space, causing a sacred name to echo in her mind. Instantly, her entire mind couldn't help but tremble. Soren. Chapter 465. Finally, there was a god who answered her prayers. At this moment, Milan cried tears of joy. She was so excited that her whole body trembled. She prostrated herself on the ground and used her most humble soul to welcome the great will that had descended upon her. My lord Soren, your most humble servant begs for your help. I beg you to save my clansmen. I am willing to sacrifice everything for you. As long as my great lord is willing to save us, your name will become sacred in my heart. My faith, my life, my soul. I will always fight to protect your glory. I will pick up the sword for you. I will hold the shield for you. Your enemy is my enemy. Your will is my faith. I am willing to dedicate my entire life to you. I will fight to spread your great glory. I will spread your faith in the mortal world. No difficulties will change my loyalty to you. I will overcome all obstacles for you and remain faithful to you until the day I die. When death comes, my soul will return to your kingdom and follow your footsteps forever. Her trembling voice echoed in the prayer room. Milan's expression gradually changed from excitement to calmness, and finally into a kind of unparalleled determination. She was swearing with her soul. Her pure soul was accompanied by a terrifying explosion of energy that directly interfered with the surrounding space, causing the surrounding air to seemingly stop. Bits and pieces of holy light appeared. Milan's petite body was enveloped by a huge force. At this moment, she had directly completed the process of advancement and became a true priestess. However, this was only the beginning. An even more powerful force was imprinted on her body. That was the power of divinity. The great existence that had answered her prayers had directly transcended time and space, and granted her the power of a god. Because what she had just made was the legendary Holy Spirit Oath. This little girl not only gave her faith to the God that had answered her prayers, but also used her pure soul to touch the rules of the God. She directly completed the Holy Spirit Oath, with her mortal body to follow the God forever. From now on, no matter what kind of predicament she encountered, even if she died for some reason, the death god who controlled the river Styx had no right to take away her soul, because she belonged to Sorin. Her soul had been branded by Sauron with divinity. This was the supreme law of the gods, because not a single god would give up on their own Holy Spirit. Even the evilest demon god would understand that the Holy Spirit was their most precious asset. Only the most devout Holy Spirits would do that. Only the gods could directly cross space and time to bestow the power of divinity to them, because they would become the most steadfast followers of the gods, the absolute foundation of any divine kingdom. The radiance of divinity gradually dissipated. Milan's figure slowly stood up. There seemed to be some kind of sacred radiance in her eyes as she watched everything in front of her. She was now the incarnation of a deity. As a Holy Spirit apostle who had dedicated everything, including her life and soul, to God, her eyes were God's eyes. She could be used as a tool for God's incarnation to descend at any time. Milan stared at everything in front of her. She slowly walked out of the temple. In front of her were many refugees who had gathered. They were all old, weak, women and children. At this moment, they couldn't help but look at the little girl who walked out of the temple barefoot. There was a loud rumbling sound in the distance, and the sound of fighting could be heard. They couldn't help but show a look of horror. Milan silently watched everything. Her eyes were so bright that anyone who looked into her eyes couldn't help but lower their head. The snow-white dress danced in the wind. The little girl walked slowly towards the city wall barefoot. Her steps were so light that she was almost walking on the ground. Even the slightest bit of filth would not stain her white feet. Holy! At this moment, the little girl was like a holy angel who came to the battlefield in the midst of the war. The outer islands. Sorin's figure directly floated in mid-air. Around him was a distorted space as if it was a connection of some kind, connecting his soul to the little girl. The sound of a sincere prayer echoed in his mind. This crisp and tender voice was like rolling thunder that exploded in Sorin's mind. In an instant, countless electric currents and numbers jumped. In the end, the power of the divine spark was completely activated. Sorin's brain was like a powerful biological computer that crossed time and space in an instant and locked onto the little girl who was thousands of miles away. Her will, her heart, her soul. Sorin felt a little shocked. He was a person who was difficult to be touched. He was ruthless and decisive. Countless people had died in his hands. He stepped on blood and bones to get to where he was today. He was Sorin, the master of Moto, the master of the three seas, the supreme king of the pirates, the god of the half-elves. At this moment, he was moved by the little girl's soul. The moment the Holy Spirit oath was completed, he didn't hesitate to choose to give her divinity. This was the first true believer since he got his divine position. the first Holy Spirit that followed him, and turned her into his chosen. Soren's slaughter EXP quickly disappeared. Without any divine power, he didn't hesitate to use slaughter EXP to give her power. At the same time, he gave 2 divinity to his Holy Spirit in the mortal world. She would become Soren's Holy Spirit apostle, God's chosen, God's incarnation, God's representative in the mortal world. However, this was only the beginning. Because Soren accepted her faith, he must fulfill his promise. Because they had reached an oath. Soren was a person who would never break an oath. So at this moment, he burned slaughter EXP to replace his divine power. He used demigod's will to forcibly descend on the little girl's body. At this moment, Soren's will descended on his first Holy Spirit apostle and watched everything in front of him with her body. The flames of war were burning. There were shouts everywhere. Soren saw a large number of wounded and corpses. The orcs attacked this once beautiful city crazily. From time to time, black-furred gnolls climbed up. These were not ordinary gnolls. They had a very obvious demonic aura. These were the followers of the Gnoll King Yeenagu. They were evil creatures blessed with the power of the abyss. Countless half-elves were fighting on the front line. From time to time, spellcasters could be seen in the rear. However, their numbers were too few to stop the crazy enemies. No matter where it was, spellcasters were always so rare. Soren watched all of this. At this moment, he crossed space and descended on the battlefield in front of him with the body of a little girl. P.S. Today's update. The mood brewing is complete. Chapter 466. Boom. A dull loud noise echoed on the battlefield. With the bleak sound of the horn, the orcs swarmed up like a tide, and the entire city wall had become a bloody killing field. The primitive and wild advance attacked the ancient city wall again and again. The figures of the gnolls from the abyss shuttled through the army of orcs. They jumped nimbly at high speed, looking for the opportunity to cut in and kill. These agile enemies brought huge casualties to the half-elves because they could climb the city wall more than 10 meters high with their bare hands. Milan! A hoarse roar was heard, and then a middle-aged man covered in blood and flesh rushed over with a heavy hammer in one hand. He swung the war hammer and smashed down a half-orc who had climbed up the city wall. Then he rushed over and roared. "Are you crazy? What are you doing here? Go down quickly. Go take care of those women and children. This is not a place you should be." Bang! Another strong half-orc climbed up. The middle-aged man picked up an iron shield and slammed into it. In an instant, the half-orc was sent flying 4 or 5 meters away. Then, with a plop, the half-orc fell to the ground from the city wall. He was dead. Go. The middle-aged man looked at the little girl in front of him. The crazy battle for days made his eyes bloodshot. His high-strung spirit and will did not notice the abnormal situation of the little girl at this moment. He stretched out his hand to grab the little girl in front of him, and then directly walked down the city wall with her. The situation on the battlefield was getting more and more difficult. At this time, there was no spare energy to take care of a little girl. She would only cause trouble if she stayed here. Facing the middle-aged man who was walking in front of her, the little girl's beautiful face frowned slightly. She moved her feet, turned around lightly, and then passed by him. She didn't even touch her sleeves. Ha! The middle-aged man stood in place in astonishment. His hands were empty, and he didn't even touch the corner of the little girl's clothes. Her movements just now were so smooth, and it imperceptibly revealed amazing nimbleness and skill. Milan didn't look back. The middle-aged man behind her was just a priest who had lost his divine power. It was not worth her attention and wasting her precious time, because this time was exchanged with psionic energy. Roar! A wild roar sounded, and an armored orc warrior rushed up the wall. A beautiful white figure appeared in its sight. It was a beautiful little girl. She was wearing a pure white dress, like a holy lotus blooming on the bloody battlefield. This pure white color was so eye-catching on the bloody battlefield. In an instant, it stung the blood-red pupils of the half-orc warrior, so he roared without hesitation and swung his sword to slash at the half-orc warrior. Its insanity made it want to wither this pure lotus-like beauty and let scarlet blood flow in the snow-white world. Clang! Milan's figure fluttered like a butterfly. In an instant, she passed by a half-elf guard. The next moment, a long and narrow elven scimitar appeared in her palm. Her figure didn't stop at all. In an instant, she passed by the half-orc warrior in front of her. The cold light of the scimitar cut through the air, and then time froze at this moment. The half-orc warrior's figure stiffened in place. Plop! A clear sound of falling to the ground. A head fell to the ground, and the headless body of the half-orc warrior slowly fell down. Blood gushed out wildly, but not a single drop stuck to Milan's pure white dress. Her figure leaped on the city wall like a graceful butterfly. At this moment, the eyes of the entire battlefield were attracted by this white figure. Countless people who were in the midst of battle saw her. Courage. Her existence seemed to have awakened the courage of the soldiers, allowing them to erupt with strength even though they were extremely tired, and forcibly repelled the enemy's attack. Roar. Crazy roars came. The figures of the gnolls from the abyss flew up from the corner. These powerful monsters with blood-red pupils noticed the existence of the little girl. They rushed from all directions, like a black shadow sweeping past, and pounced on the little girl in front of them. They wanted to behead the only white light on the battlefield. Umph! Facing the gnolls from the abyss rushing from all directions, the little girl showed a mocking smile. Her snow-white toes gently hooked, and the second elven scimitar fell into her palm. Clang! The crisp sound of metal colliding. Milan's figure flew up in an instant, her whole body spinning at high speed. The two scimitars turned into a cold light all over the sky. Her snow-white dress made her look like a flying butterfly. In an instant, she rushed out from the shadows. Her figure swept through the air, and there were drops of blood sliding down from the blade. Behind her, there were sounds of falling bodies, and the bodies of the gnolls from the abyss fell directly from the air. Clang! The little girl landed gently. She frowned and looked at the elven scimitar in her hand, which was already a little curved, and threw it away. There were scattered weapons everywhere on the battlefield. She coldly glanced at the others and instantly found two scimitars again. Then, her figure turned into a white afterimage and swept through the air. Cold and merciless blade lights appeared. After that white figure, there were corpses of orcs and gnolls. All of them were killed with one strike. No enemy could last more than one strike from her. Even the gnolls from the abyss could not last even a second. The battlefield was dead silent. Milan's figure leaped on the city wall and killed hundreds of half-orcs and gnolls at once. The offensive of the half-orcs was instantly suppressed. With the bleak sound of the horn, the half-orcs who attacked frantically retreated like a tide. There was a burst of cheers. When all the enemies in front of them retreated from the city wall, the surviving half-orcs could not help but cheer. Dong! 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 The dull sound of war drums came from behind the half-orcs. This crazy drum beat seemed to have strangled all the half-orcs in an instant, making them stop cheering abruptly. They looked nervously at the back of the half-orc battle formation. Groups of half-orcs parted like a tide. Along with the gradually agitated and frantic sound of war drums, a huge monster that clearly had the bloodline of an earth dragon appeared. It had thick dragon horns, a huge body, strong limbs, and hard dragon skin. The old figure of the half-orc priest appeared. Eugene stood on the huge dragon beast, holding a white bone spear in his hand. He smeared the powder ground from the ashes of his clansmen on his face. His chest was covered with countless scars. His memory seemed to return to that winter. In that cold and snow-covered season, he also held a spear with his bare chest and faced the frost giant army that threatened the survival of the tribe. Roar! It let out a roar. His old body could not hide his power. Eugene looked at the battlefield in front of him and roared. For the tribe! For the Blade clan! For our descendants! Buzz! The white bone spear cut through the air. When Eugene pointed at the bloody city wall in front of him, countless half-orcs roared wildly. They clenched the simple weapons in their hands and hammered their chests. The fatigue accumulated from days of crazy attacks turned into a violent courage. Eugene! Blade! Eugene! Blade! Countless half-orcs shouted Eugene's name frantically, and rushed to the battlefield in front of them again with bloodshot eyes. Cold, hunger, death. This was a battle that would determine the fate of the half-orcs for the next hundreds of years. Since this land was taken away by the half-elves and the half-orcs were expelled to the cold barren land, the shadows of hunger and death had always shrouded them. But the half-orcs did not fall, nor did they fail, because they had Eugene, the greatest leader of the half-orcs in history. He led his clansmen to open up the northwest wilderness. He traveled around the continent alone just to find a way to make the Blade clan strong and strong. He united all the half-orcs with love and tolerance. He was cruel and ruthless to his enemies, but he treated his clansmen like his own children. His eyes were always filled with pity and sadness. He slaughtered the winter wolves in the cold ice and snow. He went into the death swamp alone to kill the black dragon. He beheaded the king of the Frost Giant army under the siege of the Frost Giant army. It supported the backbone of the Blade Teeth clan with its old back. He never married and had children in his life, nor did he have any spouse. The first thing an old half-orc shaman did after leading his clansmen to defeat the half-elves' army was not to celebrate the victory, but to kneel on the ground and kiss the black fertile land under his feet. He was Eugene Spear. He was the backbone of the half-orcs, the hope of the half-orcs, the real chief of the half-orcs. Chapter 467. The war was reignited. Accompanied by the wild sound of war drums, the orc army swarmed forward like a tide. 700 years. It had been 700 years. From the moment the city of Autumnfall was established, the orcs had completely lost this land. In their oldest songs, they also recorded how fertile the land they once had, this beautiful land with an agate river flowing through it. But now they could only struggle in the wilderness of the northwest. Although the rise of Eugene allowed the orcs to return to prosperity, they had defeated the ogres, repelled the lizardmen, and even defeated the dwarven army. They had once again occupied a good piece of land in the northwest wilderness. But Eugene was old after all. It was getting closer and closer to returning to the soul of the ancestors. As a shaman priest who maintained the faith of the ancestors, Eugene did not have as long a life as other spellcasters. Whether it was Eugene himself or the warriors of the clan, they had all realized this. A hero past his prime. They knew very well that after losing this great chief, the Blade clan would go back to division and decline, and eventually be trapped in that terrible wilderness again. Because they had no god's blessing, only the most savage land could accommodate them. So when the half-elves showed signs of decline, Eugene did not hesitate to lead the orc army to attack, and even reach some kind of agreement with Yeenagu, the king of the gnolls in the bottomless abyss. This was an opportunity. It was also the only chance for the orcs. They could only rely on Eugene's strong cohesion to unify the whole race and launch a full-scale war to recapture their land. All the warriors had already joined the war. In order to prepare for the war, the Blade clan had tightened their belts for many years. If they recaptured their land, they could go from one glory to another. And if they were defeated, they would have to face hundreds of years of difficult fate again. This was a war that determined the future of a race. Since it had already begun, they would not give up until the last moment. The future must be created by themselves. If it weren't for a group of pioneers who defeated the half-elves, the dwarves and the ogres, the current Autumnfall city would not have been built at all. The orcs were stupid. Many of them were not smart enough, but Eugene spent a lifetime teaching them this truth. They were the pioneers. They could use blood and death to forge the future of the orcs. Eugene would travel with them. This old orc shaman had been fighting on the front lines all this time. Until it fell. The courage of the orcs would never disappear. On the city wall, the white figure stopped. Milan frowned as she gazed at the half-orc army that had regrouped. She gazed at the huge draconic beast in the distance, and spotted a familiar old figure. Eugene. Ascendant Eugene. A level 27 war shaman, the spiritual leader of the orcs. The time of troubles was an unprecedented calamity. Not only was there a huge calamity, but there were also many unprecedented opportunities. Adventurers weren't the only ones who could ascend to godhood. There were also the natives of this world. Ascendant Eugene. Bone Spear, Eugene. Dragon Slayer Eugene. Gladiator, Eugene. Pathfinder Eugene. Erudite Eugene. Frost Giant King Terminator, Eugene. In Soren's memory, no one who could ascend to godhood as a native was a simple character. Eugene Whitebone Spear. This old orc who smeared the ashes of the dead warriors of the clan on his body as a totem was definitely one of the most difficult enemies Soren had ever seen. If it wasn't for its humble origin, it was just a child of the half-orc gladiator. It was branded as a slave when it was born. It didn't have any divine bloodline at all. Perhaps it had already entered the realm of the gods with its ability. However, even without any divine bloodline, Eugene eventually seized the opportunity of the Avatar crisis and successfully ascended to godhood. This was an opponent that couldn't be ignored. Soren didn't even see any hope of victory for the half-elves today, because as long as Eugene didn't fall, they had to face countless orcs who were ready to die. The ancient sacrificial drums sounded. The eyes of the orcs were red, and they roared into a state of madness. Eugene awakened the souls of their ancestors. Although the orcs didn't have their own gods, their countless sacrifices had produced another kind of power. The souls of the dead warriors did not return to the river Styx. They stayed somewhere in the gray wilderness, in the form of ancestral spirits, waiting for the moment when the god of the orcs was born. The power of shamanism was not weaker than any god's church. Dong dong dong. With the wild sounds of the war drums, the orcs were like a tide as they charged forward. In an instant, the orcs' defensive formation was on the verge of collapsing. These orcs who had fallen into a berserk state did not know pain or fatigue. Before they were exhausted and died, they would always attack frantically. Soren hadn't seen such a large-scale war for a long time. The last time he saw such a scene, it seemed to be on the battlefield of the Abyss Blood War. Countless demons and devils fought together, and the world seemed to be covered. This was a battle that determined the fate of the race. Autumnfall was the last line of defense for the half-elves. If this place fell, the half-elves could only start to go into exile again. Once they went into exile, it might be hundreds of years. Milan looked down at the battlefield in front of her. Tens of thousands of orcs were like a torrent of steel that could break through all the defenses in front of them at any time. In this case, the power of a person was quite small. Even a powerful legendary figure could be trapped in it. Only the power above the mortal could crush their morale and solve the crisis that was about to break through the city. In the name of Soren. A pure white figure flew up out of thin air. Her voice at this moment became a kind of sacred, directly echoing over the battlefield. Milan's eyes were shining with the brilliance of divinity. She looked at everything in front of her and slowly said, "Follow the ancient contract. In the name of God of the half-elves, Soren, summon ancient allies to help. In the name of God, I will give my allies enough in return." Milan's petite figure looked down at everyone in front of her like a deity. Her gaze passed through the space, and she pointed a white and slender finger to the sky. She slowly said, "Oath. Dragon Clan Covenant." Chapter 468. Buzz. The air trembled with Soren's voice, and in an instant, it was as if there was an invisible spiritual force spreading out and directly covering the whole battlefield. The attack of the orcs stopped abruptly, and a terrible pressure instantly made everyone on the battlefield stiff in place. Not only the orcs who attacked, but even the half-elves on the wall also felt that it was difficult to breathe. Draconic aura. A very powerful draconic aura. It was more powerful than any dragon that Soren had ever seen. Even if they hadn't arrived on the battlefield, the terrible draconic aura had already frightened everyone. The huge dragon that the orc chieftain Eugene rode directly knelt on the ground, and its huge body even trembled a little. It almost trampled the orc warriors next to it to death. Then a crack appeared in the sky, and a portal to another world was opened. Interplanar summoning. When Soren launched the Dragon Covenant in the name of God, he didn't summon the brass dragons of the material plane, but directly transmitted the summoning contract to all the brass dragons in the multiverse. The existence of the gods was above the mortals. When Soren completed the contract in the name of God, it contained quite a lot of power, and it might even attract some very ancient beings. Roar! The terrible draconic roar came from the sky, and in an instant, the whole battlefield was raging. The soldiers on the battlefield couldn't help but tremble, and there was a trace of real fear in their eyes. Advanced draconic aura. Soren's expression changed slightly, and Eugene's old face showed a trace of horror. The whistling wind came. A huge figure directly swooped down from the crack in the sky, but this was just the beginning. When the first huge bronze figure appeared, 2 more adult dragons appeared. Although they were much smaller than the first dragon that appeared, they were all adult brass dragons. The dragon wings rolled up the wind and sand in the sky, and the terrible pressure shrouded all the mortals. The leading brass dragon spread its wings like a huge shadow. It stared at Soren's incarnation with its eyes that were almost completely melted together like a metal ball. Then it turned its gaze to the orc in front of it. Flames jumped in its bloody mouth. Not only the leading brass dragon, but the other 2 brass dragons also had scorching breaths in their mouths. 3 terrifying dragon breaths fell from the sky, accompanied by surging heat waves. The flames directly swallowed the orc army in front of them. The 3 dragons flew over the orc army in an instant. The scorching dragon's breath cleared out a line of death in the army's phalanx like plowing the ground. Ancient brass dragon. Soren completed the dragon's covenant in the name of God, and summoned an ancient brass dragon that was above level 30. Baby dragon, young dragon, adult dragon, adult dragon, adult dragon, adult dragon, elder dragon, ancient dragon, ancient dragon, ancient dragon, and ancient dragon. The power of a giant dragon would become stronger with time. The dragons that could be seen in the material plane were basically adult dragons. When the strength of a giant dragon reached a certain level, many of them would leave the material plane and go to other worlds. Because it was very rare to see an ancient dragon in the mortal plane, there was only one ancient red dragon that was hiding near Whiterun in the entire material plane. This ancient red dragon just moved its nest, and it caused the collapse of Whiterun and the entire southern kingdom to be in chaos. One could imagine how terrifying the ancient dragon species, which was second only to the primordial dragon, was. Under the influence of the advanced draconic aura, even Soren's incarnation was greatly affected. As for the other mortals on the battlefield, some of them could not even hold their weapons tightly. The long lifespan had turned the scales of the ancient brass dragon into a rather dull copper color, but its defensive ability was far beyond that of other dragons. Such an existence rarely cared about the affairs of the mortal world, because they were terrifying existences close to the gods. The ancient dragon's breath almost burned everything. Even weapons made of steel were easily melted into molten iron. Beside it, 2 other adult brass dragons directly crushed the orc army with their dragon's breath. There was no resistance at all. The orcs could not even attack the giant dragons in the sky. The situation on the battlefield was reversed in an instant. Giant dragons. They were creatures that were above the mortal world. When they appeared on the battlefield, it was a terrible disaster in itself. No. Eugene's red pupils stared at the giant dragon in the sky. He watched countless orc warriors being burned to charcoal under the dragon's breath. He roared angrily, then he leaped up, clenched the white-boned spear in his hand, and threw it out. The whistling spear broke through the air. The power of the elements made it break through the air like a bolt of lightning. The full blow of the legendary war shaman made the air make a muffled sound like a sonic boom. Clang! In the face of the thrown white-boned spear, the ancient brass dragon slammed its tail on the white-boned spear with amazing skill and directly knocked it out. Incredible! Soren had never seen a giant dragon with such a dragon tail sweep skill. Perhaps only the ancient dragons who had lived for a long time could reach such a level. Woo woo woo. The bleak sound of a horn was heard. A burly gnoll appeared beside Eugene. It pulled the seemingly crazy orc chieftain and roared, "Retreat!" The enemy used the higher dragon covenant. "We will die if we stay here. Retreat quickly. These giant dragons won't stay for too long. As long as the army is still there, we can come back. Our Lord Yinagu will send more reinforcements. The warriors of the Blackthorn Knolls can't die for nothing." The giant dragon raged in the sky. The orc army had turned into a sea of fire. Many warriors had already collapsed without Eugene's order. This was an existence that they could not match. Even Sauron in his heyday might not be able to defeat an ancient dragon. Unless there was a saint incarnated by a god. Even if a legendary team came, the final result would likely be annihilation. because the challenge level of the ancient brass dragon was above 24. On the entire battlefield, even if all the orcs and elves were added together, they would not be able to form a team of adventurers with a profession level of 24 or above. They retreated. The orc army retreated. All the orc warriors fled for their lives. Their morale was instantly destroyed by the terrible dragon breath. Eugene's old figure stood in place. He looked at the charred bodies of countless warriors in front of him with sad eyes. Finally, he looked at the white figure on the wall with angry and hateful eyes. The ancient brass dragon was still hovering in the sky, but it did not continue to attack. He did not listen to anyone's orders at all. After completing the dragon covenant and defeating the orc army in front of him, his eyes had been fixed on the old orc. He felt danger. This was the only existence that could threaten him on the whole battlefield if he fell to the ground. The old orc in front of him had some kind of power, a very ancient power, which made him feel like some kind of primitive god, totem, or ancestral power. This kind of power could kill the ancient dragon. Eugene retreated in the end. Even if the opportunity to defeat the elves in one fell swoop was in front of him, he still failed in the end, because a little girl came out of nowhere and used the advanced dragon covenant. She had the breath of a god that was supposed to have fallen. Soren. This name that made him feel a little familiar inherited the divine title of a fallen god, and then appeared at the most critical moment and ruined all his plans. But he would not give up. Even if the opponent was a god, he would never give up. This was a war that determined the future of the orcs. He would never give up because of a defeat. When he regrouped, he would come back. Autumnfall must be conquered. Otherwise, all the sacrifices would be meaningless. The dragons looked at the defeated enemy. Finally, they turned their eyes to the white figure on the city wall. The ancient brass dragon seemed to frown because it felt that the power of the gods was dissipating. This was not the body of the gods, but a descending chosen. However, it was not angry, because no one dared to delay the payment of the dragon, even if it was a god. 3 huge figures flew over the city wall of Autumnfall, and many half-elf soldiers trembled involuntarily. The ancient brass dragon flew directly to the most magnificent building in Autumnfall, and then directly relied on its natural intuition to sense gold. The dragon swept and smashed the door of the city's warehouse. The 3 huge figures entered the warehouse. They simply ignored all the people present and looted the vault of Autumnfall in a storm-like manner, taking away all the gold and jewelry in it. The dragons were not stupid. Since this contract summoned them to relieve the siege, then the city naturally had the responsibility to pay them. The dragons did not need the consent of others to take their wages. The ancient brass dragon directly took away all the things it wanted. As if it was not satisfied, it turned its eyes to the super arcane crystal pulse cannon on the Tower of Autumnfall, which was now completely decorative. It liked this silver-white barrel very much. The dragon's keen intuition of wealth told it that a lot of mithril was injected in it. So it opened its mouth and broke the cannon, and then flew to the space crack in the sky with its reward. The god who summoned it seemed to be a bit interesting. The harvest of this trip was comparable to the accumulation of hundreds of years of accumulation. Finally, the figures of the 3 brass dragons left, and the treasury of Luya City became so empty that a horse could run on it. Since it was its reward, it would naturally take as much as it could. The brass dragons of the chaotic good camp did not care so much. Since they saved the city, it was natural for them to think that they could take as much as they wanted. Chapter 469. The dragons were very smart. Although they understood that no one dared to delay the dragon's payment, they also knew that it was more difficult to find a god than to move around in a city. Therefore, they did not hesitate to empty the vault of Autumnfall. Although the deity had told them the location of his true form before he ended his descent, the smart brass dragons realized that flying across half the continent to ask for a reward from a deity was far more efficient than emptying the city's treasury. They were chaotic and kind brass dragons. Saving a city was in line with their own code of conduct, so naturally, the rest was to do whatever they wanted. After all, a god was a god. Bargaining with a god, after all, there was still a little bit of a grudge in their hearts. The outer islands. Soren's figure stood in midair, and the light of divinity in his eyes gradually dissipated. His whole person seemed very tired. The price of a god's descent was not small. Otherwise, the other gods would not rarely appear in the mortal world. This was an act that directly consumed their accumulated divine power. Even the powerful gods had to slowly accumulate their divine power little by little, and this could take hundreds of thousands of years. The new gods were very weak. They did not have much divine power themselves, and some could not even give out divine spells. Many gods' power was slowly familiarized with the rules, and evolved using divine power. This process basically took more than 100 or 200 years. However, Soren did not have this concern. Relying on the data flow in his mind, he could directly use Slaughter EXP to replace the conversion of divine power points. Although the price was very heavy, it could save the other gods hundreds of years of time. However, using Slaughter EXP to replace it was not a solution at all. Soren did not have so much Slaughter EXP to consume. If he wanted to strengthen his own divine power, he still had to find a way to accumulate some divine power points. Therefore, priests and believers were particularly important. As long as he accumulated enough divine power points, he would soon be able to master the power of the law that other gods would need hundreds of years to master. This was like an ability point. Divine power points were more important than it. Patter. Soren slowly opened his eyes. He glanced at his remaining Slaughter EXP, and the corner of his mouth could not help but twitch slightly. The temporary arrival of his avatar had consumed a total of 300,000 Slaughter EXP. Fortunately, he could also absorb the soul energy of the enemies killed by his avatar. Otherwise, he would have lost a lot of Slaughter EXP. Now he had more or less kept half of it. God's spirit incarnation. Soren looked at his own data and murmured, unless it's to kill a stronger enemy, using a god's avatar will always be a losing proposition. If I kill a demon, I might be able to earn more than 100,000 Slaughter EXP with a single descent. I wonder if there will be a chance to make use of it in the future. Ordinary warriors gave too little Slaughter EXP. Most of the soul energy that Soren brought back came from the Abyss Knolls. They helped Soren gain at least 100,000 Slaughter EXP. As for the ordinary orc warriors, well, let's not talk about them. The data didn't change much. The most obvious change was that a new page had appeared on Soren's data page. Divine Power Value 1. Under Soren's Divinity Value and Shard of Divinity, there was a new Divine Power Value, which showed that he had 1 point of Divine Power. However, there was a difference from what Soren knew before. There was actually a limit to the increase of Divine Power. Divine Power Value, 1160. To upgrade to Minor Divine Power, 100 divine power values are required. Master the law of gods of form change. The limit of divine power stored in the Shard of Divinity was 160. Finally, he had divine power. At this moment, even Soren couldn't help but feel excited. He had been in the realm of gods for so long, but until now, he had only gained 1 point of divine power. But this was just the beginning. As long as he had divine power, he could bestow divine spells, and then develop his priest followers. Finally, he could gain more divine power. Soren believed that after he started, the speed of accumulating divine power would not be too slow. Come. Soren got up and walked outside. He said in a deep voice, "Order the fleet to go to Raging Sand Island. Order the other pirate leaders to prepare for action. Unified distribution of supplies to Raging Sand Island. Send someone to contact the person in charge of the Eastern Sea. I'm going to meet with them in 2 days." Orders were issued one by one. Since Soren had made a breakthrough in divine power, he naturally had to act immediately. Night fell. Soren sat in the meeting room and looked at the nautical chart in front of him. His eyes were always fixed on a certain position, as if he was thinking about a difficult decision. Tap, tap, tap. Rapid footsteps were heard. When Soren looked up, Gloria's figure also appeared in front of him. At this moment, Gloria's beautiful face showed a rare excitement. She took a black metal book and came to him. She said in a hurry, "Look what I found. It's near the maze we went to." Spellbook. A spellbook from the Arcane Empire. There's actually a spellbook hidden near the maze. Soren slowly looked up. He didn't seem to understand why Gloria was so excited. Although there were many powerful spells in the Arcane Empire, it was well known that the great arcanists didn't need to rely on spellbooks to memorize them. They were all geniuses who could memorize and cast spells without spellbooks. Therefore, many of the spellbooks left from the Arcane Empire were used by low-level spellcasters. For a legendary witch like her, there weren't many things that could be used. However, when Soren reached out and took the black metal spellbook in front of him, his face suddenly changed dramatically. He even looked quite excited, because the moment he touched the spellbook in front of him, a row of information prompts also appeared in front of his eyes. Grasped information about advanced profession. Obtained an item to trigger advanced profession. Intelligence is higher than 20 points. Knowledge is higher than 200 points. Spellcasting level is higher than 5. Obtained the ability Sage. Grasped the ability, language proficiency. You have the ability to decipher the language of the Arcane Empire. The basic requirements for advanced profession have been met. You have obtained information about advanced profession, Arcanist from Wizard. Chapter 470. In the study, Soren slowly flipped open the black metal spellbook in front of him. Along with the faint light of a spell restriction, Soren raised his hand and wiped away the restriction. The owner of this spellbook wasn't very powerful. It probably wasn't even a half-legendary. Soren used his demigod power to crush the restriction spell on the book. Arcanists were powerful, but not all of them could stand shoulder to shoulder with the gods. This kind of restriction spell that could only be used on mortals was useless against Soren. Crack. The black metal cover was flipped open, and the spellbook suddenly shook. When it came into contact with Soren's fingertips, it trembled and was finally suppressed on the table. It's alive. Soren was a little surprised. He closed his eyes and murmured, "It's really alive. But it doesn't have any consciousness. The power of life animate must have been exhausted. It has been a long time since new soul energy was injected." Arcanists had a lot of strange abilities. Their power was not only reflected in destruction. Wizards were respected not because of their destructive power, but because of their creative ability. The appearance of the floating city was the pinnacle of their creativity. Life Animate was a high-level spell that could turn something into a living construct. Soren wasn't interested in wasting Slaughter EXP on a spellbook, so he didn't plan to revive it. This kind of spell consumed a lot of soul energy. Unless there was a soul crystal from the bottomless abyss or the Bator Inferno, which was the kind Soren found in the White Dragon's lair, the consumption of Slaughter EXP could be as high as tens of thousands. Gloria took the soul crystal and injected it into the Thaling experiment, ET1. Currently, the Thaling experiment's soul energy was still insufficient. If it wasn't for the shadow plane, Gloria would have probably gone to the Bator Inferno. From both Soren and Gloria's point of view, the progress of the Thaling experiment was much more important than anything else. They were like biological computers with enormous computing power. Unraveling the secrets of the Shadow Plane Wizard Tower required ET1's scanning and computing abilities. The paper of the spellbook felt like human skin. It seemed that this spellbook had been strengthened to a certain level. The Arcane Empire was rich in resources, and the Arcanists might have enough soul crystals to spend. Soren glanced at the preface of the book and quickly turned the pages. Soren had never seen these characters before. In fact, when he first saw them, Soren didn't recognize them at all. However, he immediately recognized them. Not only could he recognize them, but he could also fully understand these arcane runes. This was because he had the language proficiency ability as a demigod. Soren could read and understand any language. This was the power of a god. Retentive memory. Encyclopedic knowledge. Erudite knowledge. It took Soren less than half an hour to finish reading and memorize the entire spellbook in front of him. There were at least a few 100,000 words written in it, and there were also many complicated patterns and symbols. However, Soren had memorized all of them. Ever since he obtained the divinity, Soren's memory ability seemed to have been further strengthened. Sometimes he only needed to take a glance to memorize something. So this is how spellcasting was done in the Arcane Empire? Soren frowned and closed the spellbook in front of him. He murmured, "It seems like they didn't leave the magic net to cast spells. Could it be that only a great arcanist can do this?" Humans were talented. There was a legendary advanced profession called Great Wizard. It could be upgraded to level 5 at most, and it was a very powerful advanced profession. There was also a legendary advanced profession called Great Arcanist. In the entire Arcane Empire, there weren't many people who could be called Great Arcanist. I have a wizard level of 10, so I have a basic spellcasting foundation. I should be able to level up successfully, right? Soren stood up and thought. He murmured to himself, "I've seen some powerful character templates in the Arcane Empire. It seems like they all started from Arcanist. If I start from Wizard, won't I have a lower starting point? I wonder if I can level up to the level of Great Arcanist." Back in the day, there was a standard path for powerful spellcasters to level up. Wizard, Candlehold Scholar, Great Wizard. What Soren was a little worried now was that the way Arcanists and Wizards cast spells was different. Arcanists were like spellcasters who combined the abilities of Wizards and Warlocks. He wasn't sure if the two professions could be compatible because many of the abilities of Wizards couldn't reach the standard of Arcanists. The goddess of magic had castrated many of the Wizard's abilities. There was no point in hesitating. In the end, he had to try it himself. Soren still had about 200,000 slaughter EXP, which was enough for him to level up as an Arcanist. Whether the two professions could be compatible or not, he would know after trying it out. Level up to Arcanist successful. Arcanist has leveled up to level 1. Received 28, INT 22 plus, INT 22 to 10, *0. 5 skill points, HP increased by 10 profession HP 4 plus, con 22 to 10, *0. 5. You have learned the Arcanist ability Arcana Memory. You have learned the Arcanist ability Arcana Rune. You have learned the Arcanist ability Arcana Counterspell. Your ability Counterspell has been replaced. Unknown Conflict. Some abilities of the advanced profession, Arcanist, have failed. Some effects of Arcana Memory have been automatically converted. Energy interference from the weave. Mana shackle has failed. Forceful removal of mana restriction has resulted in loss of spellcasting ability. Contact with the deeper structure of the weave. Connect to the weave in the Arcana circuit. Arcana Memory has automatically fused with Arcana Memory. Level up complete. Arcanist ability has been converted to a wizard's profession. Spellcasting ability has been restored. Pain. Soren's brain was in pain for a moment, as if he had touched a terrifying high-voltage electrical grid. That was the power of the weave. Compared to the massive weave system, Soren's ability was instantly crushed. Then he lost his spellcasting ability, and the weave system rejected his access. However, as the data in his brain was converted, the weave system reopened its doors to him. Soren felt his consciousness enter a deeper place within the weave. This place did not seem to be left behind by the goddess of magic, but more like a back door, opened by some powerful existence, using the loopholes in the weave itself. The inner weave. Sauron's eyes widened in shock. He suddenly found that he had actually entered the inner part of the weave. In the grid of the weave outside the weave system, there was an even more special inner weave space. Arcana Memory, Profession Ability. Arcanists have mastered a special technique that allows them to come into contact with the weave and understand the structure of the weave itself. When coming into contact with the inner weave, Arcanists can automatically recall spells that they have already cast, and there is no need for them to memorize spells again. An Arcanist will retain the original spell model of the spell, and as time passes, this model will automatically be reconstructed. After a certain period of time, Arcanists will once again recall spells that they have cast, even if they do not have time to rest or meditate. Level 0 spells will be recalled after 10 minutes, Level 1 spells will take 1 hour, Level 2 spells will take 2 hours, Level 3 spells will take 4 hours, Level 4 spells will take 6 hours, Level 5 spells will take 8 hours, Level 6 spells will take 12 hours, Level 7 spells will take 16 hours, Level 8 spells will take 20 hours, Level 9 spells will take 24 hours, and Legendary spells will take 7 days. Note: Arcana Memory is not compatible with the wizard's profession level. Back in the day, Arcanists were level 1, and could only recall level 0 and level 1 spells. Arcana Memory will increase with the level of the Arcanist. He still had no mana. As long as the weave did not collapse, the chaotic energy would not interfere with spellcasting. As an Arcanist, Soren still needed spell slots to complete the process of casting spells. However, he seemed to have understood some of the secrets of the Arcane Empire. Although he did not release his mana, Soren had the ability to recall spells. He could automatically recall spells that he had cast without meditation. The only pity was that Arcanists were not compatible with wizards. As a level 1 Arcanist, Soren could only automatically recall a level 0 spell that he had used every 10 minutes, and a level 1 spell that he had used every 1 hour. But even so, Soren could deeply feel the power of Arcanists. Spells could be automatically recalled. The inner weave, within the weave, was actually able to store the original spell models and automatically reconstruct the memories over time. All spells, including legendary spells, could be automatically recalled. The only difference was that the amount of time it would take to do so would vary. This ability, compared to the original adepts who had used up all their spell slots without meditating, the difference was like heaven and earth. Illuminate. A ray of light appeared on Soren's fingertips, and the bright light shone in the study room. With his current spellcasting ability, he could maintain it for a long time. And this was only a level 0 spell. 1 minute, 2 minutes, 3 minutes. As the 10 minutes passed, Soren found that the level 0 spell models that he had used were restored. P.S. Today's update. There are 2 more. Chapter 471. Outer Islands. Battleships were ready to set sail. A fog appeared on the sea, and Soren's figure stood quietly on the sea. There were many coolies on the dock who were responsible for transporting goods. There were nearly 5,000 slaves in the city of Mordor, so the labor force was relatively abundant. Soren's eyes looked into the distance. From time to time he closed his eyes to sense something. Sometimes he would fall into meditation. His whole body seemed to be integrated with some kind of special force. Advancing into an Arcanist did not make him much stronger, but there was no doubt about the potential of an Arcanist. At present, the 2 most useful abilities should be these. Arcane Rune Profession Ability. Arcanists master mysterious runes. These runes can be used to make and strengthen weapons and equipment. Arcane runes are quite stable, which makes Arcanists more successful in making rare-grade equipment. Arcane runes can have special effects in many aspects. They can be used in spell refinement and magic devices. Many advanced arcane runes can easily make legendary equipment. Arcane runes. A structural rune similar to a spell circuit. Its biggest use was to make items. Soren's alchemy ability was not enough. Although he had mastered more than 20 arcane runes, it would be difficult for him to make a rare-grade equipment. However, Gloria was a master in this field. After coming into contact with these arcane runes, she immediately found a way to perfect the Silver Sword of Gith. According to her own estimation, if nothing unexpected happened, she could upgrade the Silver Sword of Gith to a legendary item. A wizard who could make legendary items was quite precious. Soren naturally fully supported this. He directly allocated more than 100,000 Kindler to Gloria to ensure that she could buy the corresponding materials from the Witch Council at any time. If possible, he hoped to see the finished product of a legendary item as soon as possible. The second specialty was Arcane Counterspell. It was different from Counterspell in that it was a very powerful combat specialty. Arcane Counterspell Profession Ability. Arcanists understand the structure of the weave better than other casters. They are able to counteract the spells cast by their enemies. Although this requires extremely high intelligence and comprehension ability, if the counter is successful, the Arcanist can directly reflect the enemy's spells back. The effect is similar to small spell deflection. After the counter is successful, the Arcanist can reflect level 1 to level 3 spells back to the caster. Remarks. Prerequisite for advanced arcane counterspell. Reflect spells. That was right. This was the Arcanist's counter ability. Once successful, it could directly reflect a level 1 to 3 spell back to the caster. Soren's intelligence wasn't that high, but as his divine domain grew stronger, his basic attributes would continue to increase. Currently, he had a very high success rate of using counter-arcane spells against low-level wizards. If he was surrounded, his counter-arcane spells would be able to surprise his enemies. Soren had 2 divinity points, and after obtaining it, all of his stats would increase by 1. If Soren used this as a foundation, it wasn't impossible for him to increase his intelligence to 30 points in the future. Let's go. The sea under Soren's feet broke open, and the ghost ship, Dead Man's voice, broke through the waves. The dark mast rose from behind him. The drowned undead on the deck looked ferocious, and his body was surrounded by a faint black aura. This was the power of death. The ghost ship had further mutated during the slaughter, and the drowned undead's ability gradually increased with the addition of more undead. As an undead construct, the ghost ship had touched the edge of the legendary realm. It was hard to imagine. What kind of ability would a ghost ship have if it was promoted to the legendary realm? Warship set sail and left Port Mordor directly. Soren's actions inadvertently attracted a lot of attention, but everyone was now guessing what he was going to do. Raging Sand Island. A few days passed like this. Since Soren's order was issued, warships had been docked on this island. Now the port here was full of warships. When Soren's ghost ship appeared, the warships followed the ghost ship to the eastern route. Hundreds of warships stretched for more than 10 miles, moving in an oppressive posture along the eastern route. Because of the large-scale movements of the pirates, the entire southern kingdom was nervous. Many principalities dispatched heavy troops to guard the port cities, vigilant of these pirates landing on land at any time. Dragonhead warship. Soren glanced at the others in front of him, spread out the map in front of him, and said in a deep voice, "Here, here, and here. The Agate River is the only river we can enter the inland. Most of us stop near the estuary, and the others lead the elites to enter the inland with me." The Agate River. This river was like the Yangtze River and Yellow River. It was one of the largest rivers in the southern region, and the only river that could allow large warships to sail. Soren could not give up the advantage of the water, so he could only go along the Agate River to Autumnfall. "Your Excellency." The half-elf first mate's expression was a little puzzled, and whispered, "Are we making such a big move just to enter the inland?" Soren had not explained the specific mission so far. If other pirate kings did this, I'm afraid many people would throw away the burden, but Soren was different. His reputation among the pirates was too high. Even if no one knew why he gave such an order, the pirate leaders still obediently carried it out. Of course not. Soren glanced at the pirate leaders present. His eyes swept over the one-eyed man, Scarface Giant, and other pirate leaders. Seeing that they were all puzzled, Soren's mouth could not help but evoke a smile, and slowly said, "We're here to pick someone up." Pick someone up? Hearing Soren's words, the pirate leaders present were even more puzzled. Who were they picking up? Who needed to be picked up by such a big force? This time they dispatched more than 500 warships, and the pirates mobilized more than 10,000 people. All the people were on standby on the road, ready to receive at any time. Such a big move. Was it just to pick someone up? They thought that Sir Soren was going to attack some kingdom. Although they still did not understand, it did not hinder the pirate leaders from continuing to carry out the mission. Soon the half-elf first mate led the dragon warship and the third fleet to wait at the estuary of the Agate River, while the other pirate leaders led their elite troops to follow Soren into the inland area. The eastern pirates had already greeted them, and the nobles in the southern region were a little panicked. They did not know why such a huge pirate army suddenly gathered here. This even alarmed many powerful organizations, as well as the gods' churches. However, in this special period, no one dared to act rashly. These pirates seemed to be planning to go up the Agate River. As long as they did not attack the nearby cities, it was estimated that no one would dare to provoke Soren. So, a large group of pirates swaggered along the Agate River, and gradually approached the direction of Autumnfall. Autumnfall. With the retreat of the orc army, the ruined city also recovered a trace of vitality. However, although the orc army had retreated for nearly a week, the tense atmosphere in the city still did not ease at all, because after the battle, the forces of Autumnfall were divided into 3 factions. The first faction was Droll. The number of half-elf Droll had always been large, and many of them were in high positions. As for how Autumnfall should deal with the attack of the orcs, the Droll faction's idea was to ask the elves and Droll organization for help, and use their strength to repel the orcs' attack. However, at the beginning of the siege, the elves did not send troops at all. Although the Droll organization gave some help, they were busy looking for the traces of the devil recently, and did not give much support at all. Therefore, this faction's voice was not high. The second faction was the traditional nobles of Autumnfall. They were the backbone of Autumnfall, and the main force to defend the city. Because the dragon looted the treasury of Autumnfall after the battle, the power of the nobles was hit hard. Most of them were unwilling to take out their private property to help the city through the difficulties. Because of the lack of military pay and materials, the morale of the army in Autumnfall was low. The nobles had been very active recently. On the one hand, they were busy drawing together, and on the other hand, they were busy criticizing the power of the last faction. The last faction was the church. After the end of the orc siege, the priests of the original god of half-elves and rogues quickly gathered around the Holy Spirit priest, Milan. The number of these priests was not large. Many of them fought in the front line to protect civilians in the siege, and the proportion of casualties was close to 30%. But they had a high reputation among the civilians, especially when the orcs besieged the city. Milan invited the incarnation of the gods to come and finally summoned the dragon to lift the siege. At that time, countless people saw the dragons hovering in the sky and trembled under their dragon's power, so the influence of the church recovered in a short time. A church that had lasted for hundreds of thousands of years, naturally could not disappear so easily. Since the god who came claimed to be the god of half-elves, then he was the new successor, and the church naturally needed to serve this god. The original system was not destroyed. The biggest change was that the Holy Spirit priest, Milan, became the current supreme leader of the church. Before the god clearly appointed a new patriarch, the status of the gods chosen was far higher than that of other priests. This third force was also the source of the chaos in Autumnfall. Because the Holy Spirit priest Milan conveyed the first decree of the gods on the first day after she woke up. A bigger disaster is coming. Only by leaving Autumnfall and moving along the river can we avoid these disasters. The gods will arrange for people to meet them, and eventually they will take a big ship to live safely overseas. Chapter 472. When this oracle was conveyed, the whole city of Autumnfall was shaken. The power of the aristocrats firmly opposed the migration. They could not accept giving up the city of Autumnfall like this. Because they were all aristocrats with great wealth and status. This wealth was more because of the land. If they gave up the city of Autumnfall like this, then they would have nothing. Almost most of the aristocrats thought this was a quite stupid decision. Moreover, they blamed the church headed by Milan, thinking that it was they who made the city of Autumnfall bankrupt. After looting the treasury, they could not even pay a penny for the army. The attitude of the Droll was more neutral. They realized that if there was no help, when the orc army came back, they might not be able to defend Autumnfall. However, their point of view was that if they wanted to migrate, they should move closer to the elven forest. The Droll church could take these refugees. At least they did not have to travel long distances overseas. Unfortunately, their point of view could not be agreed by too many people, because many people understood that the elves might not be willing to accept a large number of refugees. Settling these refugees was also a big problem. Food, land, materials. This heavy burden, now a little opposite to the Droll church, the royal family of the elves may not be willing to take over. However, the church's power was not high because if there was a choice, most people were not willing to leave their homes. Although the church had a high reputation among the civilians, when the oracle was really conveyed, there were very few people who could respond. The temple hall. A middle-aged priest with a beard stood in the middle. He glanced at the others and said, Are we really going to give up here? Are we really going to leave here? We lack food and enough warriors. Although the guards of the temple can protect some people, once a large-scale migration is carried out, it will inevitably alarm the orc scouts. Civilians can't escape from the orcs' pursuit. In the end, we may be wiped out. Besides, without food, we can't eat enough. If we can't eat enough, we won't have the strength to walk. The oracle only told us to follow the river, but did not tell us where to go, relying only on the warriors of the temple. I'm afraid that we will be wiped out by the orc army less than 50 miles away from Autumnfall. The middle-aged priest opened the map and pointed at a few locations. Eugene's army has retreated. But here, and here there are orc outposts stationed here. Their scouts have already surrounded us. If we move the civilians on a large scale, it is impossible to hide from these scouts. From here to here, the orcs' light cavalry can block all our routes in half a day. I can't imagine what a terrible disaster would happen if a large number of civilians were caught by the orc army. Once we leave the city, it will be impossible for us to retreat. There was dead silence in the temple. Milan's delicate face was a little confused. As the most devout Saint Cardinal, she was only responsible for delivering the oracle. As a little girl, she didn't know much about how to do it. At this moment, she could only look hesitant. Then what should we do? This was the will of the gods. He told us that there will be an even greater disaster. If we don't leave now, I'm afraid we will lose even more. A sigh was heard. An old man in bishop attire walked out and said slowly, "Your Excellency Saint Priest, it's not that we don't want to listen to the will of the gods. But the problem now is that we can't leave at all. Although our prayers can be answered by the Lord, He still hasn't given us any divine spells. Without divine spells, our power will be greatly weakened. It's impossible to protect so many civilians. Your Excellency, please look outside. There are a group of old, weak women and children outside. The rest are either farmers or militia. Such a force may be useful in defending the city, but once you encounter an orc army in the wild, I'm afraid it's impossible to fight at all." The temple became quite quiet. The priests present looked at each other. Obviously, they all understood that what they said was true. It was impossible to protect the civilians with just the guards outside. However, at this moment, a young female priest stood out. She was wearing silver armor and holding a war hammer in her hand. She looked valiant. Her name was Fina. She once appeared in Soren's dream. In the dream, she lost her brother and knelt in front of the statue and cried. The war seemed to have made her mature a lot. There was an extra scar on the side of her face. Although it destroyed her beautiful face, it made her more determined. God said that someone will help us. Fina glanced at the others present and said slowly, "It's difficult to defend Autumnfall. When the orc army regroups, it's almost impossible for us to defend the city. The gnolls from the abyss are ready to move. Once the believers of Yinagu, the king of the gnolls, join the battle, I'm afraid we won't even last 3 days. I don't want to leave here either. But we have no other choice. Our warriors have suffered heavy losses. It's impossible to defeat the enemy with our current strength. Now there are refugees everywhere in the city. If this continues, only death awaits them." Fina stood up and walked to the center of the hall, looking at the others and said, "The most important thing now is to be prepared and wait for the arrival of the gods. Since our Lord has answered our prayers, then He won't give up on us easily. Now the most important thing is to gather the people who are willing to follow us." Many civilians had nothing. They were not as attached to their land as the nobles. Many people just wanted to escape the war and find the hope of survival, and the gods were their only support. If there was a safe retreat plan, there would be many people willing to leave. What about the nobles? The middle-aged priest glanced at Fina in front of him and said slowly, "I'm afraid they won't let us leave." Fina's eyes became fierce and she said in a deep voice, "It's their decision to stay or leave. For those who are willing to follow our Lord overseas, they have no right to tell them what to do. The land can be taken back if it's lost. As long as people are still there, there is still hope. I can't let my people stay here and wait for death." There was a dead silence in the temple. The priests present could not help but look gloomy. The orcs still had tens of thousands of troops, and Eugene himself was a powerful war shaman. From any point of view, the strength of the two sides was no longer equal. Agate River. Soren looked at the mountains in the distance. His expression seemed to be thinking about something. It was not far from Autumnfall, and he would be able to reach Autumnfall by tomorrow afternoon at the latest. Everything was going according to plan, and his priest would tell him the important things in prayer every day. For the situation in Autumnfall, Soren did not care much. He only needed to pick up those who were willing to follow him. As for how the others chose, it was their business. Soren did not intend to be dragged into the quagmire again. It was not easy for him to establish a safe rear in the outer islands. Naturally, he would not involve himself in the disputes on the mainland. As for helping Autumnfall defeat the orc army, it was even more impossible. Not to mention whether Soren had the ability to defeat Eugene's army, whether the pirates were willing to fight for the half-elves, just the loss was unbearable for Soren. He controlled the 3 seas. He had a large number of territories, routes and chambers of commerce under his command. If the pirate army was consumed in Autumnfall, or if they were hit hard by the orcs, then it could be said that Soren's rear would be in chaos. He did not know how many forces were eyeing him in the dark. Those who were suppressed and cleaned up by cruel means. As long as they waited for an opportunity, they would definitely fight back crazily. At that time, everything would have been for naught. Moreover, the Avatar crisis was coming, and taking Autumnfall may not be able to survive the turbulent years. This was a dead end. P.S. The 3rd update is complete. Chapter 473. A drizzle fell from the sky. As the terrain in front of him gradually widened, Soren's expression gradually became serious. They were already close to Autumnfall, and they would be able to reach it by this afternoon at the latest. Autumnfall City was not built on a river like Amber City. It was about 20 to 30 miles from the Agate River to the Autumn Leaves Plain to Amber City. The orc army did not retreat to the northwest. They occupied a large area of land, and were now stationed near a large town north of Autumnfall. Spread out the scouts. Soren looked at the high ground in front of him, and silently calculated the distance. He then said in a deep voice, "Let them pull out the orcs' outpost. One Eye, you will personally lead the team." With Soren's order, One Eye stood up with a grim expression and grinned. "Yes. Don't worry, Your Excellency. I guarantee that no one will be left alive." Soon, a figure jumped into the Agate River from the warship. These people drifting on the sea were excellent swimmers. In the blink of an eye, they came ashore one after another. The leader was One Eye. He sent a signal to the warship and quickly led hundreds of people to disappear. These pirate leaders had long been prepared for battle. Today they were all veterans, and many of them were elites with a profession level of 10 or above. From the Battle of the Swamp King, to defeating the pirate King Ashrod, then to the naval battle of Arendelle, and finally to defeating the navy of the southern island countries, Soren's pirate army had grown into a group of elites. Only a real battle of life and death could quickly train a group of elites. The weather of April had gradually become hot. Ugly Monkey squatted in the grass and crawled forward, careful not to make any sound. There were a few people on his side. All of them were the elites of their team. Ugly Monkey was a thief. The reason why he had this nickname was because of the ugly birthmark on the left side of his face. A dark green and ferocious birthmark had completely ruined his originally pretty good looks. He was born in Shipwreck Bay, and his mother was a prostitute. It was said that when he was born, his mother was still sick. Anyway, she didn't know how to describe it. He was born very ugly and slightly deformed. Logically speaking, it would have been difficult for him to survive given his birth. However, Ugly Monkey was quite lucky. When he was very young, he met an old bandit who had retired. The old man pitied him for his hard life and took him in as his disciple. Since he was 3 years old, he had taught him some thief skills. Ugly Monkey's bones were deformed. His arms were of different lengths, and his back was naturally a little flat. However, God had taken care of him. He was very agile, and his mental reflexes were far superior to others in the same field. That was why he was given the nickname, Ugly Monkey. Everyone said that his movements were as agile as a monkey's. When he was only 14 or 15 years old, Ugly Monkey had already displayed thief skills that far surpassed his peers. His harvest was much greater than the others. However, these days did not last for long. After that, His Excellency Throat Cutter appeared, and the forces of the gray area outside the shipwreck sea were all taken in. Unsurprisingly, Ugly Monkey also joined this Excellency's forces. He used to steal, but he wasn't good at fighting. After His Excellency Throat Cutter took control of the shipwreck sea, a group of bandits like him were gathered together. At that time, he really began to learn how to fight, including some assassination skills. Any city near the coast had many low-level jobs. There were many people like Ugly Monkey, but he was the most talented one among them. The instructor in charge of his training told him that he was not even 20 years old. If he was diligent enough, he might be able to enter the realm of legends in this lifetime. Legend. For any professional, this was an unattainable realm that they yearned for. The instructor said that the best rogue and the best assassin on the coast was His Excellency Throat Cutter. If he could make a great contribution in the future, he might be able to get guidance from His Excellency Throat Cutter. Therefore, Ugly Monkey did not hesitate to participate in this operation, and he chose the most dangerous job, the outpost scout. Stealth, tracking, and assassination. Ugly Monkey had received strict anti-reconnaissance training. There was also a forest ranger in his team. Not long after the operation, they found traces of the orcs. The traces of these guys were very obvious. Because they were tall and many of them weighed more than 200 pounds, the footprints on the ground could help them determine their position. The rhythmic croaking of frogs sounded. Ugly Monkey unsheathed the short sword at his waist. His eyes sharpened. His strength was not high. This was his natural weakness. Therefore, he liked to apply poison to his weapons during battle. This way, he could defeat his enemies more easily. He thought that he was more suitable to be an assassin than a rogue. It was said that His Excellency Throat Cutter's army had a group of elite assassins made up of high-grade rogues, and he hoped that he could join them one day. Thump! There was a slight sound of falling to the ground, as if it was a signal. In an instant, more than 10 figures rushed out from the darkness. A cold light flashed past. Ugly Monkey's figure rushed out like an agile monkey, easily crossing a distance of more than 10 meters. At the same time, he used his hands and feet to quickly pass the obstacles in front of him, and the short sword instantly pierced the enemy's heart. The whistling of the wind sounded. The enemy's strength was great, and they waved their weapons with a strong wind, but they were not agile enough. For Ugly Monkey, these enemies were too slow. Clang! Ugly Monkey waved his hand and a cold light flashed, and the sharp dagger pierced the enemy's back. A dual-wielding battle. As a rogue who had been trained since childhood, Ugly Monkey could use his fingers to quickly pick out slippery locusts from a pot of oil when he was 7 years old. In order to improve his skills, he even learned how to perform tricks from a magician when he was 12 years old. It was not a level 0 trick, but a magic trick that relied purely on the speed of the fingers to deceive the eyes. During this period of training, his left and right hands had become quite agile. From then on, he began to practice the ability to use both hands to steal at the same time. Roar! The orc's painful roar was heard. Ugly Monkey looked at the orc's appearance, and could not help but curl his lips. It's so ugly. Based on his familiarity with the human body, Ugly Monkey judged that his attack had injured the orc's kidney, so he was not in a hurry to kill the enemy. Instead, he was very agile and was delaying the battle. As expected, the orc in front of him gradually slowed down, and its strength began to decline. Looking for an opportunity, Ugly Monkey twisted his body and kicked the orc's lower body. Accompanied by some kind of cracking sound, he swung his short sword and cut the orc's throat. The battle ended quickly. Ugly Monkey glanced at his companions who appeared, and used his dagger to cut off the orc's right ear, then quickly disappeared into the darkness. His companions chuckled beside him. They were obviously saying that the orc scouts were only SOSO. Ugly Monkey heard this and pursed his lips, but did not have any intention of replying. These were only a small group of enemies. In a one-on-one fight, it was almost impossible for them to win against these rogues who grew up in the lower 9 kingdoms. However, if they encountered a large group of enemies, the battle would not be so easy. The orcs' strength advantage was still very obvious. These hybrid creatures were much stronger than the laborers at the docks. If they had the advantage in numbers, the battle would not be so easy. Thinking of this, Ugly Monkey took out a small mechanism. It was an exquisite sleeve arrow. Ugly Monkey fixed it on his wrist and loaded it with 3 poisoned arrows. He was naturally weaker than others, so naturally, he needed to rely on more techniques. The others in the group saw his movements. As the only existence in this group who was close to a high-grade profession, when Ugly Monkey loaded the sleeve arrow, they could not help but be stunned for a moment. Then they began to take out crossbows, sleeve arrows, and poison darts and equip them in hidden positions. After all, this was a matter of life and death. The more careful they were, the more likely they would be to survive. They were not warriors who fought head-on, and they had too many low-grade fighting skills. The sun gradually set in the west. Soren's scouts were like a net, covering the battlefield near autumnfall. Chapter 474. Autumnfall City Temple. Milan, who was kneeling in the center of the temple, suddenly opened her eyes. Her eyes were dazzling. She stood up in an instant and said excitedly, "Prepare to transfer the believers. Our Lord is coming. Arrange the temple guards immediately. We will first transfer the most devout believers to a safe place. Our Lord has already led the army here." Everyone in the temple was surprised. But then the priest gave the order. The remaining guards of the temple also moved quickly and arranged people to transfer here. "You want to transfer the most devout believers?" Milan stood up and said with a serious expression, "These people are the easiest to arrange. They are willing to obey our orders. As for the others, wait until the first batch of people is sent away." In just a few days, this little girl, who was only in her teens, had matured a lot. Although she still looked young, she was a lot more experienced in doing things. As the only priest of the church, she had learned a lot during this time. "Yes." The temple guard responded. Soon. There was a lot of noise outside. Many people were hesitant to leave now. However, there were still many devout believers who immediately prepared to leave together because the siege of Autumnfall City had frightened them. The majesty of the dragon had left a mark on their hearts. In the priest's words, their new god was a powerful god who could control the dragon. As long as they left here, the god could provide them with safety and protection. In the crowd, a pale mother hugged her child. Although the crisis in Autumnfall City was temporarily lifted, the food was still not enough. Her delicate face was a little panicked. She held the baby in her arms with both hands and moved slowly with the crowd. At this time, a man dressed as a militia came over and quickly walked to her side. He hurriedly said, "Sister, are you really going to leave with them? The general said that there will be elven reinforcements soon. We can defeat those orcs." The beautiful woman turned to look at him. A trace of tears appeared in the corner of her eyes. She murmured, "How long will it take? Even if we can defeat the orcs? How long will it take? How much blood will we lose? We have no food. I'm afraid, my child, and I can't hold on until then. I'm not afraid of death. But I want him to live." The young mother looked at the wide-eyed infant in her arms. There were wounds on her fingers. That was when she had used her blood to feed the child in her arms when food was the most scarce. The little baby was very courageous. Even when he saw so many people panicking, he still didn't cry. He just stared at everything with his eyes wide open, as if he could feel something. When the young mother's gaze fell on the baby, she immediately became gentle. She shook her head with a firm expression and whispered, "I'm sorry. I plan to bring him to a safe place and raise him slowly. There's no hope in staying here. Even if I defeat the orcs, I won't be able to carry him through this autumn." The militia next to him fell silent. A trace of hesitation appeared on his face. Finally, he gritted his teeth and said, "All right, I'll leave with you. I can't let you go so far with the child alone." After speaking, the young half-elf looked at the city walls in the distance with a trace of sadness on his face. He was a brave warrior. If he could, he would never want to leave his hometown. But now he had to face a dilemma. One was to stay here to protect his home, and eventually find a way to defeat the orcs. The other was to protect his sister and go overseas together, waiting for the day when he could recover his homeland. One was his hometown, and the other was his only surviving relative. In the end, he chose the latter. Hurried footsteps sounded. A young figure rushed into the temple and shouted to the priests present, "Warships! So many warships! Over at the Agate River. It's full of warships. We're saved." Scouts. In this case, only scouts would leave Autumnfall. The young man who seemed to have more elven blood was excited and hurriedly said, "Army! The Lord's army has arrived. The god of half-elves and rogues." The remaining strength of the church was not only the priests, but also many half-elven rogues. As early as soon as the oracle was delivered, the church sent out many rogues. Milan's face showed a smile. She knelt on the ground and prayed, then stood up and said, "Let's go now. Everyone pack up and escort the believers away." At this moment, the voice of a middle-aged priest sounded. He looked more like a noble than a priest. He said in a deep voice, "Leave like this? There are orc troops wandering nearby. What if we meet them on the road? We can't hold on for long." Fina frowned and looked at him. She said in a deep voice, "The Lord will naturally meet us. Let's go now." At this time, it was almost afternoon. After a busy day, thousands of believers quickly gathered. These were the most devout believers of the church. After the oracle was delivered, they chose to leave together without hesitation. The south gate of Autumnfall opened. The first to come out were the temple guards, then some of the militia, followed by the mighty civilians, and the priests in charge of the rear. On the city wall, a well-dressed noble silently watched the crowd in front of him leave. His eyes were cold and had been staring at the figure of Milan. "Your Excellency." A middle-aged man who looked like an officer came to him and said in a deep voice, "Are you going to let them leave like this? If they leave, the hearts of the people in the city will scatter. I'm afraid our situation will be more difficult next." The well-dressed noble turned and looked at him. He said with a cold expression, "I know. Withdraw the people from the front line. They can't reach the Agate River before dark. As long as they leave here, they will be exposed to the orc army." Speaking of this, his expression was cold. Yes, most of the believers were old, weak, women and children or ordinary civilians. These people were quite slow. It was absolutely impossible for them to reach the Agate River before dark. If they were found by the orc army, the final result was almost needless to say. How could a group of civilians fight against a powerful orc army in the wild? The middle-aged officer's face suddenly turned ugly. After understanding the reason why the noble let them go, he could not help but feel a little unbearable in his heart. Unless there was someone on the way, the final result of these people would be miserable. As long as they were caught, it would be a massacre. And if these people were slaughtered by the orc army, the civilians in Autumnfall would never have the idea of leaving again. This would also be a major blow to the prestige of the church. In this case, the noble parliament would have absolute control. The sky gradually darkened. The priests had urged the crowd to speed up as much as possible, but it was impossible for so many old, weak, women and children to walk fast. There were many orphans of soldiers in the crowd. Those women holding children had not eaten a full meal for a long time. Now they were even more tired. Now the sky was dark, and they had only walked about half of the way. If the orc scouts found them, then they were likely to be caught by the enemy. "It's too slow." The old bishop glanced at the bloated and slow team and murmured, "I'm afraid the orcs have found us. Let the temple guards prepare for battle. The militia stay to protect the believers. Others prepare for battle with me." Half a day had passed. It was almost impossible for this mighty team to not be discovered. If they were discovered, it would not take long for the enemy army to appear. The old man bowed his head and prayed a few words, then slowly said, "Now we can only hope that the Lord's reinforcements can come to meet us. Otherwise, we may not make it to the Agate River." Woo woo woo. The bleak sound of a horn was heard. The crowd suddenly made a panic cry. Countless people looked into the distance in horror. The figures of the orcs appeared in the distance. Although the night affected their vision, They could still see the enemy approaching quickly. Prepare for battle. Prepare for battle. Temple guards, follow me. Others, take the civilians and leave. The old man in a bishop's costume pulled out a long sword from his waist. He clenched a steel shield and rushed to the rear. At the same time he shouted, "Don't panic. Go in the direction of the Agate River. The Lord's reinforcements are in front. Priests stay. Servants of the church. Warriors of the temple. We can't abandon the believers. Those who can fight, follow me to stop the enemy from approaching. This is the last darkness before the dawn. The Lord's army will come soon. For the glory of the Lord. Prepare for battle." Oh! The desolate howl of wolves sounded. With the reverberation of the dull war drums, dozens of orc cavalry riding huge wolves rushed out from the side of the orc army. It was more difficult to raise these ferocious beasts than to raise a heavy cavalry. Even with the strength of the orcs, they could only train a small team. Now the wolf cavalry team bypassed the orc army and rushed to the retreating civilians. The orc warriors had already appeared in front of them. Facing the wolf cavalry that was getting closer and closer to the crowd, the temple guards who stayed behind could not support them at all. The distance was getting closer. The shadow of death shrouded everyone. Once the wolf cavalry rushed into the crowd, it would be a massacre. Chapter 475. The distance was getting closer and closer. The stench from the wolf's bloody mouth hit them in the face. The orc cavalry howled and rushed into the crowd in front of them. Hearing the cries and shouts, George turned his head and looked at his sister who was holding a child not far away. Without hesitation, he clenched his weapon and rushed up. Behind him were the old, weak, women and children. Once the wolf cavalry rushed in, it would be a massacre. As a trained militia, he could not sit back and watch the tragedy happen. "Come with me. Men, stay and block them." George waved his weapon and went up. Several men with children around him also clenched their weapons and rushed up. There was fear in these people's eyes because they were facing a terrifying Mount Wolf cavalry. Not to mention the orc warriors above. Even the Mount Wolves below were not something they could easily deal with. These ferocious beasts were the leaders of the wolf pack. The wolf that was bigger than a calf could easily deal with a real warrior. It was difficult for them, who had only received militia training, to defeat it. The ferocious smile of the orc appeared in front of them. The wolf just pounced and knocked over the man next to it. Then the crisp sound of bones breaking was heard. The wolf's bloody mouth bit off his throat. Fear was spreading. The crushing strength and the shadow of death made many people fearful. But no matter how scared they were, no one retreated in the end. Because they had no way to retreat. Behind them were a group of old, weak, women and children. Their relatives were among them. As men, they had to stand up, even if they knew they would die. But even if they died, they had to fight to the last moment. Oh! The mournful howls of the wolves reverberated in the air. The wolf cavalry was like a torrent that broke through the defensive formation in front of them. These ordinary militia could not stop them at all. In just the moment of collision, more than 10 militia fell to the ground. A wolf rider crossed their line of defense. The killing had awakened the bloodthirsty nature of the orcs. It rushed directly to a woman who was running away. Because she was carrying a child, she was too slow, so the wolf rider easily caught up with her. Sharp blades cut through the air. Facing the terrible enemy, the woman, who had no fighting experience, squatted down at the moment of contact. Her mother's instinct made her tightly protect the child, exposing her defenseless back to the enemy. A head flew into the air. The blood gushing out was accompanied by the mournful cries of the children. The half-orc cavalry laughed and waved their swords again. They had no sympathy for the alien races. Their bloodthirsty nature made them brave warriors, and such warriors were ruthless on the battlefield. The harsh living environment made them believe in natural selection. The weak could only be eliminated, even their own kind. The cold light appeared once again. It wasn't the first time they had slashed their swords at the crying children in front of them. As relatively stupid half-orcs, they also had a smart side, which was that the children of their enemies would become their new enemies when they grew up. The smell of blood filled the air. Sharp blades slashed through the air, and a massacre seemed to be about to take place. Swoosh! A sharp arrow flew out. The body of the half-orc cavalry stiffened for a moment, and then he fell off the wolf. The sharp arrow shot directly into its head, penetrating its skull in an instant. With a plop sound, the second arrow shot out, hitting the wolf's head in an instant, nailing it to the ground. Terrible strength. There seemed to be someone approaching in the darkness, and the speed was quite fast. Behind him, more figures appeared. Cold swords appeared. The wolf cavalry close to the crowd was instantly killed by the flying shadows. Their ferocious heads fell to the ground one by one. Even the ferocious wolves couldn't hold on for more than a second. Roar! Accompanied by a dull roar, a huge figure rushed out from the darkness. He was wearing heavy armor, and his eyes were bloodshot as he roared in excitement. Blood vessels that looked like earthworms appeared on his explosive muscles. This was a 3-meter-tall warrior. He seemed to be heavy, but his charging speed was extremely fast. In the blink of an eye, he rushed to the front of a wolf cavalry. Then he roared and swung the heavy anchor in his hand. The terrible power erupted with a dull roar. The wolf was directly smashed into meat paste with the half-orc cavalry on it. The half-orcs are just SOSO. The giant glanced at the frightened half-elves beside him, and a sinister smile appeared on his scarred mouth. Then he rushed up again. His huge body swung the heavy anchor, as if he was entering and exiting a place where there was no one. Not a single wolf rider could withstand his attack. Often, they would be smashed into a meat patty together with their wolves. Giant. The pirate leader under Soren. He wasn't very smart, but he was quite good as a fighter. He should be the pirate leader under Soren who was the closest to the legendary level. His lack of intelligence didn't affect Soren's use of him. With the blood of the swamp giant and the warrior's job as a barbarian, this guy with all brawn and no brain would rush to the front in any battle. Often he would break the enemy's defense line alone. Don't waste time. Scarface stabbed his sword into the wolf's throat. He turned to look at the giant next to him and said in a deep voice, "There are enemies approaching. They can't hold on for much longer. You go and help them deal with the half-orc army." A figure quickly approached in the darkness. Soren's elite pirates finally arrived. The wolf cavalry fell one by one. When they saw that something was wrong, they immediately tried to escape, but they were killed by arrows one by one. The giant roared and rushed up. Berserk. After his huge body approached the half-orc army, he didn't stop at all. He directly waved the anchor and rushed into the army from the side of the temple warriors. This time, the orc army was thrown off their feet. Giant. You idiot. Scarface was so anxious that he stomped his feet. Helpless, he could only speed up and rush over. This idiot. I let you support the temple warriors behind, not let you rush into the half-orc army alone. Scarface cursed in his heart, but at this time he could only brace himself and go forward. Bang. With a shrill scream, the half-orc warrior's body was directly smashed out, and then he hit 7 or 8 people in a row, and then he fell to the ground and died. The giant relied on his full body armor. His strength was higher than Soren's in the state of transformation. Coupled with the giant's body advantage, he simply crushed all the half-orcs. The anchor used by a large warship was a complete killing machine on the battlefield. The half-orcs, who were known for their strength, were like a group of children in front of him. The heavy anchor roared past. The giant seemed to feel that this was not enough, so he directly threw the huge anchor in his hand. This time, it was simply flesh and blood flying. The heavy anchor whistled past like a shadow, and it forcibly cleared a bloody line in the middle of the half-orc army. The more the giant killed, the more satisfied he became. The battle on land was much larger than the battle on the deck. He directly picked up the anchor again, and then swung it 360 degrees. In an instant, a vacuum area was cleared around him. Giant creatures were indeed a great killing machine on the battlefield. Just him alone seriously damaged the morale of the half-orcs. His huge body and huge weapon formed a complete crushing advantage, and in an instant, the half-orc army was disrupted. In the darkness, sharp arrows were shot out like a storm. Soren calmly put an arrow on the bow, and every arrow took the life of an enemy. His figure moved at high speed in the night. As long as a target suspected of being an half-orc officer appeared, it would be greeted with a fatal arrow. The elven war bow could penetrate armor within a range of 300 meters. Soren's dark vision allowed him to be unaffected by the night. He was like a ghost wandering on the battlefield, calmly but fatally killing any dangerous targets. No one could hide from his sight, and no one could avoid his arrows. After all, he had the blood of a half-elf. Chapter 476. Am I saved? George awkwardly pushed away the wolf that was on top of him and staggered to his feet. Cough. He coughed violently and felt weak all over. He seemed to have suffered a little internal injury. However, his battle record was also quite brilliant. As an ordinary person who had only received militia training, he actually killed a wolf alone. The battle in front was still going on, but more and more reinforcements appeared in the darkness. These were fierce-looking warriors. They had a stronger murderous aura than the regular army of Autumnfall. At first glance, they were elites who had experienced many desperate battles. The reinforcements finally arrived. Facing the ferocious orc army in front of them, the pirates under Soren's command were fearless. They even rushed up while screaming. Sir Soren was invincible. Victory after victory gave them the courage to face any enemy. Even if it was an abyssal demon in front of them, they would have the courage to face it head-on. Men should fight the enemy head-on. The high-spirited elite pirates directly divided into two teams and surrounded the enemy from both sides, ready to swallow the enemy in front of them in one breath. Why did they have to fight the orcs? Why did they think so much? Anyway, this was Soren's order. They just had to kill the orcs that were still standing in front of them. Demigod Domain Pirate. Facing the elite pirates who finally arrived at the rear, a smile finally appeared at the corner of Soren's mouth. Then he looked at the orc army in front with cold eyes and did not hesitate to open Pirate Domain. An invisible divine domain spread out. In an instant, all the pirates seemed to have gone crazy. Their morale was so high that it was about to explode. If it was said that they were excited before, now it was a wailing and howling. Each of them seemed to be possessed by the god of war. All kinds of combat skills were used to kill a large number of enemies in an instant, and directly divided the orc army into two from the middle. Ugly Monkey's current state was very strange. He did not know what happened to him. Suddenly, his whole body seemed to have endless strength, and his whole person was very excited. His pupils were slightly red, and his heart was beating much faster than before. His entire body was in a very strange state. Regardless of whether it was his hearing, sight, touch, or perception, all of them had reached unprecedented heights due to some kind of invisible force. Behind him were the corpses of half-orcs. Without exception, they were all killed in one blow. The ugly monkey felt as if it had been possessed by the soul of an assassin. The enemy's movements, positions, and flaws were all within his grasp. His excitement did not affect his rationality. Instead, it allowed him to unleash 120% of his strength. Around him, his companions seemed to be in a similar state. Each of them seemed to have been injected with chicken blood as they performed exceptionally well. Increased morale. The morale boost was equivalent to a level 6 spell, and the domain effect was similar to the Greater Bravery spell. The effect it would have on the battlefield was simply unimaginable. The elite pirates that rushed over flattened the half-orc army in front of them. At the end of the battle, it was almost a one-sided situation. The fighting spirit of the orc army was easily destroyed. Soren put away his elven war bow. Almost all of the orc officers were killed by him. If a demigod were to kill them personally, these guys would have no way to survive. Your Excellency. Scarface's figure appeared behind Soren. He knelt on one knee and said, "The orc army has been completely defeated? Do you want to kill them?" Soren turned around and glanced at him, then said in a deep voice, "Don't worry about them. Arrange for people to evacuate the civilians immediately. The real enemy is approaching. Let people cover the civilians' retreat. We will return to the range of the warship's cannons." Scarface nodded and said, "Yes. Soon." Someone arranged for the civilians to evacuate, and Soren looked into the distance. He felt that more enemies were approaching, and among them, there was an existence that he was quite afraid of. Eugene the Ascendant. Some unusually agile shadows were flying in the darkness. Soren's eyes flashed with a cold light, and he said coldly, "They're fast." Oh, a mournful wolf howl sounded. However, it was not a wolf that appeared, but a group of burly gnolls with black hair. Abyss gnolls. The servants of the Gnoll King, Yeenagu. Black shadows flew past the periphery of the battlefield, but they did not rush over recklessly. Instead, they stayed far behind them. These gnolls were very smart. They knew that they could not defeat so many enemies. Die. A trace of killing intent appeared in Soren's eyes. He waved to the pirate leader beside him, and disappeared into the shadows. Abyss gnolls. These monsters were dangerous. He had to get rid of them first. On the other side, the mighty orc army was approaching. A very tall giant gnoll with green eyes stood beside Eugene. It held a three-headed flail in its hand. At this moment, its expression was very crazy. It roared, "We can't let these mortals go. You said that the parts of the divine artifact Flail of Time are in the hands of the half-elf church. That's the divine artifact that belongs to our Lord. We can't let these mortals take it away. Otherwise, your tribe will suffer the wrath of our Lord." Eugene's eyes were cold. She silently looked at the crazy gnoll leader in front of her and said in a deep voice, "I will definitely do what I promised. The parts of the divine artifact will definitely be handed over to your Lord." The huge gnoll leader looked at Eugene with a cold and cruel expression. A cruel smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. He slowly said, "It better be so. In order to help you deal with the half-elves, many gnoll warriors have died in battle. If you still can't get the divine artifact, our Lord will definitely make you pay. His wrath is not something you can bear." Eugene was silent. As the demon lord who ruled the bottomless abyss, the strength of the Gnoll King was indeed not something that a mortal could resist. Not to mention that the Gnoll King had also conquered the Ghoul King, which was equivalent to facing the crazy revenge of two abyss lords at the same time. The orc tribe could not bear such a heavy price. They had to get the parts of the divine artifact. Speed up. With Eugene's low roar, the orc army suddenly sped up a lot and rushed forward. Eugene's gaze looked into the distance. The power of the ancestor's soul made her sense a powerful and dangerous existence, which made her feel a little uneasy. The god of the half-elves, Soren. This unfamiliar name made her feel deeply afraid. She had a hunch that a war was inevitable. We must get it back. Eugene clenched her fists silently. The gnolls were suspicious and fickle by nature. If the divine artifact was really gone, these ferocious beasts would definitely turn their backs on her. Blood. Drop by drop it fell. Soren's figure was hazy in the shadows. In front of him were the corpses of the gnolls lying on the ground. He looked at the corpses in front of him coldly. He directly reached out and picked up the tallest one of them. He frowned and carefully observed it. Abyss demon. Soren's expression was dignified. He murmured, "Not a gnoll from the material plane. Demon." There were two modes of reproduction in the bottomless abyss. One was the continuous evolution of the abyss worm. The demon's bloodline could mutate and eventually evolve into various creatures. The second was demon reproduction and demon hybridization. The demons that evolved from the abyss worm mated with the same kind of demons, or with other kinds of demons, and eventually produced new demons. There were also some outsiders in the bottomless abyss. But in the end, they would more or less be mixed with the blood of the demons, so the abyss species were very different from other species. Hybrid demon. Soren threw away the corpse in front of him and whispered, "It seems that there is a loophole in the barrier of the plane. Otherwise, the Gnoll King, Yeenagu, would not have sent so many gnolls from the abyss to the material plane. It should not be long before the invasion of the demons. The gnolls from the abyss appeared during the siege, and now there were so many of them. A small number of them could be explained by other reasons. But with so many of them, Soren was almost certain that the other party must have the passage from the bottomless abyss to the material plane. Demon Lord. Soren looked into the distance with a dignified face. Perhaps Eugene the Ascendant was not afraid of him in the form of the slaughter. But if the Gnoll King Yeenagu joined the fight, he had almost no chance of winning. Not to mention that the Gnoll King had also conquered the Ghoul King. Now he only hoped that the Demon Lord did not appear in the material plane. After all, the bottomless abyss was their headquarters. If he appeared, I reckon that there will be many Demon Lords who can't wait to overturn his lair, right? After all, this guy had always regarded the succubus queen, Mechanut, as an enemy, and from time to time, he would harass and attack her. The Gnoll King, Yeenagu, was a master at courting death. He not only regarded the succubus queen, Mechanut, as an enemy, but also launched many attacks. At the same time, he was also a mortal enemy of the Tauren King, Buffett. The two sides had fought many times. But under such circumstances, he was still able to conquer the Ghoul King and successfully expand his territory. He didn't know if this guy was too lucky, or he was really not simple. Soren would not underestimate any living Abyss Lord. If they were dead, then so be it. Under the night sky, the orc army was speeding up. Eugene's figure suddenly stopped and looked in a certain direction. In an instant, he reached out and grabbed the white-boned spear behind him. A fierce murderous aura emerged. Eugene's whole body was like a taut bow, ready to fight at any time. Someone was watching them in the dark. The enemy did not approach. He observed them in the dark, and then disappeared into the night again. Chapter 477. Closer, closer. They were already very close. The night wind that blew in their faces seemed to carry moisture. They could hear the sound of flowing river ahead. After passing through a sparse forest, the scene before them appeared before the eyes of the exhausted refugees. Many of them had never seen such a large ship in their entire lives. In the Agate River, they could only see medium-sized ships at most. Such a large ship could only be used in the vast and boundless sea. The black cannons were aimed at the land, and the soldiers on the ships were ready to go. There were torches on all sides. They couldn't see how many ships there were, but there were probably more than 100 of them. In their field of vision, the entire river was filled with large ships. There was a faint fog surrounding the area, and a certain location seemed to be shrouded in fog. No one could see what was inside the fog in the dark, but it seemed like a dangerous monster, quietly watching everything in front of it, waiting for its master's call. Fortunately, the Agate River was as wide as the Yangtze and Yellow Rivers. Otherwise, Soren's fleet wouldn't be able to sail in. Quiet. A gentle female voice sounded. It was like a spring breeze blowing into everyone's ears. Then everyone quieted down. They didn't know why, but when they heard the gentle female voice, they couldn't help but calm down. They had just gone through a brutal battle. Even though they were still panicking, they couldn't help but calm down when they heard the gentle female voice. The Saint Priest Milan raised her head and looked in front of her. She saw a tall woman with a veil over her face. She had a very familiar aura. It was the power of divinity bestowed by the Lord. However, the woman was much stronger than her. Milan walked in front of the woman and gently twirled her skirt. She bowed her head and expressed her respect to the woman in front of her. High Priestess. The veiled woman smiled and nodded. The priests of the other churches looked at each other and hurriedly bowed their heads to show their respect. Although they still didn't know who the masked woman in front of them was, they could tell that she wasn't an ordinary person since her words had calmed everyone down. Let the women and children board the ship first. The veiled woman glanced at the people in front of her and slowly ordered. The men stay here and prepare. There is enough food on the shore. Let them share it with the others. Sixth Fleet, prepare for battle. The enemy may catch up to us at any time. Send the civilians to the cabin, and equip the militia with weapons after they have eaten. The gentle voice seemed to have a magical power. The crowd in front of her actually automatically separated according to her orders. Then the women and children were sent to the deck one by one and placed in the cabins of the battleship. There were basically no old people among these fleeing civilians. It was very difficult for old people to survive in the chaos of war. Most of them were women and children. And then there were the militia who believed in the half-elf god. During the siege, all the adult males were conscripted. Even the teenage boys were forced to learn some combat skills. Tell the pirates not to harass these civilians. The masked woman turned around and looked at the pirate leader behind her. she said coldly. "These are all believers of my lord. You should know how Sir Soren deals with people who break the rules." The pirate leader, who was missing his left ear, revealed a sinister smile and nodded. "Don't worry, Your Excellency. If anyone dares to mess around, I'll skin them myself." Cruel means of ruling. Soren's rule on the south coast was maintained by killing and order. Only those who had a brain problem knew what would happen if they disobeyed Sir Soren's orders. Sir Soren killed without blinking an eye. Steaming hot food was distributed. Some of it was prepared in advance, and the other part was dried meat and salted fish. There was plenty of meat in the prepared food. Most of it was fish in the sea. At this time, it was very satisfying to be able to fill one's stomach. Now that they could eat meat, many people felt a sense of happiness in their hearts. Even in peaceful times, as civilians, they could add some meat during festivals. From what they saw in front of them, the food prepared by the reinforcements was very abundant. Meat accounted for a large proportion of the food. It seemed that the Lord's forces were really powerful. At least they were very rich. The old bishop and the priests next to him looked at each other. At this time, they didn't care about their manners. They took a bowl of hot soup and wolfed it down with dried meat and salted fish. Autumn fall had been besieged for a long time. There was not much food in the city, and some of it had to be distributed to a large number of refugees. Even the high-ranking priests could barely fill their stomachs during this time. Eat meat? If they let go of the moral taboo in their hearts, maybe there was a lot of meat in autumn fall. There were sounds of wolfing down food everywhere. At this time, there should be a trace of chaos because of hunger and panic, but they didn't know why when the voice of the masked woman sounded. Everyone's heart was calm. They quietly and orderly received the food, and then after filling their stomachs, they were ready for battle. When they were full, they naturally had strength. The arrival of the reinforcements had obviously restored the morale of the temple guards. The foundation of a church was definitely not simple. Many of the surviving priests were close to high grade. After the first round of siege, most of the surviving temple guards were grade 3 professions. Among them, there were many special advanced guardian knights. Otherwise, they wouldn't have been able to hold on for so long against the beastmen army that was 10 times their size. Praise the Lord! Praise the Lord! Praise the Lord! A burst of praise and prayer sounded. When the fire of hope was reignited, many people could not help but kneel on the ground devoutly to pray and praise. The masked woman smiled and looked at everything in front of her. She seemed to be the center of everything. When anyone's eyes fell on her, their hearts could not help but feel a soft breeze. Zoom. Everyone boarded the warship, and the elite pirates appeared in front of them. The priests and temple guards boarded the deck, and the civilians were placed in the cabin. The whole process was quite orderly, and there was not the slightest panic from beginning to end. Soren's figure appeared in the night. He looked at the masked woman in front of him and smiled. Then he said seriously, "Get ready to fight. Load the ammunition. The orc army is catching up." Eugene rushed over quickly. The orc warriors had a clear advantage in physical strength compared to humans. When all the civilians were placed in the cabin, the mighty orc army also appeared in the sight of the lookout. "Damn." Sea Dog stood on the lookout with a monocular and murmured, "So many enemies. If they dare to rush up, how many will we kill with one shot?" They were pirates. Although the coastal areas were also restricted by the church, the control of alchemy weapons was not so strict. Almost every warship had cannons. Although they used solid shells, their lethality was still very high against ordinary soldiers. The disaster brought by the Arcane Empire made many church forces strictly control alchemy, but there were not so many restrictions in the areas where pirates were active. Soren's artillery power should be counted on one's fingers in the entire material plane. If it was a naval battle, perhaps the lethality would not be much. But if it was a densely packed battle on land, one shot could really clear a path of blood. Come, come, come. Scarface came out with a grin. His left arm was injured by an orc blade master. Fortunately, the orc blade master had just advanced, and he carefully prepared a poisoned crossbow, the poison used by the natives. Otherwise, he would have been killed by the enemy. There was actually a half-beast man sword saint hidden in the formation. Scarface, who who had almost been killed by the half-beast man Sword Saint, grinned as he took out 2 iron balls that were chained together. He then personally put them into the barrel of the cannon and said with a strange smile, "Put this in. It will be fun to shoot with this shell." The enemies were getting closer and closer. Because they were busy sending the civilians to the ships, the pirates certainly did not have the time to retreat. So after Soren's order was given, the giant immediately led the elite pirates to form a formation on the river, and then waited for the enemy to rush over. It was fine if they did not dare to come. If they dared to come, these hundreds of cannons would definitely teach them a lesson. Eugene stopped in his tracks. He looked at the warships in front of him, and his face became quite ugly. Pirates. He had traveled around the continent before, so it was impossible for him not to have an impression of pirate warships. Although there were no pirate flags on the warships, he could recognize that the enemies were all pirates at a glance. Cannons after cannons. Although Eugene himself scoffed at this inferior alchemy weapon, and did not put it in his eyes at all, he was also very clear about the damage this weapon could do to ordinary soldiers. Its clumsy body and slow firing speed were simply a piece of scrap iron in many battles, but in this situation where the army was fighting, their lethality was quite amazing. Autumnfall also had cannons, but the half-elves were proud of their excellent archers. The dozens of cannons on the city gate were simply decorations. They were not at the same level as the black muzzles in front of them. Cannons were standard equipment for pirates. Whether it was the skills of the gunners, the number of cannons, or the power of the artillery, the coastal areas were not comparable to the inland areas. If they forced an attack, they would probably have to withstand a round of cannon fire. Note, the Droll Church hates alchemy. They believe that it is they who destroy the harmony of nature. The wounds left by nature cannot be healed for thousands of years. It is a disaster brought by the alchemy research of the Arcane Empire. Therefore, any place where the Droll Church is active, the degree of alchemy control is very strict. Chapter 478. It's just some scrap metal. The giant gnoll leader frowned and glanced at Eugene next to him, and said in a deep voice, "I feel that the artifact my lord needs is nearby. We can't let them take it away. Eugene, hurry up and order the attack." Eugene's mouth twitched slightly, and his face was not very good. The gnolls from the abyss had more than 20 points in agility. Unless they were lucky, it was impossible to hit them. From loading to firing, this level of craftsmanship posed little threat to the gnolls from the abyss. Otherwise, the main fighting force of the abyss would not rely on high-grade demons. However, these cannons weren't the same for the other orc warriors. If they rushed in like this, they would be hit by at least one round of cannons. Their dense formation suffered a lot of damage from the cannons. But the current situation was that they had to go. If they couldn't find the parts of the artifact, Flail of Time, the gnoll army might turn against them. If the alliance was broken, the gnolls from the abyss would regard the orcs as enemies, and then crazy revenge attacks were likely to happen. In that case, it would be difficult to completely defeat the half-elves. The demons of the abyss were chaotic and evil. Since ancient times, chaos had either produced lunatics or idiots. Eugene was not sure what terrible things these lunatics would do if he did not meet their requirements. There. The giant gnoll leader with black hair suddenly pointed to the front. Its green eyes seemed to see through the darkness, and its sight was directly locked on a little girl wearing a small white priest robe under the night sky. It growled, "There. The artifact part my lord needs is in the hands of that hateful little girl. Milan. Saint Priest Milan." The little girl did not realize the approaching danger at the moment. She was just glad that they were finally rescued. My lord's reinforcements had successfully rescued them. After boarding the warship, the women and children were much safer. Eugene recognized the little girl in the white priest robe at first glance. After all, the siege of the city that day was so memorable. In the end, it was this little girl who made all his plans fail. The orc army suffered heavy losses under the dragon breath of the 3 dragons. A strong killing intent appeared on Eugene's old face. New hatred and old hatred gathered together. He couldn't help but clench the bone spear on his back. It was true that it was a great chief worthy of respect, love, and compassion, but it only cared about its own people. King of the Gnolls, Yeenagu. This evil, bloody, chaotic, murderous, and crazy demon lord. No matter how evil, bloodthirsty, and crazy he was in the eyes of others, his reputation among the Gnolls was as high as the sun in the sky. It could be said that most of the Gnolls in the multiverse respected him, and quite a number of them worshipped him crazily. The reason was simple. Over the past thousands of years, Yeenagu, the king of Gnolls, had done everything, whether it was launching a battle against the Lord of the Abyss, or trying his best to conquer the King of Ghouls, or carrying out other evil schemes. There was only one ultimate goal. Yeenagu, the king of Gnolls, had always wanted to see the Gnolls grow stronger. He had been working hard all his life for this goal. From the perspective of the Gnolls, Yeenagu should be a great leader. Eugene was similar. That was why it had such a high reputation among the half-blood beastmen, but the other races only had hatred and enmity towards it. The two were actually the same kind of people, otherwise, they would not have come together. Charge! With an angry roar, the orc army in front of them rushed over like a tide. The elite pirates on the riverbank had already been on standby. Behind them was the Agate River. The pirates who were familiar with water could easily jump into the river, and then find a way to board the ship. The warships parked on the Agate River were fortresses. The orc army's fighting ability on land was indeed strong, but if they dared to come to the water, the pirates had enough confidence to teach them a lesson. The ground seemed to tremble. In the face of such a battle scene today, the elite pirates did not show the slightest panic on their faces. Battles had already trained them. In the fiercely competitive killing industry of pirates, unqualified candidates would only be eliminated. The orc army surged like a tide. Their physical fitness was really good. They could launch an impulsive battle directly after a rapid march. But that was all. When the enemy entered the range of the cannons, a storm of firepower poured out. Fire! 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 Bursts of muffled gunfire sounded, and the orc warriors at the front fell like wheat being harvested. Solid ammunition might not have enough killing area, but it was still too terrifying to deal with flesh and blood. Especially the chain cannons fired by some cannons, which swept across in an instant, leaving broken limbs all over the ground. The pirates' cannon fire was like a bloody and cruel symphony. Round after round of frenzied firing followed by the rhythm of the rising and falling of the cannon fire. Three-stage shooting. Eugene had never seen it before, but it was very common for Soren. The warships on the Agate River had already formed a crisscrossing firepower net. If it was just a normal battle command, Soren would not be able to do it to this extent, because it was too difficult to command in a real battle. But today was a little different. Soren had a powerful psionic warlock standing beside him. Long before the orc army arrived, she had already set up a psionic force field, so she could transmit Soren's orders to every warship's commander at any time. Her voice sounded in the mind of the warship's commander at the same time as Soren's orders. Compared to this kind of battle command that transcended time, Soren's previous method of relying on the pirate flag to transmit orders was simply too weak. It was not at the same level at all. No. There was no way to compare at all. If the current situation could be described with a metaphor, it would be the combat ability of the Renaissance era, but equipped with the combat command system of the interstellar era. This feeling was too good, wasn't it? Soren never thought that it would be so easy to command the pirates in battle. In the past, he relied on the pirate flag to slowly give orders, and then waited for the opposing commander to see the flag before taking action. This was simply a ruthless destruction of his intelligence. But now, relying on the psionic warlock's psionic communication, the efficiency of battle command was completely different. The orc army was in a daze. Because at this moment, in their minds, the enemy's cannons did not stop from the beginning to the end. The warriors of the Blade clan who rushed in front fell in batches like wheat being cut down. They did not even rush in front of the enemy, and they suffered heavy losses under the baptism of cannon fire. Fear spread. The ground was full of broken limbs and wailing orc warriors. For them who worship brute force, Soren taught them a good lesson today, telling them that muscles could not solve all problems. Boom, boom, boom. The sound of cannon fire drowned the orc army. Night made it difficult for them to see how many cannons the enemy had. They could only hear the roar of the cannons from beginning to end. The dull noise covered the roar of the orc officers. After the first round of charge was directly killed by the cannons, the orc warriors who rushed at the front collapsed without any accident. They were just a group of mortals with flesh and blood. Soren looked at the battlefield in front of him and shook his head gently. Dealing with these ignorant orcs, he had an obvious feeling of IQ suppression. If these guys were not born with amazing brute force, maybe the plan would have gone better. But the current situation was enough. Soren saved the first batch of the most devout believers. After sending them to a safe place, he planned to transport a few more batches of believers. Population. What Mordor lacked the most was population. 20 or 30,000 half-elves could be transported back. Soren began to stockpile food and supplies so early in order to deal with today's situation. He was not afraid of a large population. Mordor was under rapid construction planning. Soren would only worry about the lack of labor, not too much labor. Swoosh, swoosh. Some fast-moving figures suddenly appeared in the night. The orc army that attracted the firepower at the beginning was just cannon fodder. These abyss gnolls that came in the night were the main force. An old figure flew over at an astonishing speed. Hundreds of lurking abyss gnolls rushed out from all directions, but their target was not Soren, nor the elite pirates on the river bank, but Milan, who was standing in the middle of the priests. Eugene rushed directly to the little girl in front of him. With a roar, he clenched his white bone spear and threw it out. He actually wanted to nail her to the ground on the spot. It all happened too fast. The sudden attack of the abyss gnolls attracted everyone's attention. And then the next moment, the legendary war shaman with a profession level of 27 rushed over. He wanted to kill the saint priest in front of him, Milan. A poor little girl who lost her father in the war, lost all her relatives, and lived alone in the world, less than 15 years old. Just because she had something in her hand that he had to get. The shadow of death loomed over her. Facing Ascendant Eugene's all-out attack, Milan's chances of surviving were close to zero. On the whole battlefield, almost no one could take the thunderous blow of this legendary war shaman. And at this moment, under the shadow of death, only one person could save her. Soren. His figure disappeared at the moment when the white-boned spear broke through the air. Chapter 479. Shadow Leap. Soren's figure instantly disappeared from where he stood. He crossed a distance of nearly 100 meters, and directly appeared behind the divine priest Milan. He then pushed the little girl in front of him away, and disappeared again at the same time. Fortunately, the distance of Shadow Leap was increased to 200 meters. Otherwise, Soren would not be able to save the little girl in front of him in time. Boom. The ground trembled. The spear thrown by the war shaman was like an anti-aircraft gun. It actually shattered the ground by more than 10 meters in an instant. If it really hit, Soren would probably be pierced through. Soren was not very clear about the advanced profession of war shaman, but with his rich combat experience and knowledge, he could roughly judge that war shaman was a special profession similar to Storm Lord. The Storm Lord was a special legendary profession that was advanced by the priests of the god of storms, while the war shaman was an advanced legendary profession that was advanced by the shaman priests of the totem faith. These special advanced professions might not have very strong spellcasting abilities, but their melee combat abilities were quite terrifying. After all, not many cleric classes were fragile. Very strong burst power. Soren turned his head to look at the little girl. After making sure that she was not injured, he turned his attention back to the war shaman Eugene in the distance. The spear thrown by the war shaman just now made Soren's heart skip a beat. He thought to himself, looks like he also specializes in spears and javelins. His attack just now was very similar to the Storm Lord. I'm afraid that the war shaman is also a violent advanced profession like the Storm Lord. Soren had seen the Storm Lord in battle before. The bone spear used by Eugene was very similar to the Storm Lord's attack. The Storm Lord was a violent legendary advanced profession, so Soren could roughly judge Eugene's fighting style in an instant. They had a very strong hand-to-hand combat ability, and at the same time, retained the ability to cast divine spells. Although this kind of spellcasting ability was not as good as a pure shaman's, in a real battle, the effect of their combat strength was one-sided. His attack had missed. Eugene gasped for breath, but his expression didn't change at all. He lowered his head and knelt on the ground with one knee. He pressed his rough palm on the ground and said in a deep voice, "Ancestor's soul, even the earth is trembling. Eternal heroic spirit, my race is undying." The deep and ancient language of the orcs echoed in the air. As Eugene slammed the ground, something strange happened behind Soren. Buzz. After Eugene's attack, the white bone spear that was buried in the ground suddenly trembled. Then it was pulled out from the ground in an instant. A half-transparent, half-solid figure appeared beside the white bone spear. It roared and held the white bone spear with both hands, thrusting it toward Soren's back. A whistling gust of wind attacked. The white bone spear was like a bolt of white lightning that pierced through the air. Even with Soren's speed, it was difficult for him to dodge it. Shadow leap. Soren's figure instantly moved 10 meters horizontally. The half-illusory, half-real spirit did not hit Soren. With a roar, he waved his white-bone spear. In an instant, a terrible force broke out and directly swept the figures of 7 or 8 priests nearby, causing them to vomit blood and fly backward. "Everyone back off." Soren's expression was quite serious. He roared, "Stop those gnolls! Don't come near here." An angel from another world? A saint apostle? Or, should it be called a heroic spirit? Divine ascender. Eugene had indeed touched the realm of the gods. The half-spirit creature standing in front of Soren obviously came from another world. Even if it wasn't a saint apostle, it was a half-orc heroic spirit that had died in battle. In a situation where no one in the half-orc race had ascended to godhood, Eugene could still summon the heroic spirit of their ancestors. This meant that it had touched the realm of the gods, and had a very high compatibility with the half-orc's ancestral spirit in the Grey Waste. Roar! With an angry roar, the heroic spirit instantly rushed toward Soren again. This kind of heroic spirit was born with legendary strength. Many of them were famous in the mortal world when they were alive. The heroic spirit that Eugene summoned was at least level 24. The situation was not good. When the heroic spirit was summoned, Eugene immediately continued to rush forward. Its target was still the Saint Priest Milan in front of it. Soren didn't know why Eugene hated the little girl in front of him so much that it wanted to kill her. She couldn't die. Saint Priest Milan couldn't die. Soren's pupils turned blood red in an instant. For Eugene's blatant attempt to kill his first Saint Cardinal, Soren's heart was filled with anger and killing intent. He activated the slaughter form in an instant, and his figure directly rushed out toward Eugene. Elemental Legion. When Soren's figure flew out and was ready to stop Eugene, a portal connected to the elemental plane was opened. A scorching aura spread. The appearance of the Elder Fire Elemental's huge body made the surrounding temperature rise sharply in an instant. The ground was scorched black, and everything within a radius of 100 or 200 meters was illuminated. The whistling of the wind sounded. The giant wind elemental followed the figure of the Elder Fire Elemental. The next moment, it flew into the air and directly rolled up an abyss knoll that was rushing toward Milan, and threw it into the sky. Finally, there were heavy footsteps. The giant earth elemental slowly walked out, raised its millstone-sized fist, and smashed it toward the heroic spirit in front of it. The portal gradually closed. A legendary Elder Fire Elemental and 2 giant elementals with a monster level of around 18. Soren's figure was shrouded in an evil aura. This was the first time he had transformed into his slaughter form after killing the mutated demon. When he activated this ability, some unknown changes also occurred. Demonization. There was a very obvious demonic aura on Soren's body. It was the divine power belonging to a high-grade demon. A row of data appeared in front of him. Transform into slaughter form. Unknown changes have occurred in slaughter form. Ability to transform into slaughter form has been improved. Divine power fused with the slaughterer transformation effect. Under the transformation of the slaughterer, your attributes have been comprehensively improved. Strength +7, agility +3, physique +3, wisdom +3. Combat ability is equivalent to a warrior of the same level. Resistance to any abnormal status increases by 15 points. Under the slaughter form, you have an additional ability, Slaughter Will, and an additional ability, Slaughter Instinct. Divine Power combined. In the state of Slaughterer, automatically activated the effect of Aura of Fear. Any enemy within 100 meters of you must be forced to undergo a test of fear. The difficulty of the test is determined by your own divine value. If the test fails, the enemy will suffer the same effect as fear. Desire to slaughter has undergone an unknown change. Ordinary things will not be able to satisfy the desire to slaughter. The number of enemies that satisfy the desire to slaughter has been recalculated. Currently, kill at least one legendary enemy, otherwise, you will fall into a state of madness. An evil aura of fear spread out. All the gnolls within 100 meters of Soren trembled, and some even howled in fear, turned around and fled into the night. Divinity of Fear. After killing the mutated demon, Soren's slaughter form seemed to have undergone an unknown change. The power of Divinity of Fear was also integrated into it, and he directly mastered the aura of fear that only high-grade demons could have. No. Aura of Fear should be said to be a special power that only some existences close to the level of the Abyss Lord could master. All attributes were enhanced. All attributes increased by +1 under the slaughter form, and at the same time, he also mastered the ability, Slaughter Instinct, that only mutated demons could have. This was a special ability. Its effect was similar to Battle Instinct, but it was more powerful. Roar. Eugene wanted to kill the Saint Cardinal Milan in front of him, which was a slap in the face in front of Soren. Even with Soren's temper, he was enraged by the enemy at this moment. He let out an angry roar, and his figure directly broke through the air, turning into a black shadow and pouncing on the enemy in front of him. The curved sword icing death was like a meteor across the sky, and a strange cold light automatically appeared. For a moment, it seemed that even the space was about to be broken, and it slashed towards Eugene's head on the spot. Clang! A dull thud echoed in the air. Another spear appeared in Eugene's palm. It was a grayish-black spear that seemed to be made of bone, but when it fought, it was like metal. A huge burst of power. At the position where the two of them fought, an invisible wave of air spread out. Heroic Spirit Immortal. My body is immortal. Eugene's old face was solemn. He clenched the spear and inserted it into the ground. In an instant, two half-illusory spirits appeared around his body. Heroic Spirit Warsoul. He could even summon heroic spirits. The kingdom of heroic spirits where the orcs worshipped their ancestors was like a small divine kingdom built in the Grey Wilderness, and Eugene the Ascender was the only being in the entire orc tribe who could freely connect to this kingdom. He was not a god, but to some extent he was also a god, because he was dying. The powerful power of the war shaman could not greatly extend his life. Now, the old Eugene had already come to the edge of death. He only had a few years left in his life, and he had already felt the call of the ancestors' souls. A heroic spirit kingdom built in the Grey Wilderness. This place was calling his soul because he was qualified to enter it and become the most powerful existence. The call was equal. When death approached, he felt the call of the ancestors' souls. Eugene himself was like a god connected to the heroic spirit kingdom that the half-orc clan had worshipped for thousands of years. Because his life was coming to an end. Chapter 480. He would kill anyone who stood in his way. He would kill anyone who stood in his way. Soren, who had transformed into a slaughterer, seemed to have entered a berserk state. If he let Eugene behead his first and only Saint Cardinal in front of him, and in front of so many priests and believers, then he would not have the face to hold the throne and become a god. It would be a disgrace of his life. A stain that could never be washed away. The whole plan of becoming a god might become a joke. No. Absolutely not. Soren's figure turned into an afterimage. When his feet touched the ground, cracks appeared all over the ground. Without any reservation, Soren completely let go of his restrictions and directly burst out with all his strength. The curved sword in his hand seemed to have broken through space. After killing many powerful enemies, the legendary curved sword Icing Death seemed to have recovered a lot of its spirituality. It even automatically emitted a strange cold light. The moment Soren slashed the war souls, a cold frost appeared. Dang. Dang. Soren held two swords in his hands and fought against Ascendant Eugene and two legendary war souls. Under the Slaughterer state, he was still not at a disadvantage, because his speed was too fast. Under the Slaughterer state, Soren's dexterity directly exceeded 30 points. With his legendary evasion, legendary battle skills, epic dexterity, reflex evasion, intuition evasion, rolling evasion, flexible movement, and other abilities, Soren was like a ghost. Even legendary enemies would find it difficult to touch him. After a long time of training and accumulation, Soren wanted to be able to deal with such a situation one day. When facing multiple legendary enemies at the same time, he still had the power to fight. One evasion ability might be insignificant. Two evasion abilities might not be that great. Three evasion specialties might be just SOO. But when 4, 5, 6, including the legendary level of evasion abilities were stacked together, the quantitative change would lead to a qualitative change. Even when facing the siege of several legendary enemies, he would not be at a disadvantage. At this moment, Soren felt as if he had returned to his peak. Even though there were still some flaws in some of his abilities, he had recovered at least 80% of his strength. The only difference was the legendary abilities such as Shadow Domain and Shadow Step. Spinning Slash. The cold scimitar drew a cold light. Eugene nimbly dodged Soren's attack, but the two legendary hero spirits beside him could not. Their bodies were slashed by Soren's sword. Every time they came into contact with the sword, cold frost would appear. The energy supply of the scimitar Icing Death was quite effective against these half-spirits. Arcane Missile X6. Soren's target wasn't Eugene the Ascendant. Instead, it was a heroic soul beside him. It was unrealistic for Soren to directly kill Eugene with a burst of power. This was because a level 27 war shaman had the vitality of a legendary warrior. However, Soren was 90% sure that he could kill one of the hero souls he summoned. Shadow Leap. Sword Form Beheading. Shadow Strike. Soren's figure disappeared in an instant. The next moment he appeared behind the hero souls and attacked like a storm. The giant earth elemental stood in front of Milan to protect her. The legendary level fire elemental elder stopped the first heroic spirit with a white bone spear. The giant wind elemental approached at an amazing speed. With a gust of wind, it directly summoned a bolt of lightning. In an instant, it interfered with Eugene, who was beside Soren. More and more gnolls from the abyss appeared in the darkness, but the elite pirates had already reacted. Scarface rushed towards one of the gnolls. The giant roared and rushed towards one of the gnolls with a three-headed flail. This gnoll was most likely a legendary level enemy. Among all the pirate leaders, only he, who had the blood of the swamp giant, could fight head-on. The psionic warlock remained in place. However, there was a faint light in her eyes, as if she had locked onto some figures and was waiting for the right opportunity to appear. Sword Form Waist Slash. Crack. With a cold light, Soren directly waved his sword and cut the hero soul into two from the middle. The giant wind elemental, which was very troublesome, temporarily attracted Eugene's attention. Eugene wanted to kill this fly that could fly around, and was very fast. The speed of the wind was naturally quite fast. The wind elemental had a natural elemental bonus. It was the only creature that could fly freely and was very fast. Soren wanted to kill a hero soul first. Eugene naturally wanted to kill a high-grade elemental and weaken the enemy's combat power. A row of cold data appeared in front of him. Killed the hero soul. Extracting the target's soul energy. You've gained 27,000 slaughter EXP. The target is a divine creature. Extracting the target's divine power. Extraction failed. The target's body is not in the current plane. Divinity activated. Forcibly extracting the target's soul energy. Extraction successful. You've gained 3 divinity. The body of the hero soul gradually dissipated, like the light of a firefly, and finally disappeared with the wind. At the same time, in a plain called the Grey Wilderness, there was a temple built on an empty and desolate plain. Suddenly, there was a violent fluctuation of energy. In this world that was close to the scorching hell, there was suddenly a very slight fluctuation of energy. The power of the law that belonged to the gods directly broke through the space, and instantly fell into a temple that had been worshipped for a long time. Crack! There was a shattering sound in the ancient temple. This power was like a lightning strike on the altar in the center of the temple, and in an instant, one of the hero soul statues was completely shattered. The ancestral worship of the half-orcs for thousands of years. Although there were many heroic souls that could return to their ancestral land, those who were qualified to become heroic souls and set up statues on the altar of the shrine were all powerhouses who had already stepped into the legendary realm when they were alive. But now, one of the hero soul statues was collapsing. The divine power on it was dissipating, and the fluctuation of the soul was gradually disappearing. Finally, the whole statue collapsed, and countless pieces of stone scattered on the ground. Nothing was left on it. It fell. One of the hero souls had fallen. They should be similar to the existence of the gods from another world. Even if they died in the mortal world, they wouldn't really die. The only way to really kill them was to come to the Grey Wilderness and kill them once, or let a god do it personally with his divine power. In a place far away from the temple, in the desolate plain, there was a huge ancient altar. In the center of the altar, there was a figure holding a skull. He silently looked into the distance and felt the power that had just broken through the space. He murmured, "A war between gods? Have the gods in the mortal world already fought? Only a battle between gods could affect other planes, and only the power of gods could cross the plane and destroy the hero souls in the Grey Wilderness." Boom! Soren's figure flew out, and Eugene also stepped back. There was a trace of blood on the corner of his mouth. There was a slight cough. Soren's figure slowly stood up. He looked at the half-orc war shaman in front of him, and once again rushed forward with his sword. However, his target wasn't Eugene, but the first hero soul behind him who was holding a white bone spear. The psionic warlock was ready. As a psionic warlock who once had 30 levels, even if Butterfly was cursed by the Queen of Spiders, she could still exert a powerful combat power. Boom! Seeing Soren turn around and rush toward the hero soul, Eugene rushed forward without hesitation and instantly blocked his figure with his spear. An invisible wave of air spread out. The two sides were in a stalemate again. Soren couldn't kill Eugene, and Eugene wasn't sure that he could kill Soren. So strong. Eugene the Ascendant. Soren could only fight to a draw with Eugene in his slaughter state. This guy was indeed far stronger than other legends. Eugene's face was solemn. Or rather, his face was quite ugly at the moment. Ever since his life was coming to an end, he gradually gained the power to connect with the souls of his ancestors. However, when Soren killed a hero soul, he suddenly lost part of his connection with the souls of his ancestors. He completely lost contact with one of the hero souls, and no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't sense his existence. It was as if he had completely disappeared. Hero soul. Under the half-orcs' ancestral worship, those who could transform into hero souls were all legendary figures when they were alive. There were only so many hero souls formed by the half-orcs' ancestral worship. They were another kind of gods, a weakened version of gods. If any of the half-orcs could become a god, these hero souls could be transformed into powerful god servants at any time. But now, it seemed to have disappeared. It had completely disappeared. This was a battle between gods. Perhaps Soren himself didn't realize this, but when the Ascendant, Eugene, summoned the hero souls formed by the half-orcs' ancestral worship to the material plane, and Soren personally joined the battle as the god of the half-elves. The battle between gods had already broken out. The battle between gods wouldn't change because of the weak strength of both sides. The battle between weak gods could also reach the standard of a battle between gods. And when the battle between gods broke out, whether it was petitioners, hero souls, saint apostles, or God's servants, once they died in battle, they would truly fall. Chapter 481. The opportunity was right in front of him. After a short fight, Soren had a clear understanding of Eugene's strength. Shamans had various abilities similar to priests, but they specialized in elemental or soul-related divine spells. The war shaman that Eugene had evolved into obviously had the ability to summon souls. Judging from the 3 legendary hero souls that Eugene had summoned, it could be confirmed that the word war was referring to the half-orc hero souls that had died in battle. In terms of hand-to-hand combat, Eugene's strength was not much different from a legendary warrior, but his natural attributes seemed to be very high, and his long life had allowed him to master many powerful abilities. Because of his half-orc bloodline, his initial strength was definitely above 18, and he should have mastered more legendary abilities than Soren. Only a humanoid boss like Soren could fight him head-on. If it were other legendary professions, they would have been killed by the 3 legendary heroic spirits in an instant. And Eugene would not even have to do it himself. This guy was also a big boss. Just by looking at his titles: Ascendant, Dragon Slayer, King of Frost Giants, Terminator, and so on, one could feel the terrible power of Eugene himself. The opportunity was fleeting. In the face of Eugene's powerful combat power, Soren did not hesitate to continue to weaken his strength and kill all the summoned heroic spirits. Gloria was not here, Vivian was not here, and neither was the Fallen Witch. After all, the legendary realm was a natural barrier that was difficult for mortals to cross. Although Soren had brought the psionic warlock, she was still cursed by the Queen of Spiders. The only subordinate that was closest to the legendary realm was the giant, who was not very smart. Soren had to kill these heroic spirits first so that he could focus on fighting Eugene. Besides, killing these heroic spirits gave more divinity than killing the Son of Fear. The half-orcs still had a lot of resources. Greater haste. Soren did not hesitate to use his last card. The +5 spell of the Lich Ring was instantly activated. Soren's speed suddenly increased to the point that the naked eye could not catch him. He turned into a shadow and continued to pounce on the heroic spirits behind him. Whirlwind. Eugene's old body trembled in an instant, and his face showed a hint of surprise. This time he could no longer catch up with Soren's speed. He could only watch as Soren appeared beside the heroic spirits in an instant. The legendary curved sword turned into countless of blades that could not be caught by the naked eye. It was like a strange and cold light falling from the sky. Eugene waved his spear and stabbed at the giant wind elemental. He was shocked. How is this possible? How can a rogue master 2 whirlwind? This did not seem to be the first person to think that Soren could use whirlwind. The effect of greater haste was indeed very powerful, but it was still far from reaching the level of whirlwind. The reason why Soren looked like whirlwind was more because his attack speed was quite fast. Psionic Blast. Butterfly finally got the chance to attack. She raised her middle finger in an instant, and the next moment, there was a burst of strong psionic energy. Psionic Warlock. No. It's an advanced psionic warlock. Eugene's face was quite ugly. It was not until now that he found out that there was a powerful legendary figure among the enemies, and it was a very dangerous psionic warlock. Their strange abilities were only known to people in the astral plane. It was rare to encounter such an existence in the material plane. The figure of the heroic spirit stiffened for a moment. But this blink of an eye was enough for Soren. He activated the slaughter transformation and greater haste. Soren was now not so much a rogue, but a berserker with full power. Sword form Spinning Strike. Shadow Leap. Sword form Beheading. Shadow Strike. The storm-like attack burst out in an instant with the help of greater haste. The overwhelming sword light shrouded the heroic spirit holding the white-bone spear. Then its body exploded like fireworks, and the whole person dissipated in the air with the wind. A row of data appeared in front of him. Killed the heroic spirit. Extracting the target's soul energy. You've gained 36,000 slaughter EXP. The target is a divine creature. Extracting the target's divine power. Extraction failed. The target's body is not in the current plane. The power of divinity has been activated. Forcibly extracting the target's soul energy. Extraction successful. You've gained 4 divinity points. The gray wilderness. The second strange energy burst out like thunder and fell in the center of the altar of the temple. After the first statue of the heroic spirit shattered, then in the center of the altar of the temple, the 5 heroic spirit statues erected in the core area. The one on the far right also collapsed. The divine power on it gradually dissipated, and the fluctuations of the soul disappeared little by little. This heroic spirit statue seemed to have a different identity, and it also had a special power in this temple. When it also turned into broken stones all over the ground, there were traces of cracks on the whole altar. On the other side of the wilderness, the existence holding the skull silently watched all this and murmured, "It looks like the war of the gods. The war of the gods started so soon. It looks like the real era of chaos is coming. I should also make more preparations." 2 heroic spirits, 7 divinity points. At this moment, even Soren was a little excited. Such a harvest was simply unimaginable. I'm afraid, even if he slaughtered an indigenous tribe of tens of thousands of people, he would not be able to get so many divinity points. But now he just needed to kill these heroic spirits before Eugene. At this moment, Soren even hoped that Eugene could summon a few more heroic spirits. Anyway, he could still hold on for a while, and the greater haste spell was enough for him to kill a few more. The strength of the heroic spirits would be weakened when they were summoned to the material plane, and they could only retain about 80% of their combat power. If he really went to the gray wilderness to kill them, these heroic spirits would be at least 24 profession level or above. It was just like how the divine servants from another world were only at the legendary level, but in the divine kingdom, many of them were at the advanced legendary level or above. Cover me. Soren did not hesitate to rush to the last heroic spirit, and at the same time, ordered the psionic warlock to cover his surprise attack. At this moment, Eugene finally panicked a little. Even when facing the giant dragon, the frost giant king, and countless enemies, Eugene did not panic like this. But now, when facing Soren who was rushing to the heroic spirits at an amazing speed, Eugene's heart was in a mess. Because just at that moment, after Soren killed the heroic spirit he summoned, Eugene lost part of his connection with the ancestral spirit. No matter how he tried, he could not sense the heroic spirit he summoned. It was as if it had completely disappeared. Something was wrong. At this moment, even an idiot could feel that something was wrong. In the past, the heroic spirits had been killed, but they were only weakened for a period of time. Eugene could still sense their existence, and it would never be like now, where there was no news of them at all. It was as if they had completely fallen. Unfortunately, Soren would not give him a chance. He did not have the habit of giving his enemies a chance. With the psionic warlock's second burst of psionic energy, Soren's figure once again turned into a shadow and rushed forward. In an instant, he waved countless swords, each aimed at the enemy's fatal point. Since Eugene wanted to kill his only saint necromancer, Soren naturally had to return the favor and kill all the heroic spirits he summoned. The half-spirit body exploded like fireworks. As the countless faint lights dissipated, a row of data appeared in front of Soren's eyes. You have killed a heroic spirit. Extracting target's soul energy. You have received 21,000 slaughter EXP. Target is a divine creature. Extracting target's divine power. Extraction failed. Target's body is not in the current plane. Divinity activated. Forcibly extracting target's soul energy. Extraction successful. You have received 2 divinity, 3 hero spirits and 9 divinity points. At this moment, Soren felt unprecedentedly carefree. Such a big harvest was completely beyond his expectations, although he still did not understand why. But Soren knew that at this moment, the heroic spirits that had been maintained by the orcs for a long time had probably suffered heavy losses. Most of the heroic spirits that could become heroic spirits were legendary figures when they were alive, and there were not many of them. In this battle, the orcs had lost at least hundreds of years of heritage. At this moment, Eugene finally felt afraid. What he was afraid of was not the battle, nor death, but Soren's strange ability. Any heroic spirits that died under his blade would lose contact with him. as if they had completely fallen. Eugene's heart was shrouded in a haze. He was very afraid that his guess was true. If that was the case, then the price he paid in this battle was too heavy. Heroic spirits. The orcs could only produce one legendary figure in the last 100 years, and the ancestral sacrifice needed a long time to gather divinity and transform into heroic spirits. If 3 heroic spirits fell at once, he would be a sinner of the clan. Eugene did not dare to summon again. Whether the heroic spirits had really fallen or not, he did not dare to summon them in front of Soren again. But if he did not summon the heroic spirits, his strength would be reduced by half. It was impossible for him to defeat Soren, who had the whirlwind in front of him, with his own strength. The balance of the battle seemed to have tilted. You're tuning in to the Li Mei's Sword of Destiny YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.